Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Are you really ready for this? His gaze held a quiet weight, searching her expression. Setsuna nodded firmly, her eyes unwavering. Haruto, who had been sitting in his room, slowly stood up and walked toward the window, drawing back the sheer curtains. Sunlight streamed into the room, casting a warm glow over everything. It was a beautiful day. The sky was clear and blue, and the gentle rays of sunlight felt pleasantly warm. He cracked the window open slightly, letting the fresh air flow in before returning to the bed and sitting beside Setsuna. She turned her head to look at him, her heartbeat quickening. For a moment, she thought he might do something, but he simply sat there beside her, making no moves. Reaching for the teacup in front of him, Haruto took a small sip before glancing at Setsuna. "Are you afraid of pain?" "I am," she admitted. "But with you here, I'm not scared." Under the warm sunlight, Setsuna's face broke into a radiant smile. In that moment, the last sliver of distance between them melted away. Lying alone in bed, Karamai shut her eyes, feeling her body grow restless, as if youth itself had begun stirring within her again. The thoughts swirling in her mind made her uneasy, unable to settle. She opened her eyes and glanced toward the door before slowly sitting up and stepping out of her room. The living room was empty, no sign of Setsuna. Though her daughter had only just returned home, it seemed she had already gone out again. As for where she had gone, Mai didn't need to think too hard to figure that out. Her gaze wavered slightly as she walked to the fridge, took out a bottle of milk, and unscrewed the cap. Taking a few small sips, she shut the fridge door and sank onto the couch. She picked up the remote from the coffee table and switched on the TV, hoping to distract herself. Shimizu was found to have engaged in an illicit relationship with Akazuki's mother while dating Akazuki herself. This led to Akazuki taking revenge on Shimizu, resulting in... As the news played, Mai's expression grew unnatural. She reached for the remote and switched the channel. "Didn't we agree to be together? We even planned our future after marriage. I'm sorry. I know this is wrong, but the person I love is your mother. My mom. You." This time, she didn't even bother setting the remote down. Instead, she turned off the TV altogether, falling into silence. Something about today feels off. It wasn't that she had never heard stories like this before, but normally, they only popped up once in a while. Yet today, they seemed to be everywhere. Sitting quietly in the living room, Mai bit her lip and glanced toward Setsuna's room, an uneasy feeling creeping over her. After a moment, she stood up and walked to her daughter's bedroom door, gently knocking. "Setsuna? Are you in there?" No response. Mai let out a quiet sigh of relief. She glanced down at the doorknob and hesitated before slowly pushing the door open. The room was empty. Closing the door again, she stood in the living room, suddenly unsure of what to do. She lifted her head to glance at the clock on the wall. It was almost 10 o'clock. It was nearing lunchtime. Either Setsuna would be home soon, or she would end up eating at Haruto's place. Right now, Mai didn't particularly want to face her daughter. That was why, earlier this morning, she had pretended to be asleep, despite already being awake. Maybe I should go out for a while. Spend some time at Yoko's place and avoid Setsuna for a bit. No, Yoko is too perceptive. She'd see right through me immediately. But if she didn't go to Yoko's and stayed home instead, she wasn't sure she was mentally prepared to face Setsuna just yet. Her emotions were still unsettled. And if she were to see Setsuna and click? The sound of the door unlocking made Mai freeze in place. Her mind went blank as she listened to the sound of footsteps entering the apartment. Then, she heard the voices. Mom was still asleep when we left this morning, but she should be awake by now. Either way, it doesn't matter, let's just head straight to my room. Setsuna and Haruto's voices rang out clearly from the entrance. Turning her head slowly, Mai saw her daughter stepping inside, and beside her, Haruto stood, his expression calm. Chapter 58, First my place, then yours. Mai-san. Following Setsuna into her home, Haruto looked up and noticed Mai standing in the living room. With a natural expression, he greeted her. Mimizu-kun? Setsuna, it's the weekend. Did you two plan a date together today? After a brief moment of surprise, Mai wasn't sure what came over her, but her emotions quickly settled. She looked at her daughter and, regaining her usual calm demeanor, smiled as she asked. Setsuna, now back home, glanced at her mother, unsure what she was doing standing in the living room. No, we're just here to grab some bed sheets and covers. Haruto cleaned his room today and washed all his bedding, but he doesn't have any spares, so I'm letting him use mine for now. Mai, who had just regained her composure, suddenly felt her expression stiffen. A trace of awkwardness flashed across her face, and after a moment of thought, she nodded. I see. I'm taking Haruto to my room. Don't mind us. Watching her daughter head toward the room with Haruto beside her, Mai felt her heartbeat quicken slightly as he passed by. It wasn't until the two disappeared behind the bedroom door that her heart rate gradually returned to normal. Her face felt warm, and pressing her hands to her cheeks, she slowly sat down on the couch. Last night, she had only intended to inform Haruto that Setsuna wasn't coming home and would be staying over at Sekai Seiyang's place. However, as they continued talking at his home, the conversation had somehow drifted toward Dage. When Mai had chuckled softly, she noticed Haruto's gaze lingering on her for a brief moment before he quickly looked away. She glanced down at herself, at her figure beneath her black sweater, and then back at the boy in front of her. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She hadn't expected that. Mimizu-kun, you mentioned before that you prefer mature women, didn't you? The word slipped out before she could stop herself. The moment she said it, she regretted it. Haruto, sitting across from her, was momentarily taken aback. He looked up, a hint of surprise in his expression. I did say something like that. But rather than just liking mature women, it's more that I prefer people who are considerate, who don't cause trouble for others. If I had to sum it up, I guess I'd say I like people who are thoughtful. Thoughtful. Mai nodded as she looked at the boy in front of her, but she didn't quite understand why he had such a preference. Everyone has their own type, but why specifically thoughtful women? You don't like lively girls? It's not that I dislike them. It's just that I prefer quiet, more reserved personalities. Mature ones? Haruto met Mai's gaze and nodded. Mature ones. Is that why you agreed to date Setsuna? Because you think she has a mature personality? Because I believe that when Setsuna grows up, she'll probably be a lot like you, Miss Mai. And honestly, I'm looking forward to that. Haruto smiled, intending to compliment her. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he noticed Mai's face turning red. Did I upset her? Haruto was startled. Just as he was about to explain, Mai's response caught him completely off guard. So, does that mean someone like me? Her face was flushed, her expression bashful, and her voice carried a soft, almost dreamy tone. It didn't seem like she was angry at all. If anything, she looked more like a shy young girl. Haruto found himself speechless. His mind raced with things he could say, but he wasn't sure how to respond appropriately. The atmosphere in the room grew strangely silent. As he struggled to find the right words, Mai was already making a move. She slowly slid closer, shifting her seat until she was right beside him. Her face was warm with a gentle smile, and her eyes were fixed on Haruto. You said before that you've never had a girlfriend, right? Yeah. I usually just went straight home after school, and during vacations, I spent most of my time with my sister. I never really thought about dating. So, you're not very experienced when it comes to relationships, are you? The conversation was becoming more and more delicate. Haruto's rational mind told him to put some distance between himself and Mai, but as she inched closer, there was nowhere left to go. Swallowing hard, he gave a small nod. There was no way he could tell this young mother sitting beside him that he had once been in a relationship with a woman about her age. Seeing Haruto nod, Mai's blush deepened, and the air between them grew warmer, charged with an unspoken tension. Haruto could feel the soft warmth pressing lightly against his arm, making him increasingly uneasy. When he turned his head, he met Mai's gaze. Her eyes shimmered like rippling spring water, filled with an indescribable tenderness. Then, let me teach you what couples are supposed to do. As Mai sat in the living room, lost in her memories, Haruto and Setsuna were already inside her bedroom. Setsuna closed the door behind them, her expression calm and unreadable. But in the living room earlier, having grown up under Mai's care, Setsuna knew her mother well. And today, there was something undeniably off about her. A subtle but clear inconsistency in her demeanor. Her gaze lingered on Haruto. Yesterday, when my mom talked to you, was it just about me staying at Sekai's place for the night? Haruto glanced around Setsuna's room. It was his first time being there. Hearing her question, he turned to look at her, slightly confused. Was there something else? A natural look of confusion and uncertainty surfaced on Haruto's face. His slightly furrowed brows hinted at a lack of understanding, making it seem like he had no idea what was going on. Watching him, Setsuna wondered if she was simply overthinking things. Retracting her gaze, she walked to her wooden wardrobe and pulled open the bottom drawer, revealing neatly folded sets of bedding bed sheets, duvet covers, and pillowcases. The designs weren't particularly feminine. Aside from one pink cherry blossom set, the rest featured green plaid and blue and white stripes, simple, neutral patterns. The size should be about the same as my bed and duvet, right? Haruto took out a green plaid set, placing the sheet and pillowcase to the side while holding up the duvet cover to gauge its size. Glancing at Setsuna's single bed, he estimated that it was about the same size as his own, meaning the duvet should fit as well. Setsuna wasn't too familiar with Haruto's bed after all, she had never slept in it. She merely compared the bedding with her own, recalling the size of his bed from memory. It should work. At the very least, the sheet and pillowcase won't be an issue. Makes sense. The sheet would definitely fit. The only uncertainty was the duvet cover, which he'd have to try out later. Haruto nodded, his eyes wandering around the room. This was his first time in Setsuna's bedroom. It wasn't the overly feminine kind often depicted in manga, it was just a regular room. If not for a few distinctly female items, one might not even realize it belonged to a girl. Glancing at Setsuna, her calm and composed demeanor mirrored the atmosphere of the room itself. "What is it, Haruto?" Noticing his gaze, Setsuna tilted her head slightly. "Nothing, I just thought. Your room is similar to mine, yet different." "How so?" "It doesn't have your scent." Setsuna's face turned red. After a brief pause, she countered, "Well, now it has yours." Haruto blinked in surprise before chuckling softly. Somehow, an unfamiliar warmth spread through his heart. Maiko sat in the living room for a while, watching as Setsuna and Haruto disappeared into the bedroom. There was no sound, no movement for quite some time. Resting her hand against her lips, she bit her fingertip lightly, her mind filling with scenes far from appropriate. Her emotions became increasingly tangled, nerves rising with each passing minute. After 10 minutes of internal struggle, she finally gave in to her curiosity. Moving as quietly as possible, she tiptoed to the door of her daughter's room, pressing her ear against the wood to eavesdrop. "Will it hurt a lot?" "I'm not entirely sure. But from what I've read in books, it should be painful at first. Over time, though, it will heal, and the pain will fade away." "You've never done this with anyone before?" "No." Haruto's response was immediate and firm. Standing outside the door, Mai's heart clenched with complicated emotions. Something about Haruto didn't quite add up. Last night, he had been completely composed in every situation. Whether in conversation or subtle interactions, there was no hesitation, nothing about him suggested he was inexperienced. Yet now, hearing him so confidently claim he had never been in a relationship, Mai's mind reeled. Had she misunderstood him? She bit her lip, her face flushing red as her breath grew unsteady. "Can we do it now?" "Let's wait. Mai-san is still at home, isn't she?" Setsuna nodded obediently. Her gaze never left Haruto, as if the whole world had faded away, leaving only him. They stayed in Setsuna's room for about 30 minutes, talking about everything, their pasts, their present, and even a little about the future. Through their conversation, Setsuna gained a deeper understanding of Haruto, and he, in turn, began to understand her more as well. At first, he hadn't fully grasped why Setsuna was so forward in her affection. But as they talked about her past, her thoughts, and her feelings, her emotions toward him started making sense. By the time noon arrived, the two of them finally stepped out of the room. Mai sat on the living room couch, her expression neutral, as if nothing had happened. "It's almost lunchtime. Mai-san, do you mind if I borrow your kitchen?" Mai looked at him with complicated eyes, silent for a moment before giving her usual soft smile. "No problem. If it's you, Mimizu-kun, feel free to use it however you like. Setsuna, come help me." With Mai's permission, Haruto turned to Setsuna, inviting her to assist him in the kitchen. She nodded and followed him, ready to help with the meal. Although Setsuna wasn't particularly skilled in cooking, she knew the basics. With her assisting Haruto, they managed to prepare a meal fairly quickly. "Lunch is ready. Let's eat together." Carrying the dishes to the table, they all sat down. Mai took a seat by herself, while Setsuna sat close to Haruto. At the start of the meal, Haruto quietly said, "I'm digging in," and began eating. Across from him, Mai occasionally stole glances at the pair, observing their interactions through the corner of her eye. Setsuna, however, remained unaware of her mother's gaze. She simply ate in silence, not engaging in any affectionate gestures that would mark them as a couple. This, at least, gave Mai a small sense of relief. Once the meal was over, Haruto and Setsuna took care of cleaning up. Mai sat in the living room, watching them move around the kitchen. For a brief moment, she felt like she had aged beyond her years, like she was watching a young married couple instead of her own daughter. "I'm heading out with Haruto. We're going to his place. I might not come back tonight, so don't worry about me," Setsuna casually informed her mother as she took Haruto's hand, leading him toward the door. Mai, sitting motionless on the couch, stared blankly ahead, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. The door clicked shut. Only then did Mai snap out of her daze, turning to look toward the entrance. Her heart was in complete turmoil. Chapter 59, Are you sure you got the right one? I'm going to the convenience store for a bit. Just as they arrived at his apartment and he had already unlocked the door, Haruto suddenly turned back and spoke to Setsuna, who was standing beside him. You can wait inside for me. I'll be back soon. Is something wrong? Setsuna, who had been building up her courage and feeling tense all over, suddenly felt like a balloon pricked by a needle. Her confidence deflated in an instant. She pursed her lips and looked at her boyfriend with uncertainty. Seeing her nervousness and hesitation, Haruto smiled gently to reassure her. We're still in school, and if we're not careful, you might end up becoming a mother right now. So, to make sure I don't hurt you, I need to prepare some safety measures. Setsuna's face flushed bright red. Realizing what he meant, she lowered her gaze and answered softly. Okay. Then just wait for me here. I won't be long. After saying this, Haruto watched Setsuna enter the apartment before turning around and heading towards the nearby convenience store. Left alone in Haruto's apartment, Setsuna stood near the window, looking across at her own home. Her gaze shifted to the white bedsheets swaying gently on the balcony in the breeze. Then, she tilted her head up toward the sky, staring at the brilliant sun. Its warm, radiant glow felt just like Haruto. One was far above in the sky, and the other was deep in her heart, both filling her with warmth. It was about to happen. Their relationship had only just begun, not even a full week ago, yet everything had progressed so quickly. Even she found it a little unbelievable, but she had no regrets. She wanted to confirm her feelings for Haruto, to give herself completely to him, to stay by his side. Walking over to the bed, she sat down on the mattress, pressing her hands lightly against it. Since Haruto hadn't returned yet, she decided to use the time to change the bedsheets she had brought from home. Welcome. As soon as Haruto stepped into the convenience store, he was greeted by the store clerk. However, judging from her neutral expression, she didn't seem particularly enthusiastic. His eyes lingered on the clerk for a moment before he started browsing the store, looking for what he needed. It wasn't just about safety measures. He wanted to see if there was anything else that might be useful. After circling the store once and finding nothing else worth buying, he walked up to the counter. Under the store clerk's initially calm but soon slightly surprised gaze, he reached for a small box placed near the register. When the clerk saw the item, she remained professional, as convenience store employees encountered this kind of purchase all the time. However, when she noticed the size printed on the box, she hesitated, her gaze shifting subtly as she looked at the young man in front of her. Are you sure this is the right size, sir? Yes, this is the one. You do know how big this size is, right? I do. Seeing the boy respond so calmly, without a trace of awkwardness, the store clerk, who had initially assumed he was just a normal student, suddenly felt that she might have misjudged him. Without saying more, she scanned the barcode and announced the price. 2,100 yen. Haruto glanced at the other brands on the shelf, thought for a moment, then picked up a second box and placed it on the counter. The store clerk looked at the second box in silence, then quietly scanned it as well. That'll be 4,200 yen in total. Haruto took out his wallet and handed over the money. As the clerk accepted the cash, she hesitated for a moment before asking, would you like a bag for this? After thinking about it for a second, Haruto nodded. She placed one box inside the opaque plastic bag, while he slipped the other one into the pocket of his jacket. Under the store clerk's increasingly complex gaze, Haruto left the convenience store with the same composed expression. Having worked in Tokyo for a while, the clerk had encountered all kinds of customers, but this was the first time she had met someone quite like him. Watching his retreating figure, she found herself unable to snap out of her daze for a long time. Holding the small, discreet bag in his hand, Haruto returned to his apartment. He pushed the door open, stepped inside, and called out, I'm back. His eyes quickly landed on Setsuna, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, having already changed the bedsheets and pillowcases. Placing the bag on the small table in the middle of the room, Haruto took off his jacket and hung it on the coat rack. Then, he turned back to Setsuna. Are you really ready for this? Dressed in a crisp white shirt, Haruto looked at the girl sitting on the edge of the bed and asked her once more. Setsuna bit her lip lightly and nodded. Then, I'll take care of everything. As the man in this situation, it was his responsibility to make sure she felt safe and secure. He glanced at the large window beside them, walked over, and gently pulled the curtains closed. Meanwhile, back at home, Mai couldn't shake off the sense of unease gnawing at her. After sitting in the living room for a while, she found herself unable to stay still. She got up and walked to the entrance, quietly opening the door a crack to glance at the apartment across from hers. The tightly shut windows, the drawn curtains, everything seemed to indicate that something was already happening. Standing in the doorway, Mai felt lost. She wasn't sure if she should feel happy for Setsuna or mourn for herself. Let's just pretend none of this ever happened. There was no stopping it now. And perhaps, she no longer had the right to interfere. Silently, she closed the door again and returned to the living room. Staring at the empty space around her, she eventually turned away and disappeared into her own bedroom. As the golden hues of sunset painted the western sky, the distant cries of migrating birds echoed through the air. Slowly emerging from her daze, Setsuna turned her head, gazing at the boy holding her in his arms. Her eyes were filled with deep affection. Haruto. Still lost in thought about the mysteries of the universe, Haruto looked down at the girl in his embrace as she softly called his name. I love you. He opened his mouth, intending to reply with the same words. But somehow, his throat felt inexplicably dry, and the words got stuck. Under Setsuna's expectant gaze, he eventually gave up on speaking, choosing instead to close his eyes and tighten his embrace around her. Chapter 60. Go tell the FFF Inquisition and see if they believe your nonsense. On Monday, Setsuna didn't take the day off. Even though she still looked a little unwell in the morning, she insisted on going to school. When she met Sekai, the subtle change in her demeanor, her smile, the way she carried herself was enough for Sekai to realize what had happened. Complex emotions stirred within her, but she didn't dwell on them too much. She had already prepared herself for this possibility yesterday, so seeing it confirmed today only made her sigh at her own misfortune. After greeting Setsuna, she asked with concern, "Are you sure you're okay? Maybe you should stay home and rest today. It's just the start of the school year, and there aren't any important classes yet." "I'm fine. It won't be a problem. I can go to school." Setsuna responded to Sekai's concern with a soft smile. That smile, subtle yet undeniable, felt like the transition from a girl to a woman, making Sekai's emotions even more conflicted. With a quiet sigh, she chose to let Setsuna be. She glanced toward Haruto's apartment before turning her gaze back to Setsuna. "What about Mimizu-kun? Hasn't he woken up yet?" "He's already up. Probably just freshening up at home. He'll be heading to school soon, I suppose. Come on, we should get going." Sekai watched as Setsuna walked ahead, her steps slightly unnatural, as if she was still adjusting. Sekai hesitated, wanting to say something but ultimately staying silent. With no other choice, she followed the girl toward school. Haruto had woken up early but remained seated on his bed in silence. The sheets and covers had already been replaced with his own. As for Setsuna's bedding, she had taken it home with her, cradling it in her arms as if planning to store it as a keepsake in her room. Haruto didn't fully understand Setsuna's attachment to such things. After a moment, he lifted the covers and got out of bed. Still dressed in his sleepwear, he made his way to the bathroom. After about 30 minutes of getting ready, he changed into his Toyosaki school uniform, grabbed his bag, and left the apartment. Seeing that time was running a bit tight, he stopped by a convenience store, picked up a rice ball and a bottle of water for breakfast, and then continued on his way to school. The final boss can't be beaten using Yuji's method. "I told you already, we need to finish the side quests first. But if we clear the main quest first, won't that be fine? We're almost there anyway. Let's try again today, we'll definitely get through it. I keep telling you. Why does Yuji never listen to anyone's advice?" "Shut up. Akahisa, you're always nagging like an old lady." "Yuji." The moment Haruto stepped into the classroom, he was greeted by the familiar bickering of Yashai Akahisa and Sakamoto Yuji. Despite their constant squabbling, they were actually good friends, always finding something to argue about. "Morning, Akahisa." "Morning, Yuji." Haruto greeted as he walked to his seat. The two boys paused their argument and turned toward him. "Morning, Haruto." "Morning." As soon as Haruto sat down, Akahisa wasted no time bringing up the source of their latest disagreement, yesterday's co-op gaming session. Yuji was being way too reckless. "If only you had been there, Haruto." "Oh, right, were you home alone yesterday?" "No, I was with my girlfriend." "Oh, I see, so you were with your girlfriend. Wait, what? Girlfriend?" Akahisa nodded absent-mindedly, going along with Haruto's words, but halfway through, his brain caught up with what had just been said. His entire body tensed up as if struck by lightning. Eyes wide, he turned toward Haruto, who was casually tidying up his desk. Yuji, catching on, exchanged a glance with Akahisa. The two moved in unison, surrounding Haruto's desk like seasoned interrogators. Akahisa leaned forward, resting one hand on the desk, while Yuji placed a firm hand on Haruto's shoulder, effectively blocking any chance of escape. Their seemingly casual postures masked an undeniable air of intimidation. "Hey, so, Haruto already has a girlfriend, huh?" What a surprise! Haruto looked up at the two boys looming over him. Akahisa wore a forced grin, while Yuji's smirk had a slightly sinister edge. After a brief silence, Haruto sighed. No, I meant a female friend. You're misunderstanding. Oh? A female friend? Yuji's smirk widened. That's interesting. I remember you saying you lived in Itamari before moving to Tokyo, right? So, in just a few days, you've already made a female friend? Yuji leaned in closer, his expression dark with exaggerated menace. Haruto's gaze wavered. Seeing Akahisa's strained smile and Yuji's predatory look, he couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying teenage boys could be when driven by jealousy. Just as he was trying to come up with a way to defuse the situation, another voice chimed in. Yo, morning, Haruto. Akahisa, Yuji, what's up? You guys seem to be having an interesting conversation. Nakano Akiko had casually joined the group, her presence slightly dampening the flames of interrogation. However, upon hearing how she addressed them, Akahisa and Yuji both shot a glance at Haruto before flashing matching mischievous smiles. Oh, it's nothing. Yuji replied, his grin widening. We were just asking our dear friend Haruto about his day yesterday. Apparently, he spent the entire time with his adorable female neighbor. Yuji deliberately raised his voice, making sure the entire class could hear. Haruto's expression darkened. He glanced at Yuji's face, brimming with malicious glee, and felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal. This bastard. As Yuji's words echoed through the classroom, the atmosphere shifted. A heavy silence fell as every student turned to stare at Haruto. Just as he was processing the weight of their gazes, Ariri, who had just arrived and taken her seat, froze in place. Her body stiffened as if she had just been struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Akahisa, still nodding along, wasn't actually concerned about whether or not Haruto was dating his neighbor. He and Yuji only had one goal: to completely crush any chance Haruto might have with the girls in their class. Locking eyes for a brief moment, Akahisa and Yuji grinned like devils. A female neighbor? What kind of girl is she? However, contrary to expectations, Akiko showed no reaction to the news. Instead, she looked intrigued, leaning in with genuine curiosity. Akahisa and Yuji faltered, momentarily stunned. They turned back to Haruto. She's a really cute girl. Small, about 140 centimeters tall, shoulder-length hair. She usually ties it up with a red ribbon. As Haruto absent-mindedly described Setsuna, Ariri, sitting at her desk, clenched her hands tightly. Her knuckles turned white, and her lips pressed together in a firm line. She struggled to resist the urge to glare at Haruto. For now, she simply lowered her head, keeping her complicated emotions to herself. Chapter 61, Can we go to your house? 3 days had passed since she fainted. Yet, the images she saw in her dreams that day had not faded with time. Instead, they became clearer in her mind. And with them, her thoughts of Mamazu Haruto grew stronger. It felt as if she had truly fallen for him. Every time she closed her eyes, his figure would appear in her mind. In the past few nights, she hadn't experienced that terrifying nightmare again. Instead, she dreamt of many rather embarrassing scenes. Now, overhearing the conversation behind her about Haruto and his close relationship with his female neighbor, Ariri, who hadn't dreamt of that part, suddenly became very interested. So, Haruto likes petite and cute girls, huh? Hearing Haruto's description of Setsuna, Akiko nodded thoughtfully, teasingly glancing at him. I don't have a specific type. Haruto replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Whether I like someone depends on our compatibility. That was such a serious answer, but I don't dislike it. Akiko said with a playful smirk. Seeing how Yoshi Akahisa and Sakamoto Yuji's eyes were starting to turn red with jealousy, Haruto wisely chose not to continue the topic. Once the bell rang, signaling the start of class, Akiko returned to her seat. Meanwhile, Akahisa and Yuji threw him a meaningful smile before heading back to theirs. Haruto had assumed that going back to class and relearning subjects he had already studied would be an easy task. However, reality hit him hard. Sure, the material was familiar, and the concepts were easy to understand if he paid attention. But after just 10 minutes of listening, the dull and repetitive lessons made him unbearably sleepy. Rubbing his temples, he forced himself to focus on the textbook and the teacher at the front of the class. But he felt like a baby being rocked in a cradle, moments away from drifting off. After somehow surviving the first period, he looked down at his notebook during the break. The first 2 pages were filled with notes, but the rest was blank. He let out a resigned sigh. Turning to the classmate behind him, he asked, Nozaki, can I borrow your notes? I missed some parts. Nozaki Amitaru, despite being somewhat aloof, was actually a kind person. Without hesitation, he handed Haruto his notebook. Sure, here you go. Thanks. Haruto quickly filled in the missing notes during the break before returning the notebook. After struggling through math, he surprisingly no longer felt sleepy in the later classes. By lunchtime, he found himself sitting in the school cafeteria, Chatting with Nozaki. The first period was math, huh? Nozaki's first remark instantly shut Haruto down. He let out an awkward laugh and changed the subject. I saw you resting your head on the desk earlier. Didn't sleep well last night? Yeah. I got caught up with something and ended up staying up late. Something? Just a personal hobby, nothing important. Nozaki didn't press further. He wasn't the type to easily share personal details, and since he still wasn't too familiar with Haruto, he wasn't sure if he could trust him with his secret. Haruto, of course, knew about Nozaki's secret. He would eventually become a well-known shoujo manga artist. Back in his previous life, he and the rest of the class had been completely shocked to learn this about Nozaki. No one had expected that a tall, stoic-looking guy like him would be the one behind such popular romance comics. It was the perfect example of never judge a book by its cover. Since Nozaki wasn't revealing anything, Haruto decided not to pry. Any relationship required time to develop. Just like how he and Setsuna had started dating first before him. He quickly shifted the topic. Akahiza brought a homemade bento, while Yuji had grabbed a few packaged buns from the convenience store. Haruto, having woken up late, didn't have time to prepare a lunchbox, nor did he like dry packaged bread. That's why he ended up in the cafeteria. Running into Nozaki and chatting with him turned out to be a pleasant surprise. That afternoon, as Haruto gazed out the window at the vast blue sky, his mind wandered to Setsuna. He couldn't help but worry about how she was doing, if she was okay at school, if her health had improved. When classes finally ended, and Haruto was about to head home, two figures suddenly appeared at his sides. Like guardian deities, or rather, prison guards, they each placed a firm hand on his shoulders. Yo, Haruto. School's over. Yuji said, smiling kindly. Let's go home together. Looking at the two guys trapping him with their hands firmly gripping his shoulders, Haruto never expected them to still be thinking about this morning's conversation. My actual home is 2 hours away by bullet train. Maybe I can invite you guys over during summer break? Not your home in Itamari. We're talking about your apartment, Haruto. Akahiza leaned in with a dark grin. You're not hiding anything from us. Are you? Haruto averted his gaze, let out a deep sigh, and surrendered. Fine. But there's nothing interesting at my place, so you might be disappointed. No worries, we don't mind. Yeah, we don't mind at all. So then lead the way, Haruto, Yuji and Akahiza said in unison, their grins wickedly gleeful. Chapter 62, A Friendship Put to the Test. Although Yoshi Akahiza and Sakamoto Yuji seemed to have some ulterior motives, since they insisted on visiting his apartment, Haruto didn't refuse. From the moment they left the classroom, stepped out of the school gates, and all the way to his place, he was practically escorted by the two of them, one on each side, until they arrived at his apartment complex. So this is where Haruto's apartment is? Got it, I've memorized the location. Standing at his apartment door, Haruto suddenly heard Akahiza's comment, spoken in the tone of a criminal scouting a target. He shot him a skeptical glance. Noticing Haruto's look, Akahiza responded with a warm, beaming smile. Relax, it's not like I'm suspecting you of betraying me and Yuji by secretly getting a cute girlfriend, and I'm definitely not planning to confirm your crime and then carry out a righteous midnight execution. Ahahaha. Haruto sighed, pulled out his keys, unlocked the door, and motioned for them to come inside. Excuse us, pardon the intrusion. As they stepped in, both Akahiza and Yuji looked around. The place was clean and well kept, which surprised Yuji a little. He hadn't expected the apartment to be so well equipped. Compared to Akahiza's home, it was only slightly smaller. Once they reached the living room, Haruto poured them each a cup of tea. So this is where you live, huh? Yuji commented as he surveyed the apartment. He smirked. Not bad at all. Living here alone seems pretty nice. I'm actually tempted to move out of my house now. Akahiza, on the other hand, was scanning the room with curiosity. Wait. There's no gaming console? No TV? After looking around and failing to find anything interesting, his gaze landed on Haruto. He was genuinely puzzled. How does he not get bored at night? I don't have any. Haruto replied casually. I only just moved to Tokyo. Stocking up on daily necessities already cost me a lot of money. I didn't have any extra funds for entertainment. Ah, I see. Akahiza nodded in understanding. Then, after a brief pause, he leaned in with a sly grin. Well then. What about girls? Akahiza Yoshi nodded, then suddenly stood up, walked to the bathroom door, and swung it open. Not here either? Haruto fell silent for a moment, then turned his head toward Yuji, who was sitting beside him. Is he always like this? Yeah, always. Without even opening his eyes, Yuji nodded, arms crossed. Akahiza continued searching the apartment, peeking into every possible space where he might find his so-called girl. But after a thorough look around and coming up empty-handed, he returned to his seat. Ahaha, Found nothing. As expected, Haruto is just a good friend of ours. There's no way he would betray me and Yuji by secretly getting a girlfriend before us. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Akahiza stopped mid-sentence, his gaze snapping toward the door. Haruto stood up and walked toward it, but just as he was about to open it, he suddenly felt a cold sensation around his ankle like something filthy had wrapped around it. Turning back, he saw Akahiza lying on the floor, clinging to his right leg. Yeah, definitely something filthy. Akahiza. Tell me it's not a girl at the door. I'm opening it. Akahiza, let him open it first. Yuji said, still sitting with his arms crossed. Once we see who's outside, we can decide what to do next. Out of nowhere, Yuji pulled out a black hood, embroidered with a crimson F on the front. He flashed a grin at Akahiza. Good thinking, Yuji. Akahiza let go of Haruto's leg and reached into his pocket, producing a matching black hood. Haruto sighed. He had hoped Yuji would be the sane one here, but now it seemed he was just as bad as Akahiza. Ignoring them, he turned back to the door and opened it. Yo, Haruto. The person at the door was not who he had been expecting. Standing there was Ryuji Takazu, holding a small bento box in his hand. Haruto was a bit surprised but also relieved. Oh, Ryuji. Come in. Hearing the male voice at the door, Yuji and Akahiza, who had been sitting in the living room, ready to spring into action, both froze. The black hoods they had taken out were silently stuffed back into their pockets as they smiled and sipped their tea. Then, excuse me. Ryuji stepped into the apartment and handed the bento box to Haruto. I made some pickled vegetables. Try them later and let me know how they taste. Pickles? Thanks, I appreciate it. No problem. I just made a little extra, so I figured. Wait, you have other guests? Ryuji followed Haruto inside, and when he noticed the two unfamiliar faces in the room, he was slightly surprised. Meanwhile, Akahiza, who had been curious about Yuji, suddenly tensed up the moment their eyes met. His body stiffened, and he gulped. Then, after a long pause, he quietly shrank behind Yuji. Let me introduce you. This is my friend, Ryuji Takazu. He's got a great personality. And these are my classmates. Yo, I'm Yuji Sakamoto. Nice to meet you. Compared to the anxious Akahiza, Yuji was much more composed. He did find Ryuji's intense stare a little concerning, but he wasn't one to judge based on appearances alone. He trusted that Haruto wouldn't befriend someone with a bad personality. And the one hiding behind him is Akahiza Yoshi. Huh? He's your friend? Akahiza let out a nervous chuckle, then sighed in relief. Man, that scared me. But since he's your friend, I guess there's no problem. I'm Akahiza Yoshi, nice to meet you. He flashed a thumbs up and a bright smile. Ryuji Takazu? Nice to meet you too. Seeing that Haruto's classmates weren't overly wary of him, Ryuji relaxed and smiled in return. At Haruto's invitation, he sat down. The four of them spent time together, chatting away. With Akahiza's naturally lively personality and Haruto's guidance, Ryuji, who had always longed for more friends, quickly became comfortable with them. They bonded over various topics and grew closer. Then, amidst their conversation, Akahiza suddenly asked, by the way, Ryuji, you live nearby too, right? Do you visit Haruto's place often? Not really. Ryuji replied. Why? Akahiza's expression turned mischievous. Well, Haruto mentioned that his neighbor is a girl he gets along really well with. Do you know anything about that? The room fell into an eerie silence. Ryuji's mind immediately flashed back to a certain black-haired girl with a prominent ouch. He also recalled Haruto mentioning his girlfriend not too long ago. The atmosphere in the room shifted. A bead of sweat rolled down Haruto's temple. Akahiza, Yuji, and Ryuji all exchanged glances. For a moment, no one spoke. Chapter 63, What kind of show is this? You are causing great harm to others. No, I haven't heard anything about that. Sensing that the atmosphere was turning a little tense and noticing the faint red glow in the eyes of Akahiza and Yuji, Ryuji decisively chose to help his friend by concealing the fact that he was already in a relationship. Huh? Really? The momentum Akahiza had been building up crumbled instantly. He exchanged glances with Yuji, both looking rather disappointed. They sighed and shot a glance at Haruto. Akahiza and Yuji stayed at Haruto's apartment for about an hour before leaving around 4 in the afternoon. As for Ryuji, he lingered for another 30 minutes before also taking his leave. When Haruto was finally alone again, he let out a long sigh of relief, tidying up the teacups left in the living room. As evening approached, the doorbell rang once more. Opening the door, Haruto found a girl standing there in a beige sweater and a suspender skirt. Setsuna. Good evening, Haruto. Good evening, Setsuna. He welcomed her inside, his gaze briefly sweeping over her form. As she changed her shoes and stepped into the apartment with small, careful steps, he couldn't help but ask about her condition. How are you feeling? It still hurts a little when I walk, but it's much better than before. Would you like something to drink? After thinking for a moment, Setsuna asked for a glass of milk. Haruto took a bottle from the fridge, warmed it up slightly, and poured it into a cup before handing it to her. As she accepted the drink, Setsuna's gaze wandered around the apartment. Did you have guests over earlier? I saw 3 guys leaving your place just now. Hearing that, Haruto nodded in understanding. 2 of them are my classmates from school, and the other is Takazo Ruji, a friend who lives nearby. They just came over to hang out since none of us had anything to do. His gaze drifted toward the window. The end of early spring was near, and though the sky didn't darken as quickly as it had a few days ago, dusk was already setting in. Haruto closed the window and turned on the lights. Looking at the girl seated across from him, he asked about Kiramai. Did my san get home safely? Mom's already home. She's making dinner right now. Do you want to come over? If it wouldn't be a bother. As they left his apartment, Haruto locked the door behind him before effortlessly lifting Setsuna into his arms, carrying her in a princess hold. Her face instantly flushed bright red. Nestled in his embrace, she stared at his face in a daze, as if nothing else in the world existed except for him. By the time they arrived at her house, she was still lost in a daze. Only when he finally set her down at the entrance did she snap out of it. When they entered the Kira household, Mai was in the kitchen, simmering a pot of chicken soup. Hearing the door open, she turned around and saw both Setsuna and Haruto standing there. Oh, Mamazu-kun here too. Dinner is almost ready. You two go wash your hands and get ready to eat. She then glanced at her daughter before shifting her gaze back to Haruto. Are you staying over tonight? Haruto had just been about to decline, reasoning that since Setsuna's condition was improving, he would return to his own apartment. However, before he could speak, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Glancing down, he saw Setsuna looking up at him, her eyes full of anticipation. After a brief hesitation, Haruto gave a small nod. Then I'll take you up on that offer. Mai had originally meant it as a teasing remark, never expecting Haruto to actually agree. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. She turned her gaze toward her daughter, about to say something, but when she saw Setsuna's calm and composed expression, she swallowed her words. After a brief pause, she simply let it be. Dinner was soon ready, and the 3 of them sat down at the dining table together. Both Haruto and Mai were attentive toward Setsuna, making sure she was comfortable. However, while Mai fussed over her in a motherly way, Setsuna seemed to listen more closely to Haruto's words, which made Mai feel conflicted. The chicken soup was rich and flavorful, yet as she ate, Mai felt no sweetness, only a faint bitterness in her heart. After dinner, Haruto took care of cleaning up while Mai and Setsuna rested. Then, the 3 of them gathered in the living room to watch TV. And now, a shocking story. A mother and daughter both fell in love with the same man. What will happen next? Stay tuned. Mai stared at the television screen, feeling as if the past few weeks had been filled with nothing but absurd, over-the-top programs. There were so many more important things happening in the world, yet the media chose to focus on such melodramatic gossip. Did television producers these days have no shame? Out of the corner of her eye, she subtly observed the reactions of the 2 sitting beside her. When she glanced at Setsuna, she noticed the girl only furrowed her brows slightly but showed no other reaction. Then, she turned her gaze toward Haruto. He was sitting there calmly, watching the show with great interest, completely absorbed in it. Mai had initially planned to change the channel, but after seeing their reactions, she hesitated. In the end, she let the show play on. On the screen, the voice of the mother being interviewed played. At first, I never thought anything like this could happen. But my daughter kept bringing her boyfriend over to our house. Little by little, I started to notice him. Later, after they had a falling out, I reached out to him to check on him. And that's when he confessed to me. The voice was processed and distorted, making it unrecognizable. I was shocked. I didn't know what to do. Because he was my daughter's boyfriend, I rejected him at first. But eventually, I was moved by his sincerity, and we started dating. Mai stared at the TV, her mind slowly numbing. Then, another text overlay appeared on the screen, and now, let's hear from the daughter. What are her thoughts on this? Soon after, the daughter's voice played. I love him too much. I just love him so much. Even when we had our fight, I kept thinking about how to fix things between us. When I found out about him and my mom, I was shocked. But in the end, I still chose to be with him. I guess I just love him that much. No matter what he does, I'd forgive him. For some reason, Mai suddenly felt an intense gaze on her. Out of instinct, she subtly glanced to the side and there, she saw Setsuna, staring straight at her. Chapter 64, What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Mai wanted to ask her daughter why she was suddenly staring at her like that. Her lips parted slightly, but in the end, she said nothing. Instead, she silently shifted her gaze back to the TV screen. The program lasted for about 30 minutes. During that entire time, Mai felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She could feel her daughter's sharp gaze darting toward her now and then. She had no idea what Setsuna was thinking, or why she kept looking at her like that. Mai, growing increasingly uneasy, finally stood up the moment the program ended. Forcing a smile, she turned toward Setsuna. "I'm going to take a bath. If Haruto needs anything, you can help him. Since he's staying over tonight, you should make sure to take good care of him." Setsuna nodded softly, giving a quiet response. Her gaze naturally shifted to Haruto beside her, eyes filled with warmth. Haruto, seated next to her, noticed her affectionate gaze and smiled back at her. Mai felt like she couldn't stand being in this living room for another second. Watching the close interaction between her daughter and Haruto, Mai silently withdrew her gaze and walked toward the bathroom. She turned on the hot water, letting it fill the tub, then stepped out to gather her clothes. Holding them in her arms, she re-entered the bathroom and closed the door behind her. Back in the living room, as soon as her mother disappeared into the bathroom, Setsuna quietly shifted her body closer to Haruto. Without a word, she nestled onto his lap. Noticing Setsuna's movement, Haruto glanced down at the girl in his arms, feeling a mix of emotions. Originally, he had only come over for dinner, yet somehow, he had ended up staying the night. Given his current relationship with Setsuna, it was unlikely he'd be relegated to sleeping in the living room. Spending the night together. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, Mai sat in the steaming water, completely still. She tried to listen for any sounds from the living room, but after a long while, she heard nothing unusual. She wasn't sure if the two of them were really just sitting quietly in the living room or if they had already moved to Setsuna's bedroom, with the walls blocking out any noise. Lifting her hands, she scooped up warm water and splashed it onto her face. As a mother, she knew she shouldn't be thinking about these things concerning her own daughter, yet no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop herself. Looking down at her smooth, fair skin, she sighed. She wasn't old, barely past 30. She was still far from being middle-aged, and in many ways, she didn't feel much different from the younger girls. Thinking back to what had happened on Saturday night, she knew it was impossible to say she had no regrets. She had already known about Setsuna's relationship with Haruto, yet she had still let things go that far. She had become a woman without shame. And yet, despite knowing it was wrong, as she recalled that night, her heart pounded. It had been so long since she had felt like a woman, so long since she had thought about herself, rather than just worrying about Setsuna. It wasn't until that night that she realized she, too, was just an ordinary person with desires. Sitting in the warm water, her cheeks gradually flushed a deep red. In the living room, Haruto and Setsuna didn't linger for long. Not long after Mai entered the bathroom, they moved to Setsuna's bedroom. It had only been a day since Haruto had last stepped into her room, yet it already felt familiar. Standing by the window, he gazed out into the night. The cityscape was shrouded in darkness, dotted with twinkling stars. A bright crescent moon hung low in the sky, casting a soft glow. Due to the layout of the apartment, Setsuna's room didn't face Haruto's own apartment. In fact, it faced the opposite direction, meaning that from her window, he couldn't see his own home at all, only the surrounding residential buildings. If we get married in the future, will Mai live with us? If she does, we'll need a bigger place. But the property prices in Mangekyō are ridiculously high. No, even the land prices alone are absurd. Buying a house here would be nearly impossible. Most ordinary families settle in places like Otaki, Shinigami, or Meguro instead. Haruto, what are you thinking about? Pulled from his thoughts, Haruto turned to look at Setsuna, who stood beside him. He smiled slightly before asking, which do you think is better, Otaki, Shinigami, or Meguro? Or should we stay in Mangekyō? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Setsuna blinked in confusion. She thought for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know. Why are you asking me that all of a sudden? I was just thinking about the future, where we should live, and how big a house we'd need for our family. Setsuna stared at Haruto in surprise. She hadn't expected him to be thinking that far ahead. Slowly, she stepped closer to him, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. Pressing her face against his back, she whispered, as long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter where we are. Haruto turned his head slightly, glancing at the girl clinging to him. His expression softened, yet there was still a trace of uncertainty in his eyes. He looked back out at the night sky. All he wanted now was a peaceful life. A sudden knock on the door interrupted their quiet moment. Setsuna, I'm done. You and Haruto can use the bathroom now. Mai's voice carried through the door. The mention of her name brought Setsuna back to reality. She turned her head toward the door and responded, okay, I got it. Then, she looked back at Haruto, a smile playing on her lips. Taking his hand in hers, she tugged him gently. Come on, let's take a bath together. The next morning, Haruto lay in bed, holding the warm body beside him. Even as the morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, he was reluctant to get up. But no matter how much he wanted to stay like this, he had school to attend. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Setsuna nestled in his arms. She had woken up before him but hadn't moved, not wanting to disturb his sleep. He smiled. Good morning, Setsuna. Good morning, Haruto. Their eyes met, and they exchanged soft smiles. Setsuna slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Haruto knew what she wanted. He leaned down, closing the small distance between them. But as much as he wanted to stay, he had to get ready for school. I need to head back to my apartment to change and grab my school bag. Haruto murmured as he sat up. I'll get breakfast ready. Setsuna said, slipping out of bed. Come back after you've changed, okay? Haruto chuckled at how much she already acted like a wife. He nodded and left the room. In the living room, he ran into Mai just as she was stepping out of the bathroom. Their eyes met for a brief moment before Mai averted her gaze. Good morning, Mai-san. Haruto greeted politely. For a moment, Mai hesitated, then smiled. At this point, don't you think Mai-san sounds a bit distant? You could just call me Mama. Are you not planning to marry Setsuna? Haruto was momentarily speechless. After a pause, he still couldn't bring himself to say the word mom. The atmosphere grew awkward until Mai let out a soft laugh, breaking the tension. I was just joking. Calling me Mai-san is fine. She said. Setsuna is awake, right? Yeah, she is. I'll leave her in your care from now on. Mai said, her voice carrying a hint of emotion. Also, once you've changed, come back for breakfast. Got it. Haruto glanced at Mai one last time before heading out. As she watched him leave, Mai's smile slowly faded. She cast a glance at Setsuna's closed bedroom door, then sighed softly before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After a quick stop at his apartment to change and grab his school bag, Haruto returned to the Kira household for breakfast. Once they had eaten, he and Setsuna left for school together. Good morning, you two. The moment they stepped onto the street, a familiar voice greeted them. It was Sekai Seiyang, her usual bright smile in place. She gave them a knowing look. You're already together this early in the morning? I guess that's expected from a couple in love. Haruto simply smiled. Good morning, Seiyang-san. Setsuna, see you after school. After exchanging quick goodbyes, Haruto walked toward his own school, while Setsuna and Sekai headed in the opposite direction. Watching him walk away after just a quick greeting, Seiyang's gaze shifted toward Setsuna. Mimizu-kun looks like he's in a hurry. Does Toyosaki require students to be at school this early? I don't know. With a small sigh, Seiyang reached out a fair, delicate fingertip and lightly poked Setsuna's soft cheek. You never know anything. Aren't you at all worried that your dear Haruto might get stolen away by the girls at Toyosaki? I trust Haruto. Trust, huh? Sekai murmured softly, smiling as she and Setsuna continued walking toward school. Meanwhile, Haruto walked alone on his way to class. Unlike Akahiza and Yoji, whose homes were in different directions, he had no familiar faces to accompany him. Along the way, he passed many students from Toyosaki Academy, but compared to their lively groups, he stood out as a solitary figure. He ignored the occasional glances from passing girls and continued straight to school. Entering the classroom, he noticed that it was still relatively empty. He must have arrived earlier than usual. Taking his seat, Haruto placed his bag on the hook beside his desk and began pulling out his textbooks and pencil case. Today's classes are. After recalling his schedule, he casually took out the textbook for the first period, stuffing the rest back into his desk. However, as he pushed the books inside, he noticed something off. Something soft? Haruto had a habit of shoving his books deep into the desk, pressing them against the back wall. But today, instead of feeling the solid surface, he felt an unexpected, uneven resistance. He paused, momentarily confused. Pushing the books in again, he could distinctly feel a strange elasticity. Trash? Had someone stuffed garbage inside? Had he done something recently that upset his classmates, leading them to pull some kind of prank on him? Was this an attempt at bullying? The thought almost made him laugh. As an adult, his perspective wasn't as narrow as a child's. He wasn't the type to feel shaken or fearful over mere schoolyard bullying. Still, curiosity got the better of him. With a smirk, he reached into the desk and pulled out the unknown object, wanting to see exactly what had been shoved inside. As he lowered his gaze, a flash of pink caught his eye. He scoffed. Seriously? Something this curly? Who would even? His thoughts abruptly halted. His eyes focused on the soft fabric, the delicate lace trim. A realization struck him, and his expression froze. A faint sweat began forming at his temple. Slowly, he lifted his head, glancing around the room. More students were starting to trickle in. Harut remained silent, his movements calm as he casually pushed his books back into the desk. His fingers hesitated for a moment before tightening around the pink fabric. A long silence followed. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? If anyone saw him with this, his reputation would be obliterated in an instant. He wasn't afraid of bullying, but he absolutely did not want to be branded as a pervert. Chapter 65, It Depends on Your Sincerity. Haruto instinctively scanned the classroom, his gaze sweeping across his surroundings before settling back on his desk. From the current situation alone, he had no way of identifying who was behind this or why they had done it. The best course of action would likely be to discreetly dispose of the soft pink fabric before anyone noticed, ensuring his innocence remained intact. However, without knowing the culprit, he couldn't shake the concern that this might not be a one-time occurrence. Frowning, Haruto sat silently at his desk, his mind racing through potential suspects. He had only just arrived at Toyosaki, and nothing like this had ever happened to him before. Logically, most people wouldn't have any motive or reason to pull a stunt like this. The male students could be ruled out immediately, at least among the ones he knew. None seemed like the type to wear pink lace underwear. As for the girls, his gaze instinctively shifted toward Nakano Akiko's seat. She hadn't arrived yet, and the empty desk made it unlikely she was involved. That left? His eyes landed on a blonde girl with twin tails, quietly seated since the moment she entered the classroom. After a moment of silence, he dismissed the thought. Ariri didn't seem like the type to pull something like this, nor was it in her nature to play such pranks. With that consideration, Haruto withdrew his gaze. Tightly gripping the soft pink fabric in his hand, he cautiously picked up his school bag. Without drawing any attention, he swiftly stuffed the underwear inside. This wasn't something he could openly address. Asking around would only make things worse, and handing it over to a teacher wasn't an ideal solution either. A female teacher might be a safe option, but his homeroom teacher, Mr. Fukuhara, was a middle-aged man. Bringing it to him carried its own risks. Throughout the entire class, Haruto remained visibly distracted, enough that a few classmates took notice. Yo. As the lesson ended and Haruto continued contemplating his next move, a sudden weight on his shoulders snapped him out of his thoughts. Turning around, he found himself face to face with a smiling Akiko Nakano. You look like you're deep in thought. I noticed you spacing out all through class. Something on your mind? Haruto, still lost in his own concerns, closed his eyes for a brief moment. When he opened them again, he looked directly at Akiko. Do you like me? I don't dislike you. After a brief moment of thought, Akiko replied with a small smile, already guessing what Haruto was getting at. Nodding slightly, Haruto continued, You're a girl. Let me ask you something. What is it? Looking at Haruto's serious expression, Akiko couldn't help but feel curious. What exactly was he about to ask? And was this question the reason for his heavy mood? What do you think is the most precious gift a girl can give to a boy? Jumping straight into such a sensitive question? Isn't his progressing a bit too fast? Even if you wanted that, shouldn't it be something to consider only after we start dating? Akiko teased, her expression unchanged as she pretended to be bashful beside him. However, Haruto merely watched her performance with a calm gaze, making her feel like she was entertaining herself. With a chuckle, she gave her answer. The most precious gift a girl can give to a boy. Probably her youth, right? That's a bit too deep. I meant something more material. Could it be that a charming older woman wants to give you a present, and you're struggling to decide what to ask for? Haruto rubbed his temples and let out a slow sigh. I haven't done any momogatsu, but I wouldn't mind giving it a try. If you have connections, Akiko, feel free to introduce me. Are you serious? Akiko's eyes widened as she scanned him up and down. A delicate yet mature-looking young man like Haruto. He actually seemed quite suited for something like that. If he simply posted a selfie online, there'd probably be no shortage of lonely women eager to become his personal wallet. Seeing Akiko's surprised expression, Haruto found himself lost in thought. His living expenses were tight until next month. If it was just meeting up for tea. You're not actually considering it, are you? No, I'm just weighing the risks and potential gains. If it could bring in 1,000,000 yen a month, I might seriously consider it. Akiko fell silent, and Haruto chuckled. Just kidding. For now, school is more important. If I fail my entrance exams and end up having to join the workforce, I'll reconsider. By then, I might need your financial support, Akiko. I'd be more than happy to support you. Keeping a handsome guy like you all to myself at home doesn't sound too bad. As Haruto fell quiet, Akiko grinned. Just kidding. Oh, so it was a joke? Haha. The two exchanged knowing smiles, a hint of something unspoken lingering in their narrowed eyes. Just as their conversation drifted into territory a bit too advanced for high schoolers, another figure approached and stopped beside Haruto's desk, drawing both his and Akika's attention. Sawamura-san? Akika didn't even need to see her face. The moment she spotted the distinctive blonde twin tails, practically a registered trademark, she knew exactly who it was. That golden hair stood out far too much. Even before she looked at the girl's face, Akika's gaze was already drawn to those eye-catching locks. As she admired the natural blonde, a trace of envy flickered in her eyes. But it was just a fleeting thought, and she soon shifted her focus to Ariri's face, curious about her reason for approaching them. Eri. Sawamura-san, is there something you need? He had instinctively started to call her by her first name but quickly corrected herself, as if remembering something. This small slip didn't escape Akika's notice. Her eyes lit up slightly, as if she had just stumbled upon something interesting. But Ariri, preoccupied with her own thoughts, didn't catch it. Instead, she focused on Haruto and got straight to the point. About last time. Thanks. I know it's kind of late to say this, but I wasn't in the right state back then, so. Yeah. Thank you, Haru. I mean, Mamazu-kun. Noticing the subtle tension in the air between the two, Akika's curiosity grew. Without saying a word, she took a couple of quiet steps back. Nozaki-san? She turned her attention to Amitaru Nozaki, who sat behind Haruto, and casually started a conversation with him. Her goal was simple, to give Haruto and Ariri some space while making herself less of a third wheel. Haruto glanced at Akika before shifting his focus back to Ariri. He had no idea why she was approaching him now. If she really wanted to thank him, she could have done so on Saturday or even yesterday. There had been plenty of opportunities, so why now? His gaze lingered on her familiar face, and a flicker of recollection crossed his mind before he quietly lowered his head. No, it's nothing. It was just something anyone would have done. Lifting his head again, he flashed his usual gentle smile. If a classmate is in trouble, lending a hand is the obvious thing to do, right? But that day, you were the only one who helped me and brought me to the infirmary. So, no matter what, I wanted to say thank you. Mamazu-kun. Also, do you have time after school today? The way Ariri kept hesitating over his name only heightened Haruto's strange sense of déjà vu. He studied her carefully, blinking. He had no idea what she wanted, but instinctively, he replied, I don't. I have things to do and need to head home early. Is there something you needed, Sawamura-san? You haven't joined any school clubs, right? No. I see. Never mind, then. Her disappointment was plain to see as she bit her lip, her sharp canine tooth pressing against the corner of her mouth. Without another word, she turned back to her seat. Once she sat down, she leaned forward slightly, looking somewhat dejected. Meanwhile, Akika had been chatting with Amitaru Nozaki, quickly realizing that he was more interesting than she had originally thought. But as soon as Ariri left Haruto's desk, Akika wrapped up the conversation and returned to Haruto's side. Could it be that what Yashai and Sakamoto told me is true? That you already have a girlfriend? Otherwise, why would you turn down Sawamura-san like that? You're not in a club, and it wasn't your turn for cleaning duty. Normally, if a beautiful girl like her all but directly invited a guy to hang out after school, no sane high school boy would refuse, right? Haruto looked at Akika's face for a moment before nodding. Sorry to disappoint, but Sawamura-san isn't my type. You, on the other hand, Akika, are much more to my liking. How about coming over to my place tonight? Foo-foo, that depends on your sincerity. As class started, Akika returned to her seat, but not before shooting Haruto a playful wink. Akika's easygoing personality meant that even risque jokes didn't faze her. Unlike most girls, she didn't get flustered, which made Haruto feel like their personalities were quite compatible. In fact, her light-hearted banter reminded him of the drinking buddies he used to have at an izakaya. Shaking off the nostalgia, he turned his attention to the teacher. As the lecture began, his gaze drifted slightly downward toward his desk and the bag hanging beside it. That thing. Who did it belong to? Haruto, are you going to the cafeteria at noon today? No, at lunchtime. Haruto was relieved that he had brought his own bento, meaning he wouldn't have to leave the classroom. He quietly pulled the lunchbox out from his desk. A bento, huh? You made it yourself? A kahi's appeared over at him. Haruto hesitated, recalling the incident last time when he misspoke and caused a commotion. He decided against mentioning that the bento was made by Setsuna and simply opened the box. Luckily, at least there wasn't some heart shape crudely assembled with red sauce in the bento. Seeing the ordinary lunch, Haruto let out a small sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Yoshikahiza carried his own bento over, pushed his desk next to Haruto's, and sat down. Let's eat together. What about Yuji? He went to buy some bread. By the time Yuji returned, the three of them gathered and had their lunch together. The rest of the afternoon passed uneventfully. Haruto, who had been glancing at his school bag from time to time, finally felt a little more at ease. Haruto, want to come over to my place after school today? I have something to take care of. Faced with Akahisa's invitation, Haruto politely declined. There was still some trouble in his bag. He really didn't have time for a casual visit. Oh? Alright then, Yuji and I will head out first. Yeah. After saying goodbye to Akahisa and Sakamoto Yuji, Haruto watched as they left the classroom. He remained seated for a moment, observing the few people still lingering inside before silently getting up and walking out. Yet, he didn't leave the school immediately. Instead, he waited at the stairwell for a while. Estimating that most students had already left, he slowly made his way back toward the classroom. Chapter 66, A Visit from the Girls. If the culprit wasn't acting randomly but deliberately, then when Haruto pretended to leave school, the culprit should have been paying attention to his actions. Once he left the classroom, they would likely wait for a moment when there were fewer people around before making their move. Haruto purposely lingered at the stairwell, waiting for the right moment. Once he estimated that most students had left, he made his way down from the rooftop stairs and approached his classroom. Peeking inside, he scanned the room. Empty. He walked to his desk and looked inside. Nothing. Was it a one-time thing? Or did they get the wrong classroom? Or the wrong person? Haruto felt a little lost. He remained silent for a moment, staring at his desk. After hesitating for a bit, he glanced at his bag inside. That soft pink cotton wad still remained. If he put it back in his desk, would the culprit come to retrieve it? If they did, that would be the ideal outcome. But if they didn't, and someone arrived early the next morning and saw it, then his social life would be over. After a moment of contemplation, he stared at his desk in silence before letting out a resigned sigh. He simply didn't have the courage to take that gamble. He wasn't a naive teenager anymore. He no longer had the luxury of trusting others so easily. More importantly, he couldn't even begin to understand the kind of mindset a high schooler would have to be in to do something like stuffing a pink panty into someone else's desk. With another sigh, he rubbed his forehead before turning and walking out of the classroom, disappearing down the hall. Not long after Haruto left, a figure appeared at the classroom entrance. As his silhouette vanished down the stairwell, this person stood there quietly, staring after him before shifting their gaze toward the classroom. Walking home alone, Haruto still couldn't let it go. He kept thinking, what kind of person would do something so incomprehensible? Could it be just some random pervert acting on impulse? His brows furrowed. Back in Fumizaki, he had never heard of anything like this. Then again, maybe it was because he wasn't exactly a social butterfly. He had never really paid attention to school gossip. But now, it seemed he needed to start. Were there any strange rumors circulating at Fumizaki? Something like the little girl who gave away underwear? Actually, that sounds like an interesting story idea. But even if I wrote it, no one would publish it. Maybe he couldn't, but if he submitted it under someone else's name, it might actually have a shot at getting published in a magazine and he'd get paid for it. He didn't know many people in Tokyo yet, but when it came to adults who could help. Meanwhile, still at work in her office, Mai suddenly felt a cold shiver run down her spine. She turned around instinctively, but the eerie sensation disappeared just as quickly as it came. Frowning slightly, she looked down at her clothes. It's not even summer yet, and I'm wearing plenty of layers. Why did I suddenly feel so cold? Is someone thinking about me? If his story got accepted, he'd earn a publication fee. That money could go toward his living expenses. He could even invite Setsuna out for shopping trips and amusement park visits, making good memories together. Thinking about it, there was no reason why Mai would refuse. As for the content of the story itself, there probably wasn't much point in hiding it from her. Will it leave a bad impression on Mai-san? Whatever, at this point, impressions don't matter anymore. We've already come this far, I doubt she'd care too much. As he walked, Haruto was already considering when and how to bring this up with Mai. Reaching his apartment, he checked the mailbox. It had been over a week since he sent his last manuscript to a magazine, and he hadn't really been expecting a response. But when he opened the mailbox, he found a thick envelope inside. He picked it up, scanning the sender's details. A letter from the magazine? He paused for a moment before casually closing the mailbox. Holding the envelope in his hand, he stepped into his apartment, heading straight for his room. Placing his school bag down, he set the letter on his desk and grabbed a small utility knife. Carefully, he slit the envelope open. Since not all packaging was easy to tear open, he had bought this small knife from a 100-yen store. It was handy for opening things, and he sometimes even used it while cooking. Opening the envelope, he pulled out a thick booklet, one of the magazine's weekly issues. There was also a reply letter inside, along with 8,000 yen. 4 banknotes, 15,000 yen bill and 31,000 yen bills were tucked inside the reply letter. As soon as Haruto took them out, they fluttered lightly into his hands. Glancing at the reply, the content was straightforward. His work had been accepted and published in the weekly magazine. Along with the magazine itself, they had sent a message encouraging him to submit more high-quality pieces in the future. Getting published is nice, but this is way too little. Haruto recalled that the first time his work had been accepted, the payment had been at least 10,000 yen. But now, it was only 8,000 yen? Is it just because of the times, with lower rates now? Or did they see me as a complete newbie? Silently, he tucked the 8,000 yen into his wallet. Whatever the case, at least it made his financial situation a little less tight. But he had already made up his mind he wouldn't be submitting to this magazine again. I should talk to my san soon and start refining my older works for submission to adult publishing houses. The earnings from those would be much better than these small articles. Compared to crafting polished, carefully thought-out short stories, writing adult-themed ones was almost effortless for him. It was as if inspiration struck the moment he put pen to paper. Back when he was dating Sayuri, she had taught him things he never even knew existed. Haruto had been downright shocked at first, doubting whether she had any prior experience until she casually revealed that she had only ever seen these things in Arire's manga. She had never had the chance to try them out before. At their age, their passions burned hot. Once she had Haruto, she had unleashed all those locked-away fantasies on him. During that period, he, just a 20-year-old guy, had been left so drained that even walking felt unsteady. That experience had, in turn, enriched his writing immensely. Every time he wrote these types of stories, it felt absurdly easy. No matter the theme, he could handle it with ease. If the topic was high school girls, Sayuri had worn Arire's unworn outfits more than once. If the theme was a gentle and elegant young wife, Sayuri had mastered that role effortlessly. And when Arire wasn't home, Sayuri had even made Haruto pretend to be a deliveryman. The moment she opened the door, well... Cough cough. Haruto coughed, shaking off those memories. If he kept reminiscing, things would get out of hand. He casually tossed the magazine aside, pulled out a fresh sheet of paper from his drawer, and picked up his pen. Time to start on a new piece. This time, though, he wasn't planning on writing about his experiences with Sayuri. He wanted to experiment with something milder first, test the waters a little. Just as he was deep in thought at his desk, the doorbell rang. Haruto frowned slightly. He had just started writing, but he was already feeling stuck. After a few hundred words, he hit a bottleneck, unsure of how to continue. His fingers twitched, itching to write something more intense, but he reminded himself of the theme he had decided on. With a sigh, he reluctantly put his pen down, lost in thought. The ringing of the doorbell snapped him back to reality. He glanced at his manuscript, tidied it up, and slipped it into his drawer before slowly heading toward the entrance. When he opened the door, he was met with a familiar sight. Standing there were not just Setsuna, whom he saw almost every morning, but also Sei Sakai and Katsura Kotonoa. The three girls stood at his doorstep, looking at him expectantly. Well, this is unexpected. I thought it was just Setsuna. What brings you all here? Since we had a lot of free time after school and didn't know what to do, we thought we'd drop by and visit you. Is that okay? Standing at the front, Setsuna looked up at him with her usual calm expression. Haruto didn't have any pressing matters at the moment, so he simply nodded in agreement, stepping aside to let them in. Come in. Then, excuse us. Sakai said with a smile as she stepped into his apartment. Kotonoa, on the other hand, seemed a little shy. She followed behind the other two, and when she passed Haruto, she politely bowed before quietly stepping inside. Chapter 67, Big or Small? After pouring tea and handing it to the three girls, Haruto didn't sit with them. Instead, he walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazed at the clear sky outside, and quietly pulled back the sheer curtains. He opened the window just a crack to let some fresh air in. Glancing back at the three girls in the room, Haruto was contemplating whether he should step aside and give them some space. Just then, Setsuna lightly patted the seat beside her, signaling for him to sit down next to her. Haruto looked at Setsuna, then at Kotonoa and Sakai, who didn't seem to mind. So, he walked over and sat beside his girlfriend. Kotonoa, who had been keeping her head slightly down, shifted her gaze subtly toward Sakai, sitting next to her. She noticed that Sakai remained unfazed by Setsuna's affectionate gesture toward Haruto. This confused Kotonoa slightly. In the next moment, her gaze landed on Haruto. She still couldn't understand why this one boy had managed to capture the hearts of her two new high school friends. As her eyes settled on Haruto, she was startled to find him looking back at her, as if he had noticed her staring. Their eyes met, and her face immediately flushed red. Getting caught peeking at him filled her with embarrassment. Haruto, surprised that Kotonoha had been observing him, turned his gaze toward her. But when he saw her quickly look away, her face turning red, he simply withdrew his eyes, choosing not to dwell on it. Across from him, Sakai appeared to be focused on her teacup. But in reality, she was using her peripheral vision to take in the entire room's atmosphere. She had also noticed the little exchange between Haruto and Kotonoha. Glancing at Setsuna, she saw that the girl was calmly sipping her tea, seemingly unaffected. However, as she sensed the atmosphere subtly shifting, she decided to break the silence. I feel like we kind of dropped by unexpectedly today. I hope we're not disturbing you, Mimizu-kun. Sorry about that. Haruto had been wondering if his presence was preventing the girls from talking freely. He was considering making an excuse to leave the room for a while when Sakai's words pulled him out of his thoughts. Seeing her apologetic expression, he shook his head. Of course not. If anything, you can probably tell there's not much entertainment here. I was actually wondering what to do to pass the time. You all coming over made the place feel livelier. Wondering what to do, huh? Sakai's gaze drifted toward Setsuna for a moment before lowering to her own chest. Yet, even with Haruto expressing his boredom, he hadn't made any sort of move on her. She fell silent for a moment, suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of defeat and sinking into a quiet self-pity. The abrupt silence, especially after what seemed like a teasing remark from Sakai, left Haruto confused. He observed her for a moment before turning toward Setsuna, hoping she could provide some insight. But Setsuna merely sipped her tea, looking completely unbothered. Knowing Sakai's personality, Haruto figured she wouldn't stay down for long, so he decided to let it go. Instead, he turned to Kotonoha. Katsura-san, you have a younger sister, right? Huh? Oh, yes. She's 10 years old. Her name is Kokoro. Is there something wrong? Kotonoha wasn't sure why Setsuna's boyfriend had suddenly brought up her sister. She answered truthfully, but her gaze held a hint of confusion. Is she home alone? No, my mom doesn't have too much work these days, so she's taking care of her. I think today they went to the aquarium together. A brief silence followed. The other three in the room fell quiet after Kotonoha finished speaking. Sakai, snapping out of her thoughts, glanced at Kotonoha before shifting her focus to Haruto. She chuckled lightly and redirected the conversation back to him. Mimizu-kun, you suddenly asked about Kotonoha's sister. Are you interested in her? At her words, Setsuna turned to look at Sakai. She knew Sakai was joking, but still, something about it made her slightly uncomfortable. Her gaze then shifted to Haruto, waiting for his response. Maybe a little. She's 4 years older than Yotsuya. I was just curious if, when Yotsuya moves to Tokyo, she'd get along with Katsura-san's sister. Oh. Sakai was momentarily at a loss for words. She hadn't expected Haruto to be thinking about his younger sister. Friends, huh? Kotonoha was also surprised. She hadn't thought Haruto would be considering something like that. But after reflecting on it, she thought about how different her sister's personality was, much more open and cheerful. They'd probably get along well. That'd be great. As the topic opened up, Sakai started saying she wished she had a little sister. Then she turned to Setsuna and said she thought of her as one. But Setsuna didn't seem to appreciate the idea. She gave Sakai a calm but firm look before saying plainly, I wouldn't want a sister like you. You are. Sakai clutched her chest dramatically, pretending to be wounded. Haruto's eyes were inevitably drawn to her hands, struggling to contain a generous figure. But just as he noticed, he felt Setsuna's gaze shift toward him. He quickly withdrew his eyes and lowered his head, focusing on his tea. The reflection of his face rippled in the liquid. Even though he wanted to control himself, sometimes instincts took over. It had only been a few seconds, but that was enough. Unless he had mentally prepared himself in advance, he couldn't fully suppress those natural reactions. Haruto kept his eyes on his tea, avoiding looking at Sakai again. Only when he sensed Setsuna turning away did he feel relieved. But her quiet glance at Sakai and Kotonoha carried a hint of something else, something like disappointment. So he does prefer bigger ones? Even though Haruto had told her before that he didn't care about such things, his subconscious reaction suggested otherwise. She looked at Sakai and Kotonoha, both more developed than her, and felt a faint sense of gloom. By the way, do you guys have a lot of homework? Suddenly, Haruto broke the silence, shifting the topic to schoolwork. Normally, no one wanted to talk about homework after school. But Haruto wasn't exactly normal. Sakai gave him a weird look. She hadn't expected this turn in conversation, but since it was Haruto asking, she answered sincerely. It's manageable. There's some, but I usually finish it before bed. Maybe because it's still early in the school year, it's not too bad yet. Haruto nodded, contemplating. He was hoping to find someone to tutor him, given that he was aiming for Waseda University. After about an hour of casual conversation, Kotonoha suddenly stood up. I think it's about time for me to head home. Sakai looked up, assuming Kotonoha had something urgent. Seeing that Setsuna was also standing up, she followed suit. Yeah, it's getting late. I'll head home too. I wouldn't want to interrupt your alone time. With a teasing smile, Sakai said her goodbyes and left with Kotonoha. Now alone in the apartment, Setsuna turned to Haruto. You were looking at Sakai. Huh? Her chest. Oh. Yeah, I guess that happened. With no one else around, Setsuna's clear eyes held a hint of sadness. So. You do prefer bigger ones? Haruto sighed, rubbing his temple. Thinking for a moment, he gave an honest answer. I do like them. But it's not just about size, I like yours too, Setsuna. Just now, when I looked at Sakai, it was just a momentary reaction, driven by instinct. Like when you see a cute cat or dog you can't help but look. It doesn't mean I have any feelings for her. Sorry, Haruto. Mine isn't big. Setsuna lowered her head, her voice laced with disappointment. Seeing her like this gave Haruto a headache. Without hesitation, he stood up, moved closer to Setsuna, and suddenly pressed her down onto the floor. Setsuna blinked in surprise, staring up at him in shock. Haruto met her gaze, his expression serious. But my girlfriend is you, Setsuna. Haruto. For Setsuna's sake, Haruto didn't take things any further. He simply held her there until she stopped overthinking. Then, he released her. However, as soon as he let go, Setsuna clung tightly to him, wrapping her arms around his body. Her sudden embrace made it difficult for him to move. After soothing her, Haruto brought up dinner, hoping to shift the mood. I'm going to make dinner. You can rest in the living room for a bit. I can help. No need. I'm just making something simple tonight. Leaving Setsuna in the living room, Haruto walked over to the fridge and checked the available ingredients before starting on dinner. Meanwhile, Setsuna sat quietly, watching him work with eyes full of affection. When you love someone, just looking at them fills your heart with warmth. Haruto noticed her gaze but didn't say anything, simply focusing on cooking. As before, he didn't just prepare food for himself and Setsuna, he also made an extra portion for Mai, just in case she returned in time to join them for dinner. Gazing out the window at the golden hues of the evening sunset, Haruto thought, Mai-san should be home soon, right? She should be getting off work around this time. He mused aloud. Having finished preparing dinner and leaving it to simmer gently on low heat, Haruto dried his hands and walked into the living room. He glanced at Setsuna and asked about Mai's usual schedule. She normally gets off at 5. Setsuna replied after checking the clock in the living room. So she should be finishing up right about now. Haruto sat down beside her and gently pulled her into his arms. Holding her slender, delicate body, he let his hands rest around her waist, feeling the soft warmth beneath his fingertips. The sensation was soothing, filling his heart with quiet contentment. Then let's wait for her and have dinner together. Haruto closed his eyes, his mind shifting to another concern after dinner. How should he bring up the topic with Mai? How could he convince her to become his guarantor? Chapter 68, Your Dream? It burned away. Mai usually arrived home from work around 5 in the evening and was back at her apartment before 6. During the time she waited for Mai to return, Setsuna quietly nestled in Haruto's arms. Having just received love for the first time, every second spent with him felt exceptionally blissful. She looked up at his face, simply watching him, feeling completely content. Hey, Haruto. Do you want to? Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, has it? It wouldn't be good for you. You should rest for a while first. And once you're feeling better, we can think about it then. Looking down at the girl gazing up at him, Haruto was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Setsuna to be so forward. Normally, he wouldn't have a reason to refuse. Denying her might even seem unmanly. But considering that she had only just graduated, and her body was still in recovery, he didn't want to risk harming her health. So, after a brief moment of hesitation, he gave her a gentle yet firm rejection. Setsuna blinked, meeting his pure and sincere gaze. Seeing the concern in his eyes, she pressed her lips together, then quietly lowered her head. Okay. Having regained his youthful body, Haruto couldn't deny that he was full of energy, especially when it came to that aspect of life. However, he wasn't at a point where he couldn't hold himself back. He turned to look out the window at the dusky evening sky. The sheer white curtains swayed slightly, and beyond the glass, a nameless bird soared across the darkening horizon. Its lonely cry echoed before it disappeared behind the rooftops, vanishing into the unknown. When Mai returned home, she found the apartment empty. She paused at the entrance before glancing at the building across from hers. Through the half-drawn curtains and the glow of warm light within, she could tell her daughter was still visiting Haruto. She stared at the window for a moment, sighed softly, then stepped inside, closing the door behind her. She turned on the lights and made her way to her room, changing out of her work clothes. Dressed in her usual home attire, she tied her long hair into a single ponytail draped over her left shoulder. Then, she slowly walked toward the door. From her own apartment, she crossed the hallway to Haruto's front door and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Hearing the chime, Haruto glanced at the girl still curled up in his arms. He gently rubbed her soft, flat stomach before shifting her slightly so he could stand. "I'll get the door." Setsuna sat where he had been, watching as he walked to answer it. When Haruto opened the door, he was met with the sight of Mai-san. She gave a polite nod, her expression neutral. "I hope I'm not intruding." "Not at all. Please, come in." Draped in a light blue knit cardigan over a flowing white dress, Mai stepped inside. She slipped off her shoes, her soft white socks pressing against the cool floor, and then put on a pair of guest slippers. Following Haruto further into the apartment, she soon spotted Setsuna sitting comfortably inside the room. As expected, Mai sighed inwardly, wondering whether this apartment had become more of her daughter's home than their actual one. "You should at least leave a note when you decide to stay here, Setsuna." "I forgot." She had intended to leave a note on the living room table or by the front door. But sitting in Haruto's lap had been so cozy that she completely forgot. And by the time she remembered, the thought had already slipped away again. "No matter how much you like Haruto, that's no excuse to be lazy," Mai scolded. Setsuna lowered her head, clearly sulking. Mai looked at her daughter, realizing that ever since she started staying over at Haruto's place, she had been changing in subtle ways. "Dinner is ready, Mai-san. Why don't you stay and eat with us?" Haruto set the table with a warm smile. Mai, who had initially just come to check on her daughter, hesitated. Looking toward the kitchen, she caught the rich aroma of home-cooked food. "Dinner's already prepared?" "Yes." Seeing the neatly arranged dishes, Mai eventually nodded. "Then, I'll take you up on that. Thank you for the meal." "Not at all. I should be thanking you and Setsuna for everything you've done for me. This is just a small gesture." Haruto smiled as he set down the last of the dishes, casting a glance at Setsuna. Mai went to wash her hands, prompting her daughter to do the same. As Setsuna stood up, Haruto continued serving, and Mai took a quick, subtle glance at the seat where her daughter had been sitting. No tissues, no odd stains, and no strange smells. She subtly tilted her head, sniffing the air. Everything seemed normal. Relaxing slightly, she sat back down, acting as if nothing had happened. By the time Setsuna returned, she was completely unaware of her mother's quiet scrutiny. Haruto brought over a steaming pot of rice, and the three of them sat down around the small dining table. "Let's eat," Setsuna murmured, stealing a glance at Haruto before looking at her mother. She then picked up her chopsticks and quietly began eating. Mai also took a quick glance at Haruto before tasting his cooking. For a while, silence filled the room. They simply ate, the clinking of chopsticks against dishes the only sound. Halfway through, Setsuna stood up to pour herself a glass of water. Aside from that, the quiet remained until the meal was finished. As Haruto gathered the plates, the silence was finally broken. "Did you cook everything yourself?" Mai asked. Before Haruto could reply, Setsuna nodded. "Yes." Mai turned to her daughter, then sighed. "You should learn how to cook too. A proper wife should know her way around the kitchen." "I'll try." Listening to their conversation, Haruto simply continued washing the dishes, choosing to stay out of the family discussion. Once he was finished, he walked to his desk and picked up a magazine that had arrived earlier that afternoon. Placing it on the table, he caught Mai's attention. "A magazine?" "My submission got accepted. It was published in this issue." Mai's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" Before she could reach for it, Setsuna's hands moved faster. She quickly flipped through the pages, searching for Haruto's article. "Which page?" "I don't know. I haven't checked yet." Setsuna handed the magazine back to Haruto. After skimming through, he finally found his piece and pushed it toward them. "Here. This one." Setsuna and Mai leaned in, reading together. Setsuna's expression remained calm but carried hints of admiration and joy. Mai, on the other hand, was visibly surprised. "You actually got published." She had heard about his submission from Setsuna, but she hadn't expected it to be accepted so soon. Haruto simply chuckled. "Though, the payment wasn't great. I was hoping for at least 10,000 yen, but I only got 8. Both Mai and Setsuna froze. Mai blinked. "Wait. You submitted it for money? Not because of a dream or passion?" Haruto nodded, unbothered. "Yeah. My dad's helping me financially for now, but I'll need to support myself eventually." Writing seemed like a good way to earn. Mai stared at him, the reality of his practicality sinking in. He seemed far too mature for a teenage boy. For a moment, she almost imagined him with a cigarette in hand and a glass of whiskey beside him, a wary novelist far beyond his years. She blinked, her gaze fixed on Haruto as he returned to his usual demeanor. It had only been an illusion, just a fleeting trick of the mind. Studying him carefully for a moment, she gave a small nod. The future was full of possibilities. Chapter 69, A Nightmare. Previously, when talking with Hueco, Karamai had mentioned that she preferred younger boys. However, that didn't mean she completely disliked mature men. Now, looking at the boy beside her Haruto, she could see both youth and a sense of maturity beginning to take shape. The thought of witnessing his gradual growth filled her heart with anticipation and joy, her eyes shimmering with expectation. But after Haruto explained why he had submitted his manuscript to a magazine, he couldn't help but notice that Mai's gaze toward him seemed somewhat off. At first, she was surprised, but that quickly turned into something else, something like admiration and delight. He had no idea what she was thinking. Turning his gaze to the girl sitting across from him, Setsuna, he had initially assumed that she might find his reasoning shallow or unimpressive. However, to his surprise, she too was looking at him with eyes sparkling with excitement. Wasn't this reaction a bit over the top? Haruto. I will always support you. Huh? Setsuna, looking at him with unwavering determination, gave him her promise. At first, when she heard his reason for submitting a manuscript, she had been caught off guard. She hadn't expected his motivation to be so simple and honest. But then she remembered the conversation they had shared in her room not long ago, a big house where my whole family can live together. Even though he had started submitting manuscripts before they began dating, that detail no longer mattered. Haruto must have already been thinking about the future, which was why he had been working so hard. Even if back then they hadn't been in a relationship, from the moment they got together, Haruto was no longer striving just for himself, he was working toward a future that included both of them. Her gaze softened, filled with even more affection and gratitude. Haruto, unaware of the impression he had left on the mother and daughter, stared at Setsuna in silence. Seeing her determined expression and the warmth in her eyes, he opened his mouth and decided against saying anything. Later that evening, after dinner, neither Mai nor Setsuna seemed in a hurry to go home. On most nights, mother and daughter barely had much to talk about. After dinner, they would take turns bathing, watch a bit of television, or read a book in their rooms before heading to bed early. But tonight was different. With Haruto there, the atmosphere had changed. Sitting in his apartment, the three of them chatted about all sorts of things. Neither Mai nor Setsuna seemed eager to end the night. Haruto, have you received any love letters at school? Mai asked suddenly. It's been a while since the semester started, so surely some girls must have confessed to you by now? As she looked at the boy's handsome, refined features, she didn't hesitate to ask the question, even with her daughter present. It was a topic that, while slightly sensitive for Setsuna, also piqued her interest. Normally not one for casual conversation, Setsuna had been quietly listening to her mother and Haruto chat, occasionally signaling her interest through her gaze. However, the moment Mai's words fell, she straightened her posture slightly, her eyes locking onto Haruto, clearly invested in his answer. Love letters? Haruto echoed, slightly surprised by the topic. Feeling the weight of Setsuna's stare, he answered honestly, no, I haven't received any. Not yet? So you do think you'll receive some eventually? Mai leaned in closer, pressing slightly against him as if scrutinizing his reaction or perhaps just teasing him. Haruto glanced at Setsuna, then turned his gaze back to Mai. Showing no hint of embarrassment, he nodded. Well, if a girl as cute as Setsuna could fall for me, then it's only natural that other girls might as well, right? Hearing his response, Setsuna's cheeks flushed red. Lowering her gaze, she gripped the teacup in front of her and took a small sip of tea, as if to hide her reaction. Mai, on the other hand, hadn't expected such a confident answer. She was momentarily taken aback, but then Haruto gave her a playful wink, making her pause in surprise. Glancing at her daughter, who was now sipping tea with her head lowered, Mai then turned back to Haruto. Feeling her face grow slightly warm, she quietly returned to her seat, her heart fluttering at his unexpected boldness. An hour later, after lingering for quite some time, Mai finally led Setsuna home. Setsuna had initially planned to stay the night at Haruto's place, but under Mai's persuasion, she reluctantly let go of the idea and followed her mother out of the apartment. Haruto walked them to the door, waving as they left. He watched as they crossed the street and headed toward their own apartment building. When they reached the entrance, Setsuna turned back to glance at him one last time. He smiled and waved again. She gave him a small wave in return before disappearing inside. Letting out a quiet sigh, Haruto stepped back into his apartment. He absent-mindedly picked up the magazine from his desk, flipped through a few pages, then tossed it aside. Just as he was about to sit down at his desk, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Reaching for his school bag, he rummaged inside and pulled out something that had been sitting there all day, a small, soft bundle of pink fabric. Holding it between his fingers, he gently shook it out. As the material unfolded, the delicate lace-trimmed edges became visible. A pair of pink, lacy panties. Haruto stared at the undergarment in silence for a moment. The design was actually quite tasteful, something that aligned with his own preferences. But the circumstances of how he had came to possess them were questionable. If I keep this and Setsuna finds it, she's definitely going to suspect me of having certain tendencies. The best course of action would be to destroy it, cut it into pieces and toss it in the trash. If it had been misplaced or belonged to someone who had mistaken his desk for theirs, he might have to apologize. But if this had been intentional, then disposing of it would be the safest option. As the kind and gentle protagonist of a romantic comedy, keeping this could lead to some interesting developments. However, looking back on his own life filled more with melancholy than laughter, Haruto knew he was far from the rom-com lead. Grabbing a box cutter, he slowly extended the blade, eyes fixed on the undergarment. Sorry. But before he could cut it that night, Haruto had a dream. In his dream, the owner of the pink panties appeared outside his classroom door. With a soft, sweet voice, she confessed that she had fallen for him at first sight. That's why she had acted impulsively, hoping he would remember her. From the doorway, her slender silhouette was visible against the light. Haruto's heart stirred as he stepped forward, reaching for the door to finally see her face. Then, his eyes snapped open. Bolting upright in bed, he looked around his familiar room. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow inside. It was just a dream. Haruto ran a hand over his face, took a deep breath, and sighed as he stared up at the white ceiling. That was a nightmare. Because what he had seen wasn't a delicate, beautiful girl. It was a muscular man dressed in a frilly pink outfit, his tan skin glistening with sweat, smiling at him with a rough stubble-covered face. The image was disturbingly vivid, as if welcoming him to Okinawa. Covering his mouth with one hand, Haruto felt a wave of nausea hit him. Lifting his blanket, he scrambled out of bed and rushed to the bathroom. Blurg. He couldn't hold it in. That dream was disgusting. As someone with the soul of a middle-aged man, Haruto's tolerance for certain things was much lower than that of a typical teenager. If this had been his younger self, he might have been merely shocked or surprised by the bizarre nature of the dream. But now, his mental endurance was far too fragile to handle something so horrifying. Silently, he emerged from the bathroom, his face still slightly pale. After wiping his hands and face with a towel, he poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it to settle his stomach. He sat quietly in his room for a while, unmoving. It took nearly 10 minutes before he finally started to feel normal again. Walking over to the window, he pulled back the curtain and glanced at the Kira family's apartment across from his. The door remained shut. Had they already left? Checking his alarm clock, he realized he had woken up earlier than usual. Turning away from the window, Haruto decided to prepare a light breakfast. At the same time, in the Kira household, the doorbell rang just as Mai was waking up. Yawning, she stepped into the quiet living room and glanced toward Setsuna's room. Her daughter was still asleep. She headed toward the kitchen, planning to start breakfast. Ding dong. The sudden chime of the doorbell made her stop in her tracks. Who is it? Mai didn't recall subscribing to a newspaper or milk delivery. And even if she had, they would usually just leave it outside the apartment door. Slowly making her way to the entrance, she wondered if it might be Seiyang Sekai coming to visit Setsuna. But she never came this early, it was always later in the morning. With mild curiosity, Mai opened the door only to be met with Haruto's slightly pale, fatigued face, looking unlike his usual self. Haruto? He glanced inside the apartment but didn't see Setsuna. Then, looking at Mai, who was still dressed in her pajamas, he stepped closer. Before she could ask what was wrong, a soft beck. Her mind went blank. Haruto licked his lips slightly, as if savoring the lingering sensation. His dull, exhausted eyes gained a bit of their usual shine. Good morning, Mai. Gee, good morning. Mai stumbled over her words, instinctively glancing at the living room. Seeing that Setsuna hadn't woken up yet, she let out a small sigh of relief before turning her attention back to Haruto. What was that? I had a nightmare last night. I feel better now. Haruto said plainly, handing her a neatly packed bento box. I prepared breakfast. I borrowed one of Setsuna's lunch boxes yesterday, so I used it to pack this. Mai, still dazed, reached out and took the bento box without thinking. Setsuna's still asleep? Hajime asked. Yeah. Mind if I come in? Mai hesitated for a moment, pressing her lips together. She studied Haruto, who acted as if nothing unusual had just happened. Finally, she nodded. All right. Then, excuse me. Haruto stepped inside, casually changing into indoor slippers. Mai quietly shut the door behind him. She watched as he placed the bento box on the dining table, then, without hesitation, walked straight towards Setsuna's room. As she followed him with her gaze, She couldn't help but touch her lips, recalling that fleeting moment at the door. Her face flushed slightly. That was kind of exciting. Meanwhile, inside Setsuna's room, Haruto approached the bed where she was still peacefully asleep. Her delicate features were relaxed, her long, silky hair spread out over the pillow in gentle waves. She looked so defenseless in her slumber. Leaning down, Haruto studied her face, quietly absorbing the serenity she exuded. After the nightmare he had endured, her presence alone was soothing. His anxious eyes softened. Then, her eyelashes fluttered. Slowly, Setsuna's clear, sleepy eyes opened. Still half asleep, she lazily turned her head, her gaze landing on Haruto. Blinking a few times, her fingers reached out from beneath the blanket, lightly brushing his cheek. A dream? No. It's morning already, princess. Rubbing his face gently, she let out a small hum of realization. Sitting up, she stretched slightly before reaching out and pulled Haruto into bed with her. In the next instant, she playfully tackled him down. Chapter 70, Eavesdropping, perhaps? Akika, you've been getting awfully close to that Mimizu guy lately, haven't you? There are some weird rumors going around in class, saying that you like him. But from what I hear, it doesn't seem like he's interested in you. As they walked to school, Nino casually brought up the gossip she had overheard in class, her gaze settling on the eldest of the 5 sisters, Akika Nakano. She glanced forward nonchalantly as if the topic wasn't of much concern. Akika, who had been looking at her phone, lifted her head at Nino's words. Instead of being annoyed, she simply smiled back at her sister. Oh? So that's the kind of rumor going around? Do people really think Haruto and I are such a mismatched pair? What? So you actually like Mimizu? Yotsuba, always the excitable one, gasped dramatically as she squeezed between Akika and Nino. Her eyes widened as if she had just heard the juiciest news of the year. Her outburst was loud enough that it caught the attention of Miku, who turned to glance at them curiously. As for Atsuki, she merely gave them a brief look before returning to her thoughts. She didn't believe Akika could seriously like a guy she had only known for less than a week. It was far too early for that. School had just started, and they had barely even memorized their classmates' names. Liking someone already? That seemed a bit ridiculous. Do I like him? Akika tapped her cheek with a finger, pretending to ponder. Under the expectant gazes of her sisters, she finally smiled. I'd love to say I don't, but I have to admit. He's a little different from other guys. At the very least, he's more composed, and the way he talks kinda reminds me of an old man. Her words left her sisters momentarily speechless. If he doesn't mind, I wouldn't be opposed to dating him just to see how it goes. But that depends on his feelings too, doesn't it? Are you serious? Nino blinked in shock. She hadn't expected Akika to say something like that. Nino, don't you like handsome guys? You're not interested in Mimizu? Or do you think he's not good-looking enough? Akika teased, flashing a mischievous grin as she playfully poked Nino's waist. Nino immediately stepped away, frowning in irritation. I mean, yeah, I like handsome guys, but come on. We barely know him. He's just a classmate. We don't know anything about him yet. Rushing into a confession like that? That's not my style. Oh? So you're already thinking about confessing? Akika covered her mouth, chuckling, while Nino shot her an unimpressed glare. That's not what I meant. I'm just saying it's way too early to be talking about this. Besides, what about that blonde girl, Sawamura? I saw her watching you when you were chatting with Mimizu the other day. Her expression was kinda scary. Sawamura? Akika tilted her head slightly, recalling the moment Nino was referring to the time Sawamura had suddenly collapsed, and Mimizu had immediately rushed to carry her to the infirmary. Come to think of it, Mimizu was the first to react back then, wasn't he? He just picked her up like a prince and ran straight out of the classroom. He really seemed to care about her. Could it be that he actually likes Sawamura? Yotsuba suddenly voiced her theory, and Nino turned to look at her, considering the possibility. It actually made a lot of sense. I don't know if Mimizu likes Sawamura, but I'm sure of one thing: Sawamura definitely has feelings for him. Nino crossed her arms and glanced at Akika. She had no interest in competing for a guy, especially not one she didn't even like that much. Sawamura likes Haruto? Huh, now that's an interesting piece of information. Akika's eyes gleamed with curiosity, but Nino found her reaction a bit odd. She instinctively took another step away from her sister. Unlike Nino, Yotsuba was brimming with excitement as she clung to Akika's side, bombarding her with questions about Haruto and what she thought of him. After leaving the Kira residence, Haruto returned to his room for a quick change before heading to school. He was running slightly later than usual but still had plenty of time. What he hadn't expected was to run into the Nakano quintuplets on the way. He had been about to greet Akika when he overheard Nino bringing up his name. Curious, he hesitated for a moment. But then, the conversation took a rather unexpected turn. Quietly, he slowed his pace and trailed behind them, listening in as the sisters discussed him all the way to school. "Hey, Akika? Do you feel like people are looking at us weirdly today?" As soon as they stepped onto campus, Nino noticed that the gazes directed at them felt different than usual. It wasn't just that they were 5 identical sisters, this was something else. It almost felt like people were staring at them. Or maybe at something behind them. Especially the girls. A strange feeling creeping up her spine, Nino turned around and froze. Haruto was smiling politely as he walked right behind them. Her expression stiffened. Without a word, she quickly turned back and picked up her pace. Akika, noticing her reaction, turned around as well. And there he was. Haruto? Her cheeks flushed slightly, but unlike Nino, she didn't feel particularly embarrassed. With her easygoing personality, the brief surprise faded quickly. Instead, she slowed her steps and walked beside him, swinging her bag behind her back. "So, you were following us the whole time? Eavesdropping, perhaps? I just happened to run into you. You all seem to be having a good time, so I didn't want to interrupt. From where did you start listening?" "From the part where you said you like me, but I have no interest in you." "And? What's the truth?" Akiko leaned in closer, her shoulder brushing against his. Haruto could feel the warmth of her body and the softness pressing against his back as she playfully nudged him. His gaze flickered away for a brief second before he slowly answered Chapter 71, "Then, there's only one truth: the culprit is. When you have money, you can come back and keep me." With a teasing smile, Haruto gave his answer to Akiko before striding toward the school building. Akiko was momentarily stunned but quickly chuckled and followed him inside. As he opened his shoe locker, Haruto found it empty, no love letters. It had been 3 or 4 days since the new semester started, so this wasn't unusual. However, after Mai's comment the other day, he couldn't help but feel a little conscious about it, even questioning his own charm. Thinking back, hadn't he usually started receiving confessions about 2 weeks into the semester? In today's society, even elementary school kids, influenced by adults, had a basic understanding of love and desire. Though most of it was naive curiosity, awkwardly mimicking what they saw on TV or in the adults around them, by middle school, they had already become familiar with the concepts. Some college students with poor morals even targeted middle school girls who still idolized adulthood and romance, unaware of the true nature of the world. A city as bustling as Tokyo was brimming with all kinds of desires. Some boys and girls were inevitably drawn into worlds they wouldn't have encountered otherwise, slowly sinking into those temptations. Even back in the countryside of Itomori, Haruto had heard rumors of girls from neighboring towns or even his own dating adults, only to be abandoned. If that happened in a rural town, it was undoubtedly even more common in Tokyo. Whether those rumors were true or not, he didn't particularly care. It wasn't his business. But if such rumors existed, chances were at least some of them had real stories behind them. Middle school was no less complicated than the adult world, perhaps even more extreme and intense. And high school, being such a pivotal stage, only made things more complex. Even the more reserved girls from middle school would inevitably start considering relationships due to the influence of their peers. Haruto never understood why being a virgin was seen as embarrassing for girls at this stage, nor why losing one's virginity was equated with becoming an adult. Casually taking out his indoor shoes, he placed them on the ground, took off his outdoor shoes, and slipped into the school slippers. Then, after placing his shoes into the locker, he prepared to enter the school building. At that moment, his gaze briefly landed on a girl bending over, catching a glimpse of what was underneath her skirt. He averted his eyes immediately and silently walked toward the staircase. As a teenager, he would have felt a mix of discomfort and excitement about this kind of atmosphere. But now, with the mentality of a full-fledged adult, all he wanted to do was criticize how problematic this whole situation was. And why? Because he couldn't stand the thought of his future daughter becoming one of those girls. Stepping into the classroom, Haruto glanced at his classmates who had already arrived. He walked to his seat, sat down, and casually hung his bag on the side of the desk. Just as he took out his textbooks, the memory of yesterday's incident suddenly resurfaced. Scanning the room with his eyes, Haruto slowly shifted in his seat, moving back slightly before subtly tilting his head to peek into his desk drawer. Inside, where there should have been nothing, lay a neatly folded pair of white lace underwear. A repeat offender. He hadn't expected this. Once was already surprising, but he had assumed it was just a mistake that the person had entered the wrong classroom and placed it in the wrong desk. But a second time? Pressing his lips together, Haruto calmly straightened up, picked up his school bag, and, just like yesterday, swiftly stuffed the underwear inside before placing his textbooks into the drawer. At noon, as he remained distracted throughout the morning classes, Akika approached him with an invitation. Hey, Haruto, want to go to the cafeteria together? Seeing how close the two were, many classmates had already assumed Haruto and Akiko were dating. Some of the girls thought Akiko had made her move too fast, while some of the boys looked between Akiko and her sisters with complicated expressions. The cafeteria? Sure. Since Haruto hadn't prepared a lunchbox today, his choices were either cafeteria food or convenience store bread. Thinking about his health, he figured a proper meal would be better. Seeing his friend Yoshihisa eyeing him with an envious look, Haruto waved his hand dismissively and agreed to Akiko's offer. What about your sisters? He asked. They'll be fine, come on, let's go. With a carefree laugh, Akiko threw an arm around Haruto's shoulder and led him toward the cafeteria. Back in the classroom, Nino, Miku, Yotsuba, and Itsuki watched the two leave with expressions of resignation. It wasn't directed at Haruto, it was directed at their eldest sister, Akiko. At first, Nino had thought Akiko was just mildly interested in that Mimizu guy. But from the way things were progressing, it didn't seem like just simple curiosity anymore. Glancing towards Sawamura's empty seat, Nino suddenly realized when had she left? She's not here anymore? She muttered. What was that? Yotsuba leaned in, hearing Nino mumbling something, and looked at her curiously. It's nothing. Nino replied before adding, since Akiko went off with Mimizu, let's head to the cafeteria together. Can't all six of us go together? If Akiko had wanted to walk with them, she wouldn't have left with Haruto alone. Either Yotsuba genuinely didn't understand the situation, or she was just too pure-hearted to read between the lines. Sighing, Nino grabbed Yotsuba's shoulder and dragged her toward Miku and Itsuki. Don't interfere with Akiko's plans. They often teased each other as sisters, but seeing how Akiko had reacted earlier, Nino figured she was at least somewhat serious about Haruto. She wasn't about to let Yotsuba get in the way. At the cafeteria, Haruto ordered a pork cutlet rice bowl, while Akiko went for the grilled meat set. They picked a quieter corner and sat down. Haruto glanced at Akiko. Aren't you going to eat with your sisters? From where they sat, he could see the other four sisters had also chosen a nearby table, occasionally sneaking glances in their direction. Akiko placed her tray down and smiled. If I left now, wouldn't that leave you eating alone? Keeping you company like this? Maybe I can get a discount when I finally decide to keep you? Haruto looked down at his golden, crispy cutlet and nodded. If you share some of your grilled meat, I might consider it. Really? With a playful grin, Akiko picked up a piece of grilled meat, holding it up with her chopsticks and gesturing as if she was going to feed him directly. Haruto hesitated for a moment before responding flatly, no, not really. Ah, what a shame. Akiko wasn't offended and simply popped the piece of meat into her mouth, savoring it happily. Despite the rumors flying around, Haruto wasn't too concerned. He and Akiko weren't actually involved. But if he had taken a bite from her chopsticks just now, that would have been a different story. With that thought, he focused back on his meal, savoring his beloved special pork cutlet bowl. Meanwhile, at a nearby table, the four sisters watched their interaction in silence. They're not really talking much. But Akiko just tried to feed him, right? Itsuki blinked, stuffing a meat bun into her mouth as she turned to Miku. Miku quietly continued eating, saying nothing. Yotsuba, on the other hand, looked surprised. This morning, I thought Akiko was just joking, but now it really seems like she meant it. Nino bit her chopsticks in frustration, glancing between Haruto and Akiko before letting out a small tsk and begrudgingly returning to her own meal. Lunch was quiet. Akiko was beginning to wonder if Haruto would finish his meal without saying a word when he suddenly set down his miso soup. His gaze lifted, settling on her. I have a question for you. She had been debating whether to start a conversation, searching for a topic. But now, seeing his serious expression, her interest was piqued. Her eyes gleamed with curiosity. What kind of question? Haruto hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering slightly under Akiko's sharp gaze. After a brief pause, he spoke. A neighbor of mine has been having some trouble lately. A neighbor? For the past 2 days, he's been receiving gifts. They seem to be from a girl, or at least, they're the kind of things a girl would use. Do you think that's normal? After hearing Haruto's explanation, Akiko immediately understood what he was getting at. So your neighbor hasn't actually seen the person giving him these gifts? No. And these gifts? What exactly are they? Not something I can say. Haruto shook his head. I see. Akiko nodded knowingly. If he was reluctant to say it outright, it had to be something troublesome. And if it was something meant for girls, then the possibilities were quite limited. Regardless of which possibility it was definitely a problem, especially for a guy. Akiko's gaze lingered on Haruto, her expression turning slightly odd. She hadn't expected him, or rather, his neighbor, to be receiving such gifts. Even more surprising was that Haruto had chosen to bring this up with her. Can I see them? My friend, I mean, my neighbor goes to a different school. Not really convenient. Haruto knew Akiko was perceptive, and using the neighbor excuse was just a thinly veiled attempt to distance himself from the situation. But as long as he didn't admit it, then it had nothing to do with him. So what are you planning to do about it? Akiko asked. I suggested that my neighbor just throw them away, but after getting them 2 days in a row, it's starting to feel like a real problem. That's why I wanted to ask for a girl's perspective. Akiko's reaction seemed normal. She didn't look particularly guilty or suspicious. But Haruto wasn't entirely convinced. He lowered his head slightly, returning to his meal. I'm not exactly a detective, so I can't say for sure. Akiko replied, tapping her chopsticks against her tray. But if someone is going that far, it's probably because they like your neighbor. But school just started. No way someone would develop feelings that quickly, right? You never know. Haruto fell silent. His mind flashed back to the conversation between Akiko and Nino that morning. A certain blonde-haired girl's face surfaced in his thoughts. His grip on his chopsticks tightened. Without another word, he shoveled the rest of his rice into his mouth, washed it down with a gulp of miso soup, and stood up abruptly. I'm done. Take your time, I'm heading back to class. Without waiting for a response, Haruto took his tray to the return counter and left the cafeteria. Akiko blinked, watching his retreating figure. Slowly, she picked up a piece of grilled meat with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth, only to find that it suddenly didn't taste as good anymore. If the person behind this was really her, then this was going to be very troublesome. The classroom. After school, on his way back to the classroom, Haruto felt like things were getting more and more confusing. The Ariri he knew wouldn't do something like this. Sure, she had her quirks, but in day-to-day life, she always acted normal. At least, before he ever met Sayuri or stepped into the Sawamura household, he had no idea she had such peculiar interests. Returning to class, Haruto slid into his seat. His eyes drifted to Ariri's empty desk. She wasn't back yet. Not that it mattered. Even if she was here, he had no idea how to bring this up. Of all the people in class, the last person he wanted to interact with was Ariri. Could it really be her? Haruto propped his elbows on his desk, interlocking his fingers as he stared down, deep in thought. The entire afternoon passed, and he still couldn't bring himself to confront her. Every time his gaze drifted toward her seat, he quickly looked away. He endured the awkward tension all the way until the final bell rang. Unlike the past 2 days, he didn't head straight home after school. As the classroom emptied, Haruto remained at his desk, quietly flipping through the pages of a book he had recently bought. My Man. The novel told the story of a lifeguard who rescued a young girl, Kohana, after she lost her entire family in a disaster. He took her in, raising her as his own. But when the lifeguard later got a girlfriend, she discovered a disturbing truth that the relationship between him and the girl had long since crossed ethical boundaries. A controversial, award-winning novel with a provocative premise. Haruto had to admit, he was drawn in by the premise. He had bought it with a mindset of study, not that he'd ever say that out loud. Not heading home yet, Memezu-kun? A voice echoed through the quiet classroom. Haruto looked up from his book and turned toward the doorway. Standing there was a woman he hadn't expected. Kura-sensei? The young teacher, clad in a professional blouse and skirt, her long brown hair cascading down her back, stepped into the classroom. Black stockings hugged her legs, adding to her mature air. It's been quite a while since dismissal. I don't remember you joining any clubs, so what are you still doing here? The golden sunlight streamed through the window, casting long shadows as Kuriyuzuki approached his desk. In the empty classroom, their eyes met. Chapter 72, Are there any more pairs? Staying in the classroom, hoping to catch the so-called underwear hermit in action and have a face-to-face talk, Haruto never expected that instead of meeting the culprit, he would run into Kuriyuzuki instead. The homeroom teacher of Haruto's class was Fukuhara Shin, while Kuriyuzuki was the homeroom teacher of the neighboring class. However, since she also taught Haruto foreign languages, she naturally had some impression of him as one of her students. Although Haruto wasn't in her homeroom, a clean-cut, handsome young man like him would inevitably draw more attention than an average student. Is it your duty day to day, Kura-sensei? Yeah, I didn't have much to do, so I decided to check the classrooms. Everyone else has already left, and you're the only one still here. Were you reading? Before entering the classroom, Kuriyuzuki had already noticed the book in Haruto's hands. As he closed it and placed it on the desk, she caught a glimpse of the title My Man. That was a rather suggestive book title. It made her pause for a moment before she turned her gaze back to the young man in front of her. I was reading, but I stayed here for another reason. Still, since I've waited this long and the person I was expecting hasn't shown up, I guess it's safe to say they won't be coming. It's about time I head home anyway. Thank you for the reminder, Kura-sensei. Haruto offered a polite nod of gratitude to the young teacher, who had only recently graduated from university and was still somewhat inexperienced in her role. He then picked up his book and slung his bag over his shoulder. "I won't keep you from your duties any longer. I'll be going now. See you." "All right. Take care on your way home." Kuriyuzuki had originally left the teacher's office because she was feeling a little bored and restless, deciding to take a walk through the school while fulfilling her duty as the teacher on call. She hadn't expected to run into Haruto, the only student left in the classroom. Hoping for a bit of casual conversation to pass the time, she had approached him, only for him to immediately pack up and leave, catching her off guard. For some reason, that left her feeling a little disappointed. Then again, maybe it was because of her position as a teacher. Perhaps he felt a sense of distance or even reverence toward her. Watching Haruto's figure disappear through the classroom door, Kuriyuzuki nodded to herself in thought. If that was truly the case, then maybe she was already doing a decent job as a teacher. Still, I'd like to be a bit more popular with my students. Muttering to herself, she glanced at the seat Haruto had just vacated before sitting down there, resting her chin in her hands as she gazed out the window at the clear blue sky. Memories of her own school days surfaced in her mind. Clutching a book in one hand and his school bag in the other, Haruto slowly made his way out of the school building. As he passed by the sports field, he caught sight of various clubs still practicing track and field, baseball, tennis. None of them were to his liking. Haruto had never been interested in sports-related clubs. With a quiet sigh, he turned his gaze away and continued walking toward the school gates. Before stepping outside, he paused for a moment, glancing back at the school. Whoever was behind all this. What exactly was their goal? So annoying. He let out a sigh of frustration before heading toward home. During a recent promotional sale at the shopping district, Haruto had ended up buying a lot of groceries, thanks to a discount coupon from Ruji. But now, after several days, most of the perishables in his fridge had been used up. For a single person, the amount of food he had bought was indeed excessive. However, since the Kira mother and daughter often shared meals with him, the supplies had been consumed rather quickly. Only some long-lasting ingredients remained in his fridge. I should restock on some fresh groceries. Adjusting his route slightly, Haruto headed toward the shopping district, which was conveniently located along the way home. After returning to his apartment with bags full of groceries, Haruto glanced toward the neighboring unit. It seemed quiet. Looks like Setsuna isn't home yet. Setting the groceries down, he walked over to the window and slid it open slightly. The laundry he had hung outside was still there, and judging by the weather, they should be dry by now. Using a laundry pole, he carefully retrieved his clothes. But just as he was about to put them away, a strange sense of unease crept up on him. Something seemed to be missing. It can't be, right? His heartbeat quickened as a bad premonition formed in his mind. He scanned the laundry rack carefully. Shirt? Check. Pants? Check. Socks? Check. Towel? Check. Falling silent, Haruto did another thorough check. He pursed his lips and put down the laundry pole, stepping onto the balcony. He looked up at the rack, down at the floor, and even glanced outside the apartment complex. Nothing. This is going too far. A headache began to form as he pressed a hand against his forehead in exasperation. He never imagined he'd experience something like this himself. I only own 3 pairs, and someone actually stole one of them. Cases of stolen underwear weren't uncommon in the news. However, the victims were usually women. Now that it had happened to him, Haruto found it difficult to process. Who the hell would be so bored as to steal his underwear? After a moment of silence, he walked back inside, leaving the window open but drawing the curtains. Then, from his bag, he retrieved a day's surprise. White plus lace. There was no doubt it was a pair of women's underwear. Haruto's gaze shifted toward the balcony before looking back down at the delicate garment in his hands. There were no suspicious stains or signs of dirtiness. In fact, it was incredibly clean and even had a faint floral scent, suggesting it had been recently washed. Frowning, he stared at the underwear before an unsettling thought crossed his mind. A chill ran down his spine. Don't tell me. The thief is planning to steal all of my underwear and expects me to wear this instead? A disgusted expression immediately took over his face. An even worse possibility surfaced in his mind. What if the culprit was a cross-dressing guy looking for a cross-dressing fetish and was trying to force him into it? Just imagining it made Haruto shudder. He let go, watching as the white lace underwear fell to the floor, before grimacing at his own hands as if they had been contaminated. I should call the police. He muttered under his breath, already making up his mind. Still, there was no rush. Tonight, he would talk to the Kira mother and daughter about the situation and see their reaction. If they had any good suggestions, he could consider them. If not, reporting it would be his only option. With that thought in mind, he walked toward the bathroom and washed his hands thoroughly before drying them. Then, using a tissue, he carefully picked up the white lace underwear and placed it on a few more tissues on his desk. Sitting down in the living room, Harut remained silent, deep in thought, too drained to even prepare dinner. It wasn't until the doorbell rang that his thoughts were interrupted. Opening the door, he was met with Setsuna, still in her school uniform, holding her bag. "You haven't gone home yet?" Haruto asked, slightly surprised. "I spent some time with Sakai and Kotanoa after school, but I wanted to see you first." At the sight of the girl standing before him, the frustration from earlier eased slightly. Haruto silently stepped aside, letting her in. As she walked in, stepping out of her shoes and slipping into indoor slippers, he watched her delicate legs wrapped in knee-high black stockings before closing the door behind her. Setsuna had planned to spend more time with Haruto before her mother returned home, but the moment she stepped into the room, her eyes were immediately drawn to something white on the desk. Against the wooden surface, the bright white fabric stood out starkly, seizing her full attention. She glanced back at Haruto, who had just closed the door behind him and was now walking into the room. Then, moving forward, she slowly approached the desk, staring at the white object. As she looked closer, something about it felt off. Her gaze lowered, locking entirely onto the piece of fabric. Haruto, having followed her line of sight, let out a soft sigh as he came to stand beside her. "Haruto. What is this?" "Yesterday, my son was asking me about a love letter, remember? Well, I didn't receive a confession letter. But I did receive this." He gestured toward the white lace garment on the desk and then turned to look at Setsuna. At first, he had considered keeping it a secret, but given the circumstances, there was no point in hiding it anymore. He was already planning to report the incident to the police, and once that happened, the truth would come out regardless. It was better to be upfront with Setsuna and her mother, Mai, before then. Who knows? They might even have some advice for him. "Is this underwear?" "Yeah." "Did a girl give it to you?" "I didn't see who left it." Shaking his head, Haruto sat down beside the desk. Setsuna followed suit, taking a seat next to him. However, her eyes remained fixed on the piece of white fabric, her mind going blank for a moment. After a long silence, she finally turned to look at Haruto. "This is women's underwear, right?" Haruto simply nodded his head. "I have no idea. This morning, when I got to school and put my books in my desk, I felt something inside. When I looked, this was there. To avoid causing a scene, I put it in my bag and brought it home. There was no note or anything? Nothing. No clues at all. Also, my own underwear is missing." Setsuna, who had initially been trying to guess what kind of woman might have taken an interest in Haruto, suddenly tensed. Her eyes sharpened as she turned to look at him, frowning deeply and pressing her lips together. "Haruto. Your underwear?" "Yeah. When I got home, I noticed that everything I hung out to dry was still there except for my underwear. It was gone. I'm guessing someone stole it." "A pervert?" Haruto pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. "Without a doubt, this is the work of a pervert. So, what are you going to do?" "I'm thinking about reporting it to the police, but honestly, I doubt it'll do much good. Unless the culprit was caught red-handed or there was security footage capturing their face, the police likely wouldn't be able to do much. At best, they patrol the area more often during the day. Do you have any suspects?" Haruto glanced at Setsuna before shaking his head again. "I've only been in Tokyo for a little over a week. I don't know many people, and I haven't interacted with that many either. Most of the people around me are strangers. There's no one I can point to." "Haruto." Setsuna fell silent. She was just a high school girl. If something like this had happened to her, what would she even do? After thinking it over, she couldn't come up with any real solution. In the end, all she could do was what Haruto had already decided: report it. Rubbing his forehead, Haruto reached out and gently ruffled Setsuna's silky hair. "But don't worry too much. I'm a guy, after all. It's not like this is going to break me. I'll do what I can to figure out who's behind this myself. Do you need help?" "No, Setsuna. Just focus on keeping yourself safe." Haruto gave her a reassuring smile before glancing at the clock. The sun was beginning to set, and it was about time to start making dinner. "For now, let's leave this aside. We can talk about it again when my son gets home. Right now, we should get dinner ready." "Okay." Nodding, Setsuna finally tore her gaze away from the white underwear on the desk and joined Haruto in preparing the meal. It was a little after 6 when Mai returned home. As usual, her apartment was dark. Glancing at Haruto's window, where the lights were on, she naturally made her way toward his apartment. After stepping inside and joining them, Mai soon noticed the white lace underwear on the desk. Upon hearing the explanation from her daughter, she blinked in surprise. "So, aside from me and Setsuna, some other woman is after Haruto?" Given Haruto's charm, this was inevitable. Still, to think someone would go to such extremes. Even she hadn't gotten a whiff of Haruto's. Are there any more pairs? After her brief shock, Mai instinctively blurted out the question. The moment she spoke, she was met with Haruto's bewildered expression. And the sharp, murderous glare of her daughter. Chapter 73, a hypothesis not necessarily correct, but possible. Well, I was just asking out of concern for Haruto. Nothing else. Feeling Setsuna's piercing gaze on her, Maiko's eyes darted away briefly before settling on Haruto's face. She quickly offered an explanation to her daughter. However, her demeanor and tone weren't all that convincing. Fortunately, Haruto stepped in to help ease the tension. I only have 3 pairs in total, so now I'm down to 2. I'll have to buy new ones after school tomorrow. Let's put an end to this topic for now. If we leave dinner in the pot any longer, it'll turn to mush. Right, then. Dinner first. Avoiding her daughter's accusatory glare, Mai joined Haruto in bringing the prepared dishes to the table. Meanwhile, Setsuna carefully picked up the white undergarment, set it aside on the floor, and wiped the table clean. With everything set, the 3 of them sat down to eat. Throughout dinner, the room remained quiet. Everyone focused on their food, each lost in their thoughts about the unsettling event Haruto had gone through. Mai never expected Haruto to experience something like this. Though he was a boy, this kind of situation would be difficult for anyone regardless of gender to accept. As the only adult at the table, she felt the weight of responsibility pressing on her. She needed to come up with a proper solution. Otherwise, how could she maintain her dignity as an authority figure in front of Setsuna? Meanwhile, Setsuna kept glancing at Haruto, her eyes filled with a mix of worry and something even more complex. After each glance, she would lower her head and quietly nibble on her vegetables, her small bites resembling those of a little rabbit. Haruto, on the other hand, tried not to dwell on the issue. No matter how troubling a situation was, he made it a habit not to think about it during meals. Instead, he simply focused on eating, letting his mind take a break from all the chaos. Once dinner was finished, Haruto started cleaning up, but Mai stood up first, taking the initiative to clear the table. Haruto remained seated, locking eyes with Setsuna across from him. Haruto, have you considered transferring schools? Huh? Setsuna's words broke the silence, catching Haruto off guard. It took him a moment to process her question, but once he did, he understood her reasoning. You mean transferring because this happened at school? She nodded. It's not a bad idea, but transferring schools is a huge hassle. Plus, the semester just started. It's not really ideal. That would only be a last resort if things get completely out of control. A flicker of disappointment crossed Setsuna's face. She had her own reasons for suggesting it. More than anything, she wanted to be at the same school as Haruto. And after hearing about his experience today, that feeling had only grown stronger. She wanted to protect him. Is there really no way? Even if I were to transfer, my dad would want an explanation. If he found out about this, he might decide I can't handle living alone and just send me back to Itamori for school instead. Setsuna pressed her lips together tightly, fully understanding the implications of Haruto's words. If his family learned about this incident, their top priority would be to protect him. Whether out of concern for his safety or because they felt he wasn't capable of handling things on his own, they would likely call him back home. If that happened, he would leave Tokyo, and she would have no excuse to follow him to Itamori. That would mean they'd be separated. Her teeth gently bit down on her lower lip as her resolve hardened. Then I'll transfer to your school instead, she declared. That way, I can protect you. Haruto was taken aback for a moment. Looking at the determined expression in her eyes, he couldn't help but feel moved. A small smile formed on his lips as he reached out and playfully tapped her forehead. That would be way too much trouble. It'd be a burden on my san, too. Besides, I'm a guy. Having you protect me would be kind of embarrassing. But if it's for Haruto, I wouldn't mind Setsuna transferring schools. Mai chimed in. Setsuna, who had been about to argue, paused in surprise. She turned to look at her mother, only to find her smiling gently at her. Then, Mai glanced at Haruto with a knowing look. Haruto hadn't expected that response, but as both Setsuna and Mai waited for his answer, he shook his head firmly. If I can't even handle something like this on my own and end up causing trouble for both of you, how could I ever face future challenges in life? No, this is something I need to deal with myself. Haruto had originally planned to report the incident to the police. But after thinking it over, he felt an even stronger urge to prove himself, to show that he could handle things as a man. Mai observed the boy in front of her, then glanced at her daughter. A resigned smile tugged at her lips. All right, then. She chose to believe in him. Setsuna still had many things she wanted to say, but after looking at her mother, then at Haruto, she ultimately chose to trust him as well. As they left for the night, Setsuna took the white lace underwear with her, leaving Haruto alone in his apartment. He sat there for a moment, gazing out the window. Even with a fresh start, trouble still finds me. He had never encountered anything like this before. Why did it have to happen now? Pressing his lips together, Haruto could only hope that the culprit wasn't some burly, muscle-bound guy but rather a delicate, cute girl. That was the only silver lining he could imagine in this absurd situation. Come to think of it, the size of that thing was pretty small. Most girls wouldn't wear something that tiny. But the design was oddly mature. It was just a hypothesis, nothing certain. But was it possible that the culprit was actually a legal ally? The next morning, Haruto woke up early. After retrieving his laundry from the washing machine, he hesitated before hanging them indoors, in the bathroom. He wasn't about to risk drying them outside again. Returning to his room, he cracked the small window open just enough for ventilation. Then, he wedged a pen into the window track to ensure it wouldn't be opened wide enough for someone to slip inside. His apartment didn't contain anything valuable, but he had no intention of letting that underwear thief break in again and do something even worse. This should be fine. After double-checking, he picked up his school bag and headed out the door. On his way downstairs, he spotted Sekai Seinji waiting on the sidewalk. Setsuna still hadn't left yet. "Good morning, Mimizu-kun." "Good morning, Seinji-san." "Still calling me Seinji-san?" "Just call me Sekai." "Alright. Sekai-san." Despite her repeated attempts, he still kept his distance. Sekai sighed internally but didn't push further. Instead, she glanced at the apartment behind her before turning back to Haruto. "Setsuna might not be up yet. Why don't you go wake her up? You could even give her a sweet good morning kiss. She's probably already awake." Haruto replied. "And no morning kisses. Besides, why don't you go wake her yourself?" "Me?" Sekai pointed at herself, feigning surprise before chuckling and shaking her head. "I could, but staying at someone else's place feels a little awkward. I'd rather wait out here and watch the world rush by. It's much more entertaining. You've got an interesting sense of humor. You're heading to school too, aren't you, Mimizu-kun?" "Yeah." Standing before him, Sekai smiled playfully, but Haruto couldn't help but feel a flicker of suspicion. Did she have something to do with what happened? It was true that she seemed interested in him, but pulling a stunt like that seemed unlikely. Besides, Setsuna had been with her the whole time. Even if she had the intention, she wouldn't have had the opportunity. "Are you waiting for Setsuna so you can say goodbye to her before heading to school?" Sekai covered her mouth with a giggle, her teasing gaze fixed on Haruto, as if hoping to see a flustered reaction. "I think I'll pass today." Haruto glanced up at Setsuna's apartment and smiled faintly. "There are some things I need to take care of, so I'll head to school first. When you see Setsuna, let her know I left early." "Huh? Did something happen?" "No, it's just some school matters I need to deal with." Flashing a reassuring smile at Sekai, Haruto turned and walked toward Toyosaki, leaving her standing on the sidewalk, momentarily dazed. Not long after Haruto left, Setsuna stepped out of her apartment. Dressed in the uniform of Sakekino Academy, she walked over to Sekai's side. Seeing Sekai lost in thought, staring at the ground, she reached out and poked her gently in the waist. The sudden tickle made Sekai straighten up in surprise. She whipped around, her eyes wide. "Oh, it's you, Setsuna. You scared me. What were you thinking about?" "Nothing, really." Setsuna narrowed her eyes slightly, instantly recognizing the lie. "Really?" "Of course. Actually, I just ran into Mimizu-kun. He left for school already and asked me to pass along a greeting to you." "Did something happen?" Sekai skillfully shifted the topic, hiding her true thoughts while using Haruto's departure to divert Setsuna's attention. And indeed, it worked. Setsuna's brows furrowed slightly as she recalled last night's events. She had spent the whole night thinking about what had happened, but since she didn't go to the same school as Haruto, she had far too little information to piece everything together. She needed to investigate directly. "After school today, come with me to Toyosaki." Setsuna lifted her head, looking straight at Sekai, whose eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Toyosaki?" Haruto arrived at school early, stepping into the classroom before anyone else. After settling into his seat, the first thing he did was check inside his desk. A small patch of light blue fabric peeked out at him. Without a second thought, he grabbed it, stuffed it into his bag, and decided not to examine it any further. Instead, he pulled out his textbook and calmly resumed reading, as if nothing had happened. Since he had come so early, his classmates were surprised to see him already seated when they arrived. "You're here early today, Mimizu-kun." A cheerful female voice greeted him. He looked up and found Hinami Aoi standing nearby. She was quite popular among the girls and had good relationships with many of the students. Haruto hadn't expected to see her this early. He glanced around the classroom. She was the second person to arrive. He hadn't known she was someone who came to school so early. Yeah. I couldn't sleep well, so I came early. I'm surprised to see you here too, Hinami-san. Under different circumstances, he might have been suspicious of her arrival time. But since the item had already been in his desk before she even showed up, there was no need to dwell on it. Oh, I always go to bed early, so I wake up early too. Since I have nothing else to do, I just come to school. She clasped her hands behind her back, then smirked. But you losing sleep? Could it be? You have someone on your mind? Stayed up thinking about them all night? The short-haired girl playfully leaned closer, teasing him. By now, school had been in session for a while, and Hinami had already established good relationships with many of their classmates. With her bright personality and excellent grades, she was well liked by both boys and girls. However, she hadn't interacted with Haruto much. So when she spotted him at school early, she saw an opportunity. She figured it was a good chance to start a conversation and lay the groundwork for a potential friendship. Chapter 74, The Woman He Can't Avoid. Do you have a girl you like? Maybe. Maybe? Yeah. I guess you could say so. But I'll have to keep her identity a secret for now. Haruto smiled slightly at Hinami Aoi. He didn't have a bad impression of her. On the contrary, her bright and cheerful personality made her quite popular in class. She maintained good relationships with almost everyone, excelling in both academics and sports. She was, without a doubt, someone who stood out. Is she from your hometown? My hometown. No, she's not from Itamari. She's someone I met after coming to Tokyo. Hinami blinked in surprise at his answer, her expressive eyes studying Haruto's face carefully before she broke into a small smile. If the girls in our class hear about this, I bet they'll be pretty disappointed. Ever since the first day of school, quite a few girls seem to have taken a liking to you, Memizu-kun. Including you? Hinami looked at him, her name coming from his lips in such a calm, unreadable tone. She was briefly taken aback but quickly let out a soft chuckle, shaking her head. No. Memizu-kun is definitely handsome, but you're not my type, at least, not for now. I see. So you value personality more than looks? You could say that. Which means, maybe one day I will like you. Haruto couldn't help but admire how skillfully she handled the conversation. Even while rejecting him, she left room for possibility. It was a very her kind of response. Smiling faintly, he lowered his gaze back to his book, and Hinami, seeing that their conversation had naturally ended, returned to her seat. Though they had arrived at school relatively early, it wasn't that early. After just a few minutes of conversation, other students began to trickle in. Inside the classroom, Haruto sat alone, engrossed in his book, while Hinami busied herself with organizing something. As more students arrived, the room grew livelier. Most of the girls flocked to Hinami, chatting with her after setting down their bags. The boys, meanwhile, sat at their desks, waiting for their friends to arrive before engaging in quiet conversations of their own. As the once quiet classroom gradually filled with energy, Haruto remained indifferent, his left hand holding his book while his right occasionally tapped on the page. He was completely absorbed, unfazed by the noise around him. Hey, what are you reading? A light tap on his shoulder made him turn around. Standing there was Akiko Nakano. A book. Haruto casually tilted the book toward her to show the cover before sliding a bookmark between the pages and sitting up properly to face her. When did you get to school? Just now. I walked in and saw you reading so intently, and I got curious. Hope I'm not bothering you. Akiko's playful tone matched the mischievous glint in her eyes. Haruto blinked, tilting his head slightly to glance at the blue sky outside. The fatigue in his eyes lingered, but looking away for a moment helped. Closing his eyes briefly, he turned back to her. No, actually, I was just about to take a break. I'm glad you came over to chat. That was such a formal response. Akiko teased, her gaze narrowing slightly. You're acting different from usual. And you've got dark circles under your eyes. Did something happen? She leaned in closer, blinking as she studied his face. Now that she was so near, Haruto could faintly catch the scent of her perfume. His gaze involuntarily dropped for a fraction of a second, catching a glimpse of the deep valley beneath her crisp white shirt collar. Immediately, he looked away. But in that brief moment, Akiko's teasing smile grew. You looked, didn't you? Haruto, you're such a perv. She playfully tapped her finger against the corner of her lips, her tone a mix of accusation and flirtation. Haruto rolled his eyes. I didn't see anything. Oh? Then what do you want to see? If it's you, I wouldn't mind showing. Akiko playfully tugged at her collar and leaned in even closer, her face now just inches from his. Her warm breath brushed against his skin as she gazed at him with a knowing smirk. Haruto calmly raised a finger and pressed it against her forehead, stopping her from getting any closer. I appreciate the offer, But you should be more careful. We are in a classroom. And quite a few people are staring at us. At the edge of his vision, Haruto had already noticed that the lively classroom had suddenly gone quiet. Countless eyes were now sneaking glances in their direction, watching the two of them with a mix of curiosity and shock. Akika, on the other hand, seemed completely oblivious. We are being watched? She mused, still grinning. Then next time, let's find somewhere quieter. How about the sports equipment room? You've definitely watched too many weird shows. What? She asked, feigning innocence. Haruto sighed at her antics, but his attention soon shifted to the reactions around him. Many of the girls in class had flushed cheeks, some whispering to each other in hushed voices. Even Hinami Aoi was watching them with wide, surprised eyes. And then, there was her. Letting Akika pull back to a more appropriate distance, Haruto's gaze drifted to Ariri Sawamura. She had been watching too. But unlike the others, her expression remained unnervingly calm. Her hands, however, clenched tightly in her lap, gripping the hem of her skirt, betrayed her. The way her fingers trembled slightly, turning pale from pressure, did not go unnoticed by him. Just as Haruto took a longer look at her, Ariri's grip loosened slightly. The school bell rang, signaling the start of class. Akika finally left his side and returned to her seat. However, the lingering stares from their classmates persisted. Even after settling into his desk, Haruto could still feel the occasional piercing glare from behind him, as if someone was trying to decide where best to stab him. Still, he remained unbothered. Flipping open his textbook, he focused on the lesson. But his mind drifted back to something from yesterday. The words that Akika's younger sister, Nino Nakano, had said to him. And the uneasy feeling that maybe, just maybe, he would have to face Ariri sooner or later. Chapter 75, Everything for the Grand Plan. Some things simply cannot be avoided. Though he looked young on the outside, Haruto's mind was already that of an adult, perhaps even approaching middle age. The reason he had kept his distance from Ariri all this time was to prevent a tragedy from unfolding. But now, things seemed to be heading in an unexpected direction, gradually straying from his original plan. He had thought that by not engaging with Ariri, everything would proceed normally. Holding his pen, he occasionally jotted down notes in his pristine notebook, though his mind was elsewhere, drawn to the blonde-haired girl sitting in front of him. His gaze would drift toward her from time to time, only to be quickly withdrawn. Yet, in an unintentional moment, when he looked up again, their eyes met, pure, sky-blue eyes. Under her clear gaze, Haruto felt his inner restlessness inexplicably washed away. Ariri's face immediately turned a deep shade of red, her expression momentarily stunned before she quickly turned her head, breaking eye contact. Seeing her flustered reaction, Haruto was briefly caught off guard. Memories of their past moments together resurfaced in his mind, and a faint smile played on his lips. The idea of reconnecting with her no longer seemed so difficult to accept. The short break between classes didn't provide much opportunity to talk to Ariri, not to mention, there were two others watching him closely. In the morning, there hadn't been a chance to speak, but as soon as the next break arrived, his desk was quickly surrounded. An interrogation had begun. Well, not exactly an interrogation, more like Yoshida Kahiza firing off questions while Sakamoto Yoji remained largely indifferent. What exactly is going on? You and... one of the Nakano sisters. Wait, who was it again? Akahiza had been about to ask about Akika, but as soon as he tried to say her name, he realized he couldn't quite remember. The five sisters were simply too similar, and since he usually just referred to them as Nakano-san, he was now completely lost. Akika? Eh? That's her name? I always thought she was Nino. You're going to get punched for that. Huh? Akahiza looked at Haruto in confusion, only to follow his gaze toward a certain someone nearby. Having just overheard her name, Nino Nakano was now glaring at him, eyebrows furrowed in clear displeasure. Ahem. Akahiza quickly cleared his throat, trying to pretend he hadn't noticed the impending doom. Akahiza cleared his throat lightly, then casually looked down at Haruto, who was still seated at his desk. So, what's the deal between you and Akika? The school year just started, and it's only been not even a week, and you're already together? Impressive, Haruto. As Akahiza started counting on his fingers, Yoji simply pressed down on his head, pushing him aside to make room for himself next to Haruto. With a teasing grin, he joined in on the conversation. No, we're not together. We're just good friends. You guys are misunderstanding our relationship. But the entire class thinks you two are involved in something more. Faced with Yoji's slowly raised pinky finger, Haruto sighed in exasperation and covered it with his own hand. That's just your own wild imagination. My relationship with Akika is completely cleaner than the waters of the Ganges. Oh ho. Yoji chuckled but didn't say anything more. He glanced over at Akahiza, who was still sulking after being scolded, and casually raised his fist as a signal. Akahiza immediately shut his mouth. Well, do your best. And if you ever get a girlfriend, make sure to introduce us to some nice girls too. Dragging Akahiza back to their seats, Yuji left Haruto watching their banter with a small smile. His gaze briefly drifted toward Akika Nakano. He chuckled softly before shaking his head. Haruto had a good impression of Akika, but since he had already confirmed his relationship with Setsuna, he wasn't about to get involved with anyone else. Lunchtime as usual, the classroom emptied out for lunch. Having not prepared a bento again today, Haruto made his way to the cafeteria. As he walked, a presence appeared beside him. Still eating alone today? Not joining your sisters? You could always eat with us. Nino seems to have taken a liking to you. Maybe you should consider making a move on her? Akika, completely unconcerned about her role as an older sister, was actually encouraging Haruto to pursue one of her younger siblings. It was quite an eye-opening moment for him. He hadn't expected to meet an older sister like this. Sounds tempting, but I'll pass. I just started high school. I don't want to be labeled a player so soon. Oh ho, so maybe you won't mind in the future? I never said that. They walked into the cafeteria together, picked up their trays, and sat down just like the previous day. But unlike yesterday, this time, they weren't alone. Mind if we join? Hope you don't mind us sitting here. I'll take this seat. Before Haruto and Akika could even settle in properly, 4 more figures followed closely behind, sitting at the same table without hesitation. All eyes turned to Haruto. Feeling slightly overwhelmed, he glanced at the 4 girls who looked almost identical to Akika. Only Miku avoided his gaze, while the other 3 smiled at him. This was shaping up to be a rather awkward lunch. Under their constant stares, Haruto found himself unable to maintain the usual ease he had when it was just him and Akika. He also had to be mindful of his image. Flirting in front of so many other girls wasn't exactly an option. After hurriedly eating a few bites to satisfy his hunger, he remembered he had something to take care of. Standing up first, he said a quick goodbye to Akika before leaving the cafeteria. He's gone. Yatsuba remarked, watching Haruto's retreating figure with a small sigh of disappointment. She then turned her attention to Akika. That was a bit much. Miku muttered, frowning slightly at Nino. If he's really going to be with Akika, he'll have to get used to us sooner or later. Nino replied nonchalantly, her eyes shifting toward Akika. She noticed that her sisters seemed a little down. So, what's the deal with you two now? She asked. We're just classmates. Akika sighed. I was hoping to get closer to him over lunch, but now it feels like I just pushed him further away. She reached up and rubbed her temples in frustration. Lunch had seemed like the perfect chance to close the distance between them, but Nino and the others had sat down so abruptly that she hadn't even known how to talk to him properly. Rather than bringing them closer, the meal had only added to the distance. Nino pursed her lips. She felt a little guilty but wasn't about to admit it. Silently, she continued eating. Meanwhile, Haruto had returned to the classroom. His eyes scanned the room until they landed on a blonde-haired girl sitting at her desk. He walked straight over to Ariri. Got a moment? Chapter 76, No Internal Spies. Operation begins. As Haruto left the classroom with Ariri, they happened to run into the Nakano sisters returning from the cafeteria. Akika, seeing Haruto just as she was about to step into the classroom, was momentarily surprised. Are you heading somewhere, Haruto? I have something to take care of. Flashing Akika a smile, Haruto continued walking, leading the blonde girl behind him down the stairs. As they passed each other, Akika's gaze naturally drifted toward the girl accompanying Haruto. She was taken aback by the presence of the blonde girl, who exuded a faint fragrance with each step. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment as they passed, and in that instant, Akika caught a glimpse of a wary glint in the girl's gaze, though it vanished just as quickly. Watching the two disappear down the stairs, Akika stood in place, momentarily lost in thought. See? Guys always seem to prefer blonde beauties. Nino remarked, standing beside Akika, her eyes following the two figures. Isn't it interesting, though? Glancing back at Nino, Akika let out a carefree chuckle, her demeanor as relaxed as ever. It was just like Akika to take things lightly. Nino, observing her, couldn't quite understand what she saw in Haruto. Choosing not to dwell on it, she turned back toward the classroom. Well, good luck. I'm heading back to class. As Nino walked away, Akika remained at the stairwell, her expression unreadable. She was curious about where Haruto and Ariri were going, but if he found out she had been eavesdropping, he probably wouldn't be too pleased. Well, whatever. I'll win him over fair and square. Muttering to herself, Akika turned and walked back to the classroom. Haruto had initially planned to take Ariri to the rooftop, but upon arriving, he found that it wasn't as empty as he had hoped. He turned to her for her opinion. Should we find another place? The girl nodded softly, not objecting, following Haruto quietly like a small, obedient wife. Her unusual silence made Haruto feel somewhat uneasy. After walking across the schoolyard, they finally arrived at a secluded bench. Haruto stopped and looked at Ariri. This place should be fine, right? Yeah. Then, have a seat. Taking the lead, Haruto sat down on one end of the bench. Ariri, standing beside him, hesitated for a moment before carefully sitting down on the other end, smoothing out her skirt as she did. She then glanced at him, her voice soft yet direct. So, what did you need me for? Just so you know, I have a lot of things to take care of. If it's nothing important, I'm going back to class. Her tone was a mix of annoyance and curiosity. To Ariri, Haruto was someone she had no prior connection with before high school. Yet, for reasons beyond her understanding, she felt inexplicably drawn to him. She had tried to keep her distance, hoping that if she ignored these strange memories she had of him, they would fade with time. But ever since they started school together, she couldn't stop herself from paying attention to him, watching his every move, listening to his words. And now, when he had personally asked her to talk, a giddy excitement filled her chest, something she refused to admit, even to herself. Sorry for taking up your time. Haruto said sincerely. There was just something bothering me, so I wanted to ask you about it, Sawamura-san. You can just call me Ariri. She interrupted, frowning at his formal tone. Haruto's heart sank slightly. This wasn't normal. They weren't that close yet, at least, not enough for her to offer him such familiarity so soon. Something wrong? Ariri eyed him suspiciously, as if she couldn't understand why he was hesitating. Most guys would be thrilled if she allowed them to call her by name, but Haruto's reaction was oddly reluctant. It's nothing. He finally said. I just have a question. We only met after starting high school, right? Then why does it feel like I've known you for a long time? At his words, Ariri's expression darkened. The memories, those painful, dreamlike fragments of another reality, flashed through her mind. They were nothing but a tragedy where she ended up as the loser. To her, those recollections were not something to cherish, but rather something to despise. She bit her lip, glaring at Haruto with barely restrained frustration. No, it's just her imagination. She caught herself before she could let her emotions slip further. Crossing her arms, she turned her face away. Don't get the wrong idea. Just because I appreciate what you did for me doesn't mean I like you or anything. Her classic tsundere response made Haruto stare at her with an unreadable expression. What's with that look? Noticing his strange gaze, Ariri's face flushed red. She bit her lip in embarrassment and shot him a glare. So, you really don't know anything about it? Haruto asked again, more serious this time. Huh? About what? Her confusion seemed genuine. If Ariri had been involved, she would have reacted differently. Haruto fell into deep thought for a moment. No, Ariri wasn't the culprit. Letting out a small sigh, he stood up. It's nothing. I just made a wrong assumption. Anyway, I won't take up more of your time. I don't mind, but... Did something happen? She looked at him with concern. Haruto didn't answer. Since he was now sure Ariri had nothing to do with it, there was no need to drag her into it. After thanking her for her time, he turned and walked away. Left sitting alone, Ariri watched his retreating figure, her expression growing increasingly complex. A strange smile curved her lips as she slowly lay back on the bench, pressing her face against the spot where Haruto had just been sitting. Haruto. At a vending machine, Haruto inserted a coin and pressed the button for a canned coffee. The machine whirred, and with a soft clunk, the drink dropped into the tray. As he bent down to pick it up, he noticed a pair of slender, fair legs standing beside him. Small, polished shoes and pristine white socks, far too dainty for someone his age. His eyes trailed upward, meeting the sight of a familiar yellow jacket, a school uniform, and long, silver-white hair. The petite girl beside him was looking directly at him. As long as I don't feel awkward, it's the other person who will. Haruto hadn't meant to stare, but curiosity got the better of him. Their eyes met, and after a brief pause, he straightened up, gave her a polite nod, and prepared to leave. However, just as he turned, the girl raised a hand. Haruto halted. He had assumed she was about to call someone, but instead, she simply pointed at the vending machine. Following her gaze, he saw what she was pointing at, a bottle of curry soda on the top shelf. This one? Looking at her small stature, then at the drink she wanted, Haruto took a step forward and pressed the button for her, waiting for her confirmation. As the petite, silver-haired girl nodded, Haruto pressed the button below the drink. With a clunk, the vending machine dispensed the curry soda. The small, adorable girl stepped forward, picked up the bottle, and gave Haruto a polite bow in gratitude. Without saying a word, she turned and ran off into the distance. Haruto watched her retreating figure until she disappeared completely. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sniffed the air. This scent. Seems familiar? Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall where he had smelled it before. Frowning deeply, he turned back toward the direction the girl had run off in. Who was that? Back in the classroom, Haruto and Dariri had returned separately, avoiding any significant attention. Some had noticed them leave together earlier, but seeing them come back individually, they quickly lost interest. If anything, the boys in the class felt relieved if Haruto and Dariri had returned together. It might have meant something was going on between them. Since they hadn't, it meant they still had a chance. As the afternoon classes started, Haruto found himself struggling to stay awake. Perhaps it was the warmth of spring or the drowsiness from lunch, but he felt lethargic. His head drooped slightly as he stared at his notebook, barely managing to take any meaningful notes by the time class ended. Amitaru, let me borrow your notes. Turning to his classmate Nozaki Amitaru, Haruto made the request. Over time, borrowing notes had naturally strengthened their friendship, and they were now on a first-name basis. Amitaru glanced at Haruto before silently handing over his notes. Make sure to return them. Of course. Taking the notebook, Haruto quickly copied down the parts he had missed before handing it back. Looking at his own notebook, he sighed. I'm really starting to slack off. I need to find a good private tutor soon. But tuition fees are ridiculously expensive. Asking his father, the city mayor, for financial help was an option. If it was for something as legitimate as private lessons, Mimizu Toshiki wouldn't refuse. But Haruto wasn't comfortable with that. His unresolved issues with his father, stemming from what had happened with Sayuri, created an emotional distance between them. If not for that, he might have visited Itamari again at some point. If he could avoid relying on his father, that would be ideal. His body was still young, but his soul was that of an adult. Asking family for money didn't sit right with him. I should just start a new book. That would solve everything. He sighed again. Behind him, Amitaru's ears perked up. He glanced at Haruto in mild surprise before quietly looking away. After school, most of the students left. Akika invited Haruto to go shopping with her, but he declined. This is the first time I've invited a guy to go shopping with me. Are you really going to turn me down? I've got things to do. Next time, maybe. Akika didn't push further. Accepting his answer, she left with her sisters. In the now empty classroom, only Akahisa Yashai and Yuji Sakamoto remained. The three of them exchanged glances before silently leaving the room. Haruto walked straight out of the school, while Akahisa and Yuji discreetly carried out their own plans. Akahisa slipped into an empty classroom, while Yuji re-entered their classroom and hid beneath the teacher's podium. Haruto had concealed part of the truth, roping his two closest friends into helping him catch the culprit. This was the plan he had come up with. Wandering around the school's perimeter, Haruto waited. Meanwhile, Akahisa, hidden in the empty classroom, quietly texted updates to Haruto. Yuji, stationed under the podium, remained still, listening for any movement outside. Akahisa, it's already been 30 minutes. Are you sure there's really a culprit, Haruto? You wouldn't have just gone home and left us here, would you? Kenjin, it's only been 30 minutes. Yesterday, I waited just as long and didn't see anyone either. Yuji, how much longer do we have to wait? My mom's expecting me home. Haruto, let's give it 1 hour. If nothing happens, we'll call it a night. Akahisa, reading Haruto's reply, found the time frame reasonable. The sun was setting later these days, and his parents wouldn't be home anyway, so waiting another hour wasn't a big deal. Just as he was about to confirm, click. The sound of the classroom door opening made Akahisa freeze. He quickly pressed 1 and sent it. No internal spies operation begins. Chapter 77, The Little Love Magic. When Yoshi Akahisa's text message arrived, Haruto was lingering around the school vicinity, currently being pestered by a girl from a neighboring school. Wearing a different school uniform, he politely declined her invitation. As soon as he read Yoshi's message, he hurried back to the school. Meanwhile, in the neighboring classroom, Sakamoto Yuji silently left his seat and began moving towards their class. Hiding inside the teacher's podium, Yoshi Akahisa remained motionless, waiting. When he received a message from Yuji, just the number 2. Signaling that he was in position and ready, Yoshi slowly crawled out from his hiding spot. Peeking into the classroom, he spotted the girl who had appeared. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the doorway, blocking one of the exits. The girl inside the classroom panicked and turned toward the back door, only to find a tall and imposing figure stepping inside, cutting off her escape. So, you're the one Haruto has been looking for? Yuji asked, his gaze fixed on her. We've been waiting nearly half an hour for you to show up. Mimizu-kun. I thought he had already left school? He's on his way. I see. A look of resignation appeared on the girl's face. Her shoulders slumped, her arms hung limp at her sides, and she stood in the classroom with an air of helplessness. Yoshi Akahisa and Sakamoto Yuji exchanged glances, both with puzzled expressions. They had been expecting their target to be a male student, even preparing for a potential fight if necessary. Yet, to their surprise, the person standing before them was just an ordinary-looking girl. Well, maybe not entirely ordinary. Her outfit and overall appearance felt a bit plain. It didn't take long for Haruto to return to the school. In about 10 minutes, he rushed back into the classroom, only to find his two lieutenants standing around a girl who was now sitting in Yuji's seat, her head lowered. Is this her? Haruto exhaled, stepping into the room and looking toward Yuji and Yoshi. We're not sure if she's the one you were looking for, but this is the person we caught. Yuji replied, giving a slight shrug. We don't really know the details. Is she your so-called culprit? Yuji studied the girl sitting in his seat. He had no idea what kind of dispute existed between her and Haruto. Well, I'm not entirely sure either. Haruto approached and stood beside Yuji, looking down at the girl. As if sensing his gaze, she timidly lifted her head. Two thick braids hung on either side of her face, and she wore large, black-framed glasses. Her eyes darted away, avoiding direct contact with Haruto's. Something about her seemed familiar. Haruto frowned slightly, searching his memories. Have we met before? He asked. Why yes. On the first day of school. The girl stammered. Mimizu-kun, I accidentally bumped into you. Her voice was soft and trembling. She spoke hesitantly, barely managing to get her words out. With her response, Haruto's hazy memories sharpened. His expression relaxed into one of realization. Oh, that time. He murmured. You were that girl. At his words, the girl clenched her fists tightly, gripping the hem of her skirt as her body trembled even more. Standing nearby, Yoshi Akahiza and Sakamoto Yuji watched the scene unfold. Yoshi leaned toward Yuji and whispered, another one? Probably. Yuji's gaze shifted between the nervous girl and Haruto, unsure of what exactly was going on but choosing to remain silent. So, the things that happened these past few days, was that you? Haruto asked. The girl hesitated for a moment before nodding. I saw a post online. She admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. It said that if I did this for 7 days without getting caught, it would cast a love spell and make Mimizu-kun fall for me. Haruto sighed, rubbing his temple. He glanced at the girl, then at his two friends. After a deep breath, he composed himself. If anyone other than me had seen you, he said, this wouldn't be a love spell. It would be a destruction spell. I'm so sorry. The girl abruptly stood and bowed deeply, her trembling voice accompanied by the soft sound of tears falling onto the desk. Haruto watched her, feeling a bit helpless. Can you promise me you won't do this again? He asked gently. What was your name again? Yoshida. Yoshida Saki. I understand. From now on, I'll keep my distance from Mimizu-kun. I won't bother you anymore. Haruto. Yoshi Akahiza started to say something, glancing at the crying girl. He was about to try comforting her when Yuji placed a hand on his shoulder and wordlessly pushed him out of the classroom. With those two gone, Haruto turned his attention back to the sobbing girl before him. Reaching out, he placed his hand gently on her head, stroking her hair. Slowly, her sobs quieted. She looked up at him, eyes brimming with tears. There's nothing wrong with liking someone, Haruto said with a warm smile. You're a cute girl, Yoshida-san. Even without doing something like this, someone will surely like you for who you are. Mimizu-kun. So, don't believe in some silly love magic, believe in yourself, okay? Tears blurred her vision. Yoshida Saki wiped at her face, nodding as she sniffled. Haruto pulled a tissue from his pocket and handed it to her. As she wiped her tears, he hesitated for a moment before asking, by the way, the things that were left at my house, was that you too? Yoshida blinked in confusion. Mimizu-kun's house? No. I don't know anything about that. I see. Haruto had thought the mystery was solved, but it turned out this was only part of the problem. Wait, Mimizu-kun. Yoshida asked hesitantly, did another girl? No. Haruto quickly interrupted. It's just some things have gone missing. And, those underwear that were left in my desk, I didn't know who sent them, so I disposed of them. Oh. No, it's okay. Yoshida shook her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. I should be the one apologizing. My actions were inappropriate. I'm just relieved you don't hate me. After hearing the full story, Haruto reassured her once more and sent her home. Then, he left the school with Yoshi and Yuji. That girl really likes you, huh? Yoshi muttered. Haruto sighed. Yeah. On the first day of school, I bumped into her before I even got to class. She seemed really nervous and insecure, so I comforted her a bit. I didn't think it would lead to all this. Yuji gave him a knowing look, while Yoshi scowled in mock jealousy. Just remember, you promised to treat us to ramen this weekend. Of course. I won't forget. After parting ways with his friends, Haruto walked home alone. As he turned a street corner, a small figure appeared behind him, clutching a shiny object, quietly trailing after him. Haruto had no idea that his simple words of comfort had set so many things in motion. Is this really unrelated to the theft? Arriving at his apartment, he spotted a small figure crouched at his door, hugging her knees. Setsuna. Haruto, you're late. The girl pouted. Her voice carried a hint of complaint, but her eyes were filled with concern. Are you okay? It's all taken care of. Seeing the girl crouched at his apartment door, Haruto slowly lowered himself to her level, spreading his arms to embrace Setsuna. With one hand, he reached into his pocket, pulled out his keys, and unlocked the door. Holding her close, he stepped inside. Before Setsuna could react, letting out a small, surprised sound, Haruto reached back and shut the door behind them firmly. Chapter 78, A Love That Turns into Pain. Now that everything at school had been dealt with, Haruto no longer had to worry about any socially disastrous situations befalling him. A heavy burden lifted from his chest, and he finally let himself relax. Seeing Setsuna waiting for him at the door of his apartment, Haruto, feeling lighter, couldn't help but let his playful side take over. Scooping her into his arms, he carried her inside, kicking the door shut behind him. He walked straight to the bed, pulling the curtain closed with one hand. As the setting sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the room into darkness, Haruto finally stopped moving. Holding Setsuna tightly in his arms, he let out a deep, relieved sigh. MMGH. Setsuna, who had finally caught her breath, slowly opened her eyes. She reached up, her fingertips brushing against Haruto's cheek, feeling the smoothness of his skin. Then, she rested her head against his chest, draping herself over him. Did you take care of everything at school? Yeah. I asked 2 friends to help, and we caught the culprit. I had a little chat with her, and she promised not to pull anything like this again. Her? The difference in pronunciation between he and she didn't escape Setsuna's ears. She had already been suspicious, and now, hearing Haruto's confirmation, her curiosity deepened. Slowly, she lifted her head to look at him. His eyes were half-lidded in exhaustion, his head resting against the pillow, completely at ease. Yeah. A girl. At the start of the semester, something happened that made her develop feelings for me. She wanted me to fall for her, so she followed some ridiculous love spell she found online. Setsuna didn't say anything. Instead, she adjusted her position, her arms wrapping gently around Haruto's neck. Pressing herself closer, she lowered her gaze and simply looked at him. I asked her about the incident at the apartment, but it wasn't her. That means whoever stole my underwear was someone else. 2 different people, one at school and another here. Setsuna's expression flickered slightly. She was more interested in asking about the girl, but since Haruto seemed reluctant to dwell on it, she let it go. Lying against him, she soaked in his warmth before quietly asking, no leads? None. I'll just have to be more careful for now. Dry my clothes inside instead. Also, it's about time. My san should be home by now, right? Haruto tightened his embrace around Setsuna, his fingers tracing slow circles on her smooth, pale back. Then, sitting up, he gently set her down on the bed before walking toward the window. Pushing aside the curtain slightly, he glanced at the neighboring apartment. The lights in the Kira household were on. I had returned home. I'll get dinner ready. If she hasn't eaten yet, tell her to come over and join us. I'm going to take a bath. Alright. As Haruto flicked on the room's lights and started picking up scattered clothes, Setsuna walked into the bathroom, shutting the door behind her. Small apartments like his had their downsides. If the bathroom door wasn't closed properly, the steam would seep into the main room, making everything damp. Without proper ventilation, mold could easily spread. Watching Setsuna disappear into the bathroom, Haruto washed his hands and made his way to the fridge, scanning its contents before selecting ingredients for dinner. Come to think of it, I was supposed to buy new underwear today. But in the rush to catch the culprit, he had completely forgotten. Oh well. Tomorrow's fine. Shaking his head slightly, he pushed the thought aside and focused on preparing their meal. By the time dinner was nearly ready, Setsuna had finished her bath and dressed. Following Haruto's instructions, she went next door to inform her mother. At that moment, Mai was already in the middle of cooking dinner herself. She had seen Haruto's darkened apartment and noticed that her daughter wasn't home, so she had a good guess as to what was going on. Not wanting to intrude, she kept to herself. Just as she was finishing up her potato stew, she heard the door open. Setsuna walked in and let her know Haruto had prepared dinner. Mai glanced at the pot of simmering stew and hesitated for a moment. In the end, she decided to finish cooking it. You go ahead. I'll bring this over when it's done. Need any help? No, I'm fine. You, on the other hand, should take it easy. Setsuna didn't blush or get flustered at her mother's teasing. That kind of embarrassment had disappeared long ago ever since she had openly told her mother that she and Haruto had made their decision. Knowing that Mai would bring over the stew later, Setsuna returned to Haruto's apartment and relayed the message. Haruto glanced at the food he had prepared and nodded. He had already considered the possibility that Mai had started cooking, so he hadn't made too much. With the stew, the portions would be just right for 3 people. As the two of them finished setting the table, about 10 minutes later, Mai arrived with the pot of stew. Setsuna opened the door for her, and once the food was served into bowls, the 3 of them sat down for dinner. Did you take care of everything at school? During their post-meal conversation, Haruto updated Mai about the situation at school. And your apartment? It wasn't her. Someone else did it. No leads yet, so I'll just have to be cautious. From now on, I'll dry my clothes inside. Haruto didn't seem too bothered. Drying his clothes inside or outside didn't make much of a difference to him. As long as they dried properly, it didn't affect his daily life. So, there's no way to catch them. Whoever did this must have known where you live, right? There aren't many people at school who would have that information. Mai's sharp observation made Haruto nod in agreement. Is it true that not many people knew about it? And considering how little free time anyone has, the window for committing such an act was pretty narrow. That day, I stayed at school a bit longer than usual, so I got home later than normal. It was probably during that time that the culprit acted. Between 2 students still attending school and the working woman who usually came home later than both of them, none of them had the time to stake out their apartment to catch the culprit red-handed in the act of stealing underwear. Compared to what happened at school, the stolen underwear is honestly not that serious. To be fair, even if we reported it to the police, it'd be pretty hard to catch the thief. Kiramai understood well how difficult it was to apprehend culprits in cases like these. Most of the time, the best chance of catching them was for the victim to remain alert and catch them in the act when they tried again. Since this incident had only happened once, it was hard to tell if the culprit was a serial offender or if it had been a random crime. Regardless, Haruto wasn't about to start deliberately hanging his underwear outside just to tempt the culprit into striking again. For now, as long as I dry my laundry indoors, they won't have a chance to steal anything else. So, let's just leave it at that. If I don't hang my clothes outside, it probably won't happen again. With the situation at school resolved, and the only remaining issue being a single missing pair of underwear, both Haruto and Mai agreed that it wasn't worth the trouble of going to the police. As long as they took precautions, there wasn't much else to be done. After chatting for a while with Mai and Setsuna, the mother and daughter left Haruto's apartment and returned to their own. Now alone, Haruto quietly tidied up his room. For the next few days, life at school was peaceful. Every morning, he'd walk into the classroom, sit down, and check his desk. Everything was clean, no more worrying about discovering some humiliating gift that could destroy his reputation. Reflecting on everything that had happened, Haruto started focusing more on his studies. He paid closer attention in class and gradually settled into the role of a student. A person's mindset is often influenced by their environment. Surrounded by young students, Haruto naturally avoided talking about things that didn't fit his current lifestyle. Friday passed quietly, and by Saturday afternoon, after school, Haruto went out with Yashia Kahiza and Sakamoto Yoji as a thank you for their help. The 3 wandered around the area before choosing a ramen shop to settle in. Pork bone ramen, double chashu. Haruto placed his bag down and called out his order to the ramen chef. Then he turned to the other 2. Order whatever you want. After checking the menu and confirming that the prices weren't too high, Yashia and Sakamoto relaxed. 1 seafood ramen. Extra spicy beef ramen. With their orders placed, they set down their bags and started chatting about school. It's already April. Just 2 more months until summer vacation. Yashai was the type to always look forward to holidays, already counting down the days to summer even though the semester had just started. By the way, has Yoshida tried talking to you again? Sakamoto glanced at Satoru. Yoshida? Saki? Haruto blinked, a bit surprised that Sakamoto had brought her up. Not really. I ran into her once on Friday morning at the shoe lockers, but that's about it. Man, good-looking guys really have it easy. Girls just flock to you. So, how many admirers do you have now? Let's see. There's the eldest Nakano sister, Akika, she's definitely one. Then there's the blonde beauty, Sawamura Ariri. And now Yoshida Saki too. That makes 3, at least. Yasha counted on his fingers as he listed them off. Haruto just chuckled, shaking his head. As soon as the conversation turned to girls, it inevitably took a weird turn. Since Haruto didn't respond much, Yasha and Sakamoto started discussing their preferences instead. Honestly, I think bigger girls are cuter. Yashai declared shamelessly, stroking his chin with an air of deep thought. Sakamoto nodded in agreement. Yeah, can't really argue with that. At least you have a normal sense of aesthetics. No, I don't mind them being big, but too big is a bit much, right? I prefer something smaller, like just the right size to fit in your hand. Isn't that better? Haruto voiced his opinion casually. Yashai fell silent. Sakamoto looked thoughtful. Then Yashai sighed, shaking his head. Haruto. You just don't get it. He spoke with the conviction of a true enthusiast, ready to lecture him. With a serious expression, he leaned forward, determined to educate Satoru. Only kids prefer small. Real men love big ones, Haruto. The ramen chef, who had been quietly preparing their meals, shot a glance at Yashai. Meanwhile, Sakamoto lowered his head, pretending not to know him. Haruto, regretting his decision to engage in the conversation, glanced at Sakamoto, but he too avoided eye contact. Yashai, undeterred, continued his passionate speech, even using ramen as a metaphor to illustrate his point. It wasn't until the chef finally cut him off that he stopped. Sir, that's enough. There are other customers here. Oh. Yashai fell silent and finally started eating. When they finished their ramen and went to pay, both Yashai and Sakamoto instinctively reached for their wallets. Even though they had said Haruto would treat them, they were still ready to split the bill. However, Haruto stopped them. We agreed I'd treat this time. Just let me cover it, and you guys can treat me next time. After a moment of hesitation, they nodded and let him pay. Leaving the ramen shop, the three of them headed to a nearby arcade under Sakamoto's suggestion. The arcade was bustling with noise and excitement. It wasn't really Haruto's scene, but since he was already there, he figured he might as well look around. While Yashai and Sakamoto immediately got absorbed in a fighting game, Haruto wandered around and stopped in front of a claw machine. Inside was a large stuffed bear. Would Setsuna like something like this? Well, there's nothing else here that really interests me, so I might as well give it a shot. Inserting a coin, he carefully maneuvered the claw, then pressed the button. Clunk. A soft thud signaled his prize dropping into the collection bin. Haruto crouched down and pulled out a black and red stuffed bear, the mascot of Kumamoto. That was easier than I thought. He glanced at the claw machine again. With his confidence boosted, he kept playing. Before long, his coins dwindled while his collection of plushies grew. Eventually, he had to ask a staff member for a bag to carry them all 7 or 8 small plushies and 2 large ones. By the time he returned to the arcade, carrying a large bag, Yashai Akahisa and Sakamoto Yuji had just finished their match. You've gotten stronger, Akahisa. Humphrey, you've improved quite a bit too, Yuji. The score? Haruto approached and casually asked after hearing their conversation. 12-2. Akahisa stood up, radiating the aura of a victor. You got 12 wins? No, Yuji did. By the way, that's a lot of plushies. Were you playing the claw machine this whole time? Akahisa's gaze landed on Haruto, noticing the large bag he was carrying, packed with stuffed toys. Yuji also seemed surprised. You won this many. Here, take 1 each. Haruto casually pulled 2 small plushies from the bag and handed them over. Neither of them refused and gladly accepted the gifts. Since their allowances weren't exactly generous, the 3 of them didn't stay at the arcade for too long. By around 2 p.m., they decided to leave. With his hands full carrying the bag and plushies, Haruto wasn't in the mood to continue shopping, so he parted ways with his friends and headed home early. However, just as he neared his apartment, he unexpectedly ran into someone. A woman dressed in an elegant kimono stood silently in front of the building, her fair hands delicately holding a small folding fan. She gazed up at Haruto's room, seemingly lost in thought, completely unaware that Haruto himself was watching her from a short distance away. Chapter 79. I must properly pass the message to Haruto. Seeing his former lover again, Haruto felt no joy, only an overwhelming sense of sorrow weighing down on him. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, hiding behind a utility pole at the corner of the street. Through the narrow gap between the wall and the pole, he gazed at that familiar figure from afar. Why is she here? Doubt and confusion clouded his mind. There shouldn't be any connection between him and Sayuri anymore. So why had she suddenly appeared here, lingering around his apartment? The uncertainty gnawed at him, making him press his lips into a tight line. A refined, mature woman stood in front of the building, quietly observing the somewhat familiar yet strangely foreign surroundings. She had only intended to take a casual stroll but had unknowingly wandered to this place. As she gazed at the apartment complex, an inexplicable sense of familiarity grabbed over her, though she couldn't quite place its origin. It's probably just my imagination. Lightly pressing the folding fan to her lips, Sayuri let out a quiet sigh before withdrawing her gaze. Turning on her heel, she retraced her steps back home. Haruto, still hidden behind the utility pole, remained silent. He watched her figure disappear down the street before finally stepping out. Standing motionless in place, he sank into deep thought for a long time before slowly making his way back to his apartment. The evening was still a while away. Haruto wasn't sure if Setsuna was with Sekai, but when he glanced at the apartment across the street from his balcony, there were no signs of her presence. Left alone, he walked to his desk, pulled out his chair, and retrieved a stack of manuscript paper from his drawer. The royalties from his last work were barely enough to make ends meet. If he wanted to keep his private tutoring school running, he had to put in more effort. This time's theme. A myriad of ideas surfaced in his mind, yet having too many choices made it difficult to settle on one. After some contemplation, he realized he still had a preference for writing rural-themed stories. Alright, a protagonist from the city returning to the countryside. A mature and alluring aunt married to his uncle. An innocent and adorable cousin. A middle-aged neighbor lady. And maybe a high school girl he meets while taking shelter from the rain. That makes 4. He briefly outlined the characters in his mind. Stories like this didn't require much overthinking, just following his primal instincts was enough to weave a smooth, immersive tale. Writing had always been his livelihood. Now that he had picked up his pen again, he found no difficulty in the process. The words flowed effortlessly. A young man struggling in the city, a relatable character for many who found themselves dissatisfied with life. The countryside setting was intentional. Since his works rarely reached rural areas, most of his readers were young or middle-aged city dwellers who had only a vague perception of country life. The story revolved around a young man who, unable to find success in the city, returned to his childhood hometown, where he was idolized by his cousin, who had never set foot in an urban environment. The admiration from someone so unfamiliar with city life catered to the superiority complex of many urban readers. Adding in a cousin and an aunt brought an element of forbidden romance, a common trope in taboo fiction. However, even within such a genre, he often incorporated elements of cruel fiction. Scenes of humiliation and torment were woven seamlessly into his works, allowing readers, those who felt powerless in their own lives, to vent their frustrations through the narrative. Within 2 hours, he had already penned nearly 2,000 words. It was only when his right hand grew sore that he finally stopped, gathering the pages and sitting in silence within his room. While immersed in writing, he hadn't noticed the fatigue creeping in. But now that he had stopped, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over him. Slowly lifting his head, he glanced at the clock. Then, standing up, he headed to the bathroom. After washing his hands and drying them, he returned to his room, poured himself a cup of tea, and, seeing that the sky had darkened, switched on the lights and began preparing dinner. When Kirami returned home, the apartment was, as always, shrouded in darkness. At some point, she had grown accustomed to this way of life. At Haruto's place again? Setting down her shoulder bag, she took off her coat and unfastened the top button of her shirt. Dressed in a crisp white shirt, Mai sank into the living room sofa, pondering what to do next. There's really nothing much to do. Haruto should have already made dinner, right? Crossing her legs, she let them rest on the couch. Through the sheer fabric of her black stockings, she gently rubbed her calves. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she didn't bother changing clothes. Instead, she slowly sat up, preparing to head to Haruto's apartment. Just as she was about to get up, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Pulling out the vibrating device, she frowned at the unfamiliar number. After a brief hesitation, she answered. Kirami speaking. Who is this? It's me, Mom. Hearing Satsuna's familiar voice, Mai was slightly surprised. Wasn't her daughter supposed to be at Haruto's place? Why was she calling? Aren't you at Haruto's? No, I'm at Kotanoa's place with Sekai today. We're staying over tonight. Can you let Haruto know for me? I see. Last week, she had stayed over at Sekai's house, and now she was spending the night at this new friend's place. It was unexpected, but Mai didn't object. You're talking to Kara-san? Sekai's voice could be heard faintly in the background. Mai reminded Setsuna to be polite while staying at someone else's home, then hung up the call and slipped her phone back into her pocket. She's staying over at someone else's house? Pressing her lips together briefly, she wasn't particularly worried. Instead, an unfamiliar flutter stirred in her chest, her heartbeat quickened slightly, and her entire body felt oddly lighter. Setting her phone aside, she walked toward the door. She needed to pass the message to Haruto. Chapter 80. Even adults can be childish sometimes. Standing at the kitchen counter, spatula in hand, Haruto was in the middle of stir-frying green peppers when he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. He glanced toward the entrance, then down at the pan, hesitating for a moment. Turning the heat down, he quickly added the sliced meat, gave it a quick stir, and hurried to the door. Good evening, Haruto. Good evening. Mai-san? Is Satsuna not with you? Haruto was surprised to see Mai standing at his door, dressed in her work attire, a crisp white shirt and a sleek black skirt. The absence of Setsuna by her side puzzled him even more. I came to tell you something about Setsuna. She won't be coming home tonight. Wait a second, come inside first. I'm in the middle of cooking. If I don't get back to it soon. Please, come in. Before Mai could finish speaking, Haruto, remembering his sizzling pan, quickly excused himself and rushed back to the kitchen. Mai watched his hurried movements with amusement, then stepped inside, shutting the door behind her. She slipped off her shoes and, with a graceful motion, nudged her feet into the waiting house slippers. By the time Mai reached the kitchen, Haruto was already back to skillfully stir-frying. The rich aroma of green peppers and sizzling meat filled the small apartment. She leaned in slightly, watching him cook. You were saying something about Setsuna? She hasn't come home yet? Haruto asked, his focus still on the pan. You can just call me Mai. And no, Setsuna's staying over at a new friend's house tonight. She's with Sekai. With Setsuna not around, Mai took the opportunity to step closer. Smiling playfully, she wrapped her arms gently around Haruto's waist from behind. His body stiffened instantly. Haruto sucked in a sharp breath, glancing over his shoulder at Mai. He hadn't expected her to be this bold. Lowering his gaze, he checked the pan and, seeing that the dish was nearly ready, quickly plated the stir-fried meat and peppers. After tidying up, he gently pulled Mai's hands away. With Setsuna not here, there's no problem, right? Mai had already taken a seat at the dining table, propping her chin up with one hand as she smiled at him. Aren't you afraid she'll find out? Haruto set a bowl of freshly scooped rice in front of her before sitting down across from her. Their eyes met. For a brief moment, Mai's gaze wavered. As long as she doesn't find out, it's fine. Besides, you don't want her to know either, do you? Haruto didn't respond. Instead, he quietly picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Seeing his reaction, Mai chuckled softly and lowered her gaze, eating her dinner in silence as well. The atmosphere between them grew quiet, an unspoken understanding settling between them as they finished their meal. After they had both finished eating and were resting at the table, Haruto finally broke the silence. There's something I'd like to ask you for a favor. What is it? Mai tilted her head slightly, her playful smile returning. It was rare for Haruto to ask for her help. I need to make some money, so I'm planning to start writing again. But I need an adult's name to submit my work. I was hoping you could submit it under your name for me. An adult's name? Last time, you submitted something too, right? That was just for a magazine. This time, it'll be for actual publishing. My family would make things complicated, and few I know is too far away in Tokyo. The only person I could think of who might help is you, Mai. I don't mind. Have you already finished writing it? Not yet. I just started today. With school and everything, I don't have much free time. It'll take at least a month to finish. Alright then. When you're ready, just use my name. Mai agreed without hesitation, nodding with a smile. That's all you needed? Why did you choose me? The favor was settled, but Haruto couldn't help but ask. He still didn't understand why she had taken an interest in him in the first place. There's no real reason, is there? To be honest, I noticed you before Setsuna did. I just didn't act on it, so she got to you first. I never expected her to fall for you so easily. Mai's eyes gleamed mischievously as she rested her chin in her hand, gazing at the young man across from her. She spoke with complete ease, as if there was nothing to hide. But since Setsuna likes you, as her mother, it wouldn't really be appropriate for me to compete with her for someone she cares about. Besides, given our age difference, it's not like anything could come of it, right? Yeah. There probably wouldn't be any real outcome. Thinking about Sayuri, whom he had met at his apartment earlier that day, Haruto fell silent for a moment before nodding. But I do have some special feelings for you, Haruto. Mai said with a soft smile. So for now, let's just leave things as they are. At the very least, you don't dislike me, do you? And really, you're not losing anything from this arrangement. She reached across the table, taking his left hand in hers and gently spreading his fingers open. Then, with the tip of her index finger, she traced slow circles in his palm, her touch light and teasing. Besides, you act all innocent in front of Setsuna, but your body tells me otherwise. She continued, her voice carrying a playful lilt. You're far too skilled at certain things for someone who's supposedly so well behaved. A normal young man wouldn't be that experienced. You must have had quite a few friends back in Itamari, right? She emphasized the word friends. Watching his reaction closely. But instead of looking flustered or defensive, Haruto simply gave her a strange look, one that practically screamed, "What are you even talking about?" "No, nothing like that," he said plainly. "Setsuna is actually my first girlfriend who's the same age as me." "Your first? Same-aged girlfriend?" Mai repeated his words slowly, her brows knitting together in confusion. And then, as if the fog had suddenly lifted, a flicker of realization dawned in her eyes. She blinked, looking at him more intently now, recalling something he had once told her, that he preferred more mature women. Details that had puzzled her before now clicked into place, forming a clearer picture. You. Mai opened her mouth, wanting to ask if he had been involved with older women in the past, but just as the words were about to slip out, she hesitated. A strange, sour feeling welled up inside her. Why wasn't I his first? Her cheeks puffed up slightly in frustration. She was a grown woman, yet in that moment, she felt like a sulking child. Chapter 81, Then explain why my name is here. Most young people probably don't have a clear understanding of what it means for a woman to step into her 30s. But Haruto understood. In fact, he understood it better than most, perhaps even better than married men who had reached that age themselves. Whether it was Sayuri, who had been single for nearly a decade and spent her time around women with all sorts of unique preferences because of her daughter, or Maika, who was just as emotionally empty, neither of them were ordinary women. Back when he was with Sayuri, before he had gone through all those hardships, the thought that crossed his mind most often was, I don't know if I can handle this. Drinking goji berries in a thermos wasn't enough. He had to add the American ginseng and deer antler that Sayuri had specially bought for him. At first, it had been a dream come true. He felt like all his fantasies as a man had been fulfilled. But as time went on, something changed. He started feeling different. His body was being drained every time, squeezed dry like a wrung-out towel. That was when he finally realized this wasn't right. By the time it fully hit him, he had to admit it, under Sayuri's high-intensity demands, he had absolutely no energy left for romantic entanglements with other women. Ah. No. Don't. Don't come any closer, MPH. Jolting awake, Haruto shot up from his bed, gripping the sheets tightly, his unfocused eyes staring blankly ahead. His rapid breathing gradually steadied as he took in his surroundings. Realizing he was still in his own apartment, he let out a slow breath, swallowing hard. It was just a nightmare. Last night, after Mai had questioned him about his past female friends, he had told her the truth. Setsuno was his first girlfriend of the same age. And after that? For some reason, Mai had suddenly started acting strange. The warm, mature gentleness she usually had as an adult woman was gone. Instead, last night had been indescribable. Too complicated to put into words. After enduring nearly 4 hours of torment, Haruto once again felt like a completely wrung-out towel, not a single drop left in him. He sat up, dragged himself to the table, and took a sip of water before heading to the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the room as he stood before the mirror. Staring at his own reflection, his dark circles glaring back at him, he pressed a finger to his lower eyelid and pulled it down slightly, revealing the bloodshot veins in his eyes. I really need to take better care of myself. Or my eyes are gonna lose their innocence. Compared to the clouded gaze he once had, he much preferred the clear, youthful eyes he saw now. He had to start paying attention to his health. Maybe it was time to add exercise to his routine. After splashing his face with cold water, he walked back into his room in his pajamas, pulling the curtains open and cracking the window just enough to let the crisp spring breeze flow in, carrying away the stale air. Glancing around, his gaze landed on the trash can. He stared at it in silence for a moment. I should probably take care of that. And I need to restock, too. Both his body and mind felt a little drained. Even young men didn't have unlimited energy. Slowly, he walked over to his wardrobe, pulled out some clothes, and changed out of his sleepwear. Ding dong, the familiar chime rang as he stepped into the convenience store, lazily browsing the aisles to see what he needed. Now that I think about it, I forgot the past 2 days. Squatting in front of the shelf, Haruto picked up a pack of boxers, 2 pairs in a set. He had always been a boxer briefs guy. Come to think of it, most girls wear briefs, right? Holding the package in his hand, he stared at it for a moment. His thoughts drifted from his own boxers to women's underwear. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen a girl wearing boxers. Except for safety shorts. Still staring at the package, he slowly stood up, and that's when he noticed. Turning his head, he met the gaze of a store employee standing beside him, staring at him with a rather peculiar expression. Yes. Can I help you with anything? No, just checking out. All right. Silently, he walked to the counter, placing the pack of boxers on the checkout counter. As his eyes wandered, he suddenly remembered his actual reason for coming here. His gaze flickered toward the familiar store clerk. It was the same one from last time. The embarrassment from before had mostly faded, so without hesitation, he grabbed the small rectangular box beside him and set it on the counter. He could see the cashier's movement stiffen. Though clearly reluctant, she still picked up the item and scanned it. Haruto wasn't sure why, but a sense of victory washed over him. After bagging his purchases and pocketing his change, he quietly turned to leave the store. Ding dong. As he stepped out, he glanced back at the store. The cashier, still behind the register, was also looking at him. The moment their eyes met, she quickly lowered her head. Too stiff. Silently judging her poor attempt at hiding her reaction, Haruto let out a slow sigh before heading back toward his apartment. Once home, he unpacked everything, tossing the plastic packaging into the trash. He put some of the items in a drawer and tossed the new boxers into the laundry. Then, grabbing an air freshener, he sprayed it around the room. Finally, he headed toward the kitchen. After all that, he hadn't even made breakfast yet, and his stomach was already growling. Meanwhile, in another room. Hey, Airi, why are all your recent stories about daughters competing with their mothers for the same man? With little to do, Sayuri often spent her time with her daughter, watching her create. She used to draw certain types of stories, but lately, something seemed off. It was as if Airi had completely changed. Instead of the usual dark plots, she was now writing something a little more mainstream. Of course, mainstream was a relative term. Instead of that, it had become something more like forbidden romance. The stories now revolved around a childhood sweetheart and her crush, only for the boy to be stolen away by her own mother. At first, Sayuri hadn't thought much of it. She just assumed Airi was trying out a new style. It was normal for teenagers to explore different interests as they grew up. But as the stories became more specific, more realistic, and even started featuring a female character named Sayuri, that's when she started feeling something was seriously wrong. The girl wearing a green sweatshirt and thick glasses slowly stopped her paintbrush, looked back at her mother beside her, and fell silent for a moment. It's nothing. I just wanted to adjust my style. Adjusting your style is fine, but why do some of the character names match mine? Huh? Just a coincidence. Look, the surname is different. It's Magekyō. Sayuri sighed, flipping through the printed pages in silence. After a moment, her slender finger pointed at another part of the manuscript. Then explain why this one is named Sawamura. This time, Airi was the one left speechless. Chapter 82, Wanna tutor me? Yo, Haruto. When Haruto opened the door, he had expected to see Setsuna returning home. But upon finding Riji Takazu standing at his doorstep instead, he let out a quiet sigh of relief and stepped aside to let him in. No plans today? Haruto asked. Not just today. Most days, honestly. I just stay home, review my coursework, and then end up feeling bored out of my mind. So I figured I'd drop by. Unless. Am I interrupting something? Noticing the slight nervousness in Riji's tone, Haruto let out a small chuckle. Not at all. Just a little surprised, that's all. So, your school hasn't started yet? Not until next week. Actually, tomorrow is the official first day. After that, I probably won't have as much free time as I do now. Haruto gestured for Riji to sit down and poured him a cup of tea, placing it in front of him. Thanks. Riji said. No need to be so formal. Haruto replied, taking a seat across from him. But I have to say, I'm surprised your school starts this late. Honestly, most schools don't start until April. If anything, your school's early start is what's unusual. Huh? My girlfriend's school started even earlier than mine. Haruto said. Which school? Sakekino Academy. At the mention of the name, Riji let out an awkward chuckle before sighing. Well, a high-ranking school like Sakekino starting early makes perfect sense. It's nothing like an ordinary school. Their academic standards are crazy high, and they're laser-focused on university admissions. It's only natural they'd start classes earlier. Unlike Haruto, who had never really looked into the details of Setsuna's school, Riji was well aware of Sakekino Academy's reputation. After all, it was one of the most prestigious schools in the area. High academic standards? Haruto repeated, caught off guard. You didn't know? Riji raised an eyebrow. Not at all. Haruto shook his head, taking a small sip of tea as he looked at Riji. Is it that famous? Well, not on a national level, but for this area, it's definitely one of the top schools. They send a ton of students to prestigious universities every year. I had no idea your girlfriend went to Sakekino. I never mentioned it before? Haruto asked. Not even once. Riji said, looking genuinely surprised. Looking at the person sitting across from him, someone so different from himself, someone who naturally attracted people, Riji couldn't help but feel a little down. When would he finally meet a cute girl who didn't mind his intimidating eyes? As his thoughts drifted toward relationships, Riji suddenly realized it was the weekend. He turned his gaze toward Haruto. It's the weekend. Aren't you going out with your girlfriend? She's busy today, not home. So, I don't have any plans for now. Besides. Haruto glanced out the window at the clear sky. There's nothing particularly interesting outside. So, you're the type who doesn't like going out? That's completely different from how you seem. You didn't think I was the kind of guy who enjoys wandering around town and hitting on girls, did you? No, not at all. Ryuji quickly denied it. Well, then, look me in the eyes and say that. Haruto smirked before changing the subject. What about Yasuko-san? She's probably resting at home today too, right? She's still sleeping. She probably won't wake up until noon. I figured I'd stay out of the house so I wouldn't bother her. Why do you ask? Ryuji's gaze lingered on Haruto for a moment. He recalled something his mother had told him before. She seemed to have a rather favorable impression of Haruto. But, unfortunately, Haruto already had a girlfriend, so any chances his mom might have had were non-existent. Not to mention, there was a considerable age gap between them. Ryuji never thought his mom had much of an advantage to begin with. If she really did make a move on Haruto, he wondered if it would only make Haruto feel uneasy. After all, being pursued by an older woman wasn't exactly a pleasant experience, was it? Even though Yasuko was only 33 years old, to a 15-year-old like Ryuji, any woman over 30 automatically fell into the anti-category. In fact, even women over 25 weren't the kind he would ever consider hitting on. It's been a while since I last saw Yasuko-san, Haruto said thoughtfully. She's still working nights, right? Yeah. She heads out every night, then comes home in the morning, drunk as usual. Sleeps all day until evening. Sometimes she wakes up during the day, but that's rare. She hasn't passed out drunk outside again, has she? No, after last time, she's been more careful. She's drinking less now. Honestly, with her health, if she keeps going like this, she won't last long. I've been thinking. Maybe I should help her find a more suitable job. Ryuji knew full well that his mom's upside-down lifestyle, drinking herself into oblivion every night, was taking a serious toll on her health. But what could he do? She had dropped out of high school after getting pregnant, and she didn't have any other skills. She was so used to her current way of life that even if he tried to persuade her, he doubted he could really change her mind. A suitable job, huh? Seeing Ryuji's furrowed brow, Haruto also began to think about what kind of job would suit Yasuko. But the truth was, he didn't know much about different jobs. Having been protected by Sayuri his whole life, he had never seriously thought about these kinds of real-life issues. Maybe check the newspaper? If we find something suitable, we can see if she is willing to try it out. Yeah. That was all Ryuji could do for now. He sighed, lifted his cup of tea, and took a small sip. The two of them sat and talked for hours, their conversation drifting from their plans for the next 3 years of high school to university, whether or not they should get a girlfriend, how to save money, and which streets had the best sales going on. By noon, Ryuji wasn't sure if his mom had woken up yet. He stood, ready to head home to check on things and to grab some lunch for himself. "Wanna come over?" he asked Haruto. Haruto shook his head. "I'll pass today. I don't know when my girlfriend will be back, and if she looks for me and I'm not home, that wouldn't be great." "I see. What a considerate boyfriend. Well, I'm heading home then. If I have time in the afternoon, I'll drop by again." "All right." Haruto watched Ryuji leave before standing up to prepare his own lunch. By the time Setsuna arrived at Haruto's place, it was already afternoon. Haruto was seated at his desk, working on the opening lines of a new novel when the doorbell rang. He glanced toward the door, set down his pen, and got up to answer it. When he opened the door, he saw Setsuna standing there, dressed in casual home clothes, holding a small plastic bag in her hands. She looked up at him as soon as the door opened. "You're back?" "Yeah. Come in." Haruto stepped aside to let her in. For a moment, he considered whether he should give Setsuna a spare key. But the thought was quickly dismissed. "Not safe." "Were you home all morning?" she asked. "I went out to buy some extra underwear. Other than that, I stayed in. A friend dropped by for a bit, though." "Why?" "No reason. I was just wondering if you had any plans to go out. When I got home around noon and saw you were in, I decided to stop by." "Going out?" "No, I don't really feel like it." Back when he was with Sayuri, they had already visited every famous place in Tokyo. Most places felt dull and repetitive to him now. He had no desire to go again. Haruto moved toward his desk, planning to tidy up his scattered manuscript pages before properly welcoming Setsuna. But just as he reached for them, she noticed the pen and papers on his desk. "Are you writing something for a submission?" "No, just something for fun." Haruto gathered up his manuscript and discreetly tucked it into a drawer, making sure not to mention that he was working on an erotic novel. Setsuna, however, couldn't help but be a little curious. "I bought some melon bread on my way here." Haruto looked at the bag Setsuna placed on the table. She took one out and handed it to him. The golden crust resembled the pineapple buns he had tried before. He accepted it, feeling the warmth lingering on his fingertips. He took a small bite. Why was it so hard? The crisp outer layer crumbled as he bit into it, sending crumbs scattering everywhere. Haruto had to quickly catch them with his hand. Eating this thing was more troublesome than he expected. Setsuna, on the other hand, ate gracefully, barely dropping any crumbs. Watching her, Haruto finally sat down as well, and the two of them quietly munched on their bread. Did Ing go home? Setsuna licked her lips and looked up at Haruto. Yeah, she left with me from Kotonoa's place. She's probably home now. Why? No reason. Last week, you stayed over at Ing's place, and this week, you stayed at Katsura's. Maybe next week, it's their turn to sleep over at yours. Setsuna seemed to seriously consider it, which took Haruto by surprise. He chuckled. What's your plan for the afternoon? Nothing. Homework. I finished it at Kotonoa's. We studied together in her room last night. You haven't done yours yet? Nope. Haruto never had the motivation to study before evening. But now that he thought about it, wasn't Setsuna the class rep? She was probably a lot better at studying than him. Wanna tutor me? Smiling at her, Haruto made the suggestion. Sure. Setsuna nodded slightly, not refusing. By the way, where's my san? Standing up, Haruto picked up his textbook from the desk, walked over to the table, and wiped the surface with a tissue before sweeping the breadcrumbs into the trash. As he did so, he glanced at Setsuna and asked about Mai. It was the weekend. Haruto didn't know what everyone else was up to, but he was certain that Mai didn't have work today. She's still asleep at home. It seems like she didn't get much rest last night. Maybe she had a bit to drink. Why do you ask? Oh, I see. Nothing, just curious. Haruto lowered his head and opened his textbook, not pressing further about Mai. Meanwhile, Setsuna slowly got up and leaned closer to Haruto, settling in beside him to help with his studies. At home, Sayuri sat in the same room as her daughter. Ever since she had asked about Ariri's recent manga the previous day, Ariri's attitude had been somewhat off. That made Sayuri wonder, was her daughter dealing with something? Does it have anything to do with me? Sayuri thought back and forth but could only try to piece things together from the stories Ariri had been drawing. Could it be that her daughter had fallen for someone? But there wasn't anyone she seemed to like. And it's not like they would ever end up competing for the same man. What exactly is going on? Feeling lost in thought, Sayuri gazed at Ariri, who was fully focused on her drawing. The atmosphere in the room felt somewhat heavy. Deciding to shake it off, Sayuri stood up and left. I'm going out for a bit, Ariri. Want me to bring you anything? A drink? Coffee? Got it. I'll be back soon. Ariri glanced briefly at the doorway, watching as Sayuri left. Once the door closed, she slowly set down her stylus, her hands falling limply onto the desk. Leaning back in her chair, her arms dangled at her sides. Tilting her head back to stare at the ceiling, a complicated expression crossed her face. Mom doesn't remember anything at all? Chapter 83, How to Steal a Man from Another Woman. Leaving the house, Sayuri strolled through the streets, exchanging friendly greetings with neighbors she happened to pass by. Without even realizing it, she found herself walking toward a place that felt both unfamiliar and yet strangely familiar. Stopping at the street corner, Sayuri gazed across at the apartment building in the distance. Her eyes lingered on a half-open window, flickering with uncertainty. She slowly unfolded her folding fan and raised it in front of her face, her emotions sinking into quiet contemplation. Here again. She had never been to this place before, yet over the past 2 days, whenever she went out for a walk, she would unknowingly, almost instinctively, be drawn to this spot. Why? Do I keep coming here? As she stared at the apartment across from her, a fleeting shadow passed by the window. A petite girl stood up inside the room. The apartment's resident? But then, a moment later, a taller figure rose to his feet, a young man with delicate, handsome features. He opened his arms and pulled the girl into an embrace. The instant Sayuri saw his face, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck through her mind. In the brief blankness that followed, memories came rushing forth in waves. Haruto? The name escaped her lips before she could stop it. That figure, so perfectly matching the one from her dreams, made Sayuri instinctively want to rush into the apartment, to knock on the door, to face him directly. But as the curtains were drawn shut, she pressed her lips together, took a deep breath, and forced herself to steady her emotions. Biting down gently on her lower lip, she clenched the handle of her fan, her fingers turning slightly pale from the pressure. In the end, she withdrew her gaze and turned back toward home, walking away with slow, deliberate steps. Ariri sat at her desk, her fingers wrapped around her stylus. After some time alone, she had finally adjusted her mood. Lowering her head, She resumed her unfinished drawing. Let's go with this, two people in a room, while the mother can only eavesdrop helplessly from outside. She's restless, overwhelmed, yet all she can do is cover her mouth, tears streaming down her face, her body trembling with frustration. A smirk curled at the corner of her lips as she vented her dissatisfaction onto the canvas. Her stylus moved swiftly across the tablet, sketching out rough lines with ease. Given her natural talent and professional training, drawing this kind of scene was effortless for her. In the silent room, Ariri let out a mischievous chuckle as her hand worked tirelessly. But just as she was immersed in her work, a sudden knock on the door shattered the stillness. Her entire body stiffened, the smile on her face freezing before gradually fading. Pressing her lips together, she slowly turned toward the door. It creaked open. Sayuri stepped inside, her gaze falling upon her daughter, who remained seated at her desk. Without saying much, she placed a shopping bag on Ariri's desk. "Weren't you going for a walk? You're back already?" Ariri was a bit surprised her mother had been gone for less than an hour. Reaching for the shopping bag, she pulled out a can of coffee. "Yeah. I went out for a bit, but after seeing something, a few thoughts crossed my mind, so I decided to come home early." "What is it?" Twisting open the cap of her coffee, Ariri took a small sip before casually asking her mother. "That boy who helped you at school last time, his name was Mimizu Haruto, right?" Hearing Haruto's name suddenly come from Sayuri's lips, Ariri's hand momentarily froze on the bottle cap. She hesitated, then slowly raised her head to look at her mother. "That was a long time ago, wasn't it? Why bring it up now? His home. It should be somewhere around this area, right?" "I don't know." In her memory, she did have Haruto's address. But up until now, she had never once gone there. If those future memories were correct, then yes, his house was indeed somewhere nearby. "You don't know?" "I took a walk around today and ended up near an unfamiliar apartment complex. There, I saw a boy who looked strikingly similar to the one you mentioned, Mimizu-kun. You've never even met him before. You probably just mistook someone else for him." Pressing her lips together, Ariri wasn't sure why her mother would suddenly connect some random boy to Haruto. But thinking about her own situation, she couldn't shake the unease creeping into her heart. Especially after that conversation she had with Sayuri before she had fully remembered everything. Could her mother be experiencing the same thing as her? Mistaken identity, huh? Maybe. But I did see that boy in the apartment. Hugging a girl. Snap. Just as Ariri picked up her stylus, intending to use her drawing as an excuse to shut down the conversation, her grip tightened crack. The tip of the stylus snapped off in her hand, leaving a deep fracture on the surface of the tablet. Sayuri blinked in surprise. Unlike most people, she was well aware of just how sturdy a drawing tablet and stylus were. They weren't something that could be broken so easily, certainly not as effortlessly as snapping a cheap pen or pencil in half. And yet, in that brief moment, Ariri had pressed down with enough force to shatter it. "Ariri? No, it's nothing. I guess I've been using it for too long. It must have worn out. I'll need to buy a new one." Keeping her head lowered, Ariri spoke in a quiet, muted tone. She silently set aside the broken tablet and stylus, pulling out the stylus tip and inspecting it. The exterior seemed fine, but whether the inside was damaged, she couldn't tell. Not that it mattered to her right now. She had no interest in her drawing tools at this moment. Without a word, she placed the stylus down beside her. "Did Mom say something just now?" Sayuri had always thought of her daughter as a refined and elegant girl, aside from her slightly eccentric interests. But now, she was starting to feel like she might have misjudged her all this time. "Nothing." "Do you have any suggestions for dinner?" "Not really." "All right, I'll go prepare something, then." Sayuri glanced at her daughter before letting out a soft chuckle. She lifted her folding fan to cover her face and gracefully stepped out of the room. Left alone, Ariri sat in silence, staring at the shattered remnants of her tablet. Even if she tried using it again, it probably wouldn't be responsive anymore. She quietly detached the damaged part and set it aside. Then, shifting in her chair, she gradually pulled up her knees, resting her feet on the seat. Wrapping her arms around her legs, she sank into a long, brooding silence. She didn't know how much time had passed before she finally stretched out her right hand, gripping the mouse. Her other hand hovered over the keyboard. In the search bar, she slowly typed out one sentence: "How to steal a man from another woman." Chapter 84, Give Me a Kiss, and I'll tell you, in the past, when reading stories about private tutors, Haruto never quite understood how simple academic tutoring could escalate into something much more complicated. Were those authors just overthinking things? But after a brief tutoring session with Setsuna, he realized those scenarios weren't entirely far-fetched. As they sat together, with Setsuna closely guiding him through his coursework, Haruto found that his mind wasn't focused on the problems on paper. Instead, He was acutely aware of the faint, lingering fragrance that drifted toward him, the occasional brush of her body against his, and even the smallest of movements, each one subtly stirring his thoughts. Struggling to suppress those distractions, Haruto forced himself to complete his homework. But as soon as he finished, he instinctively pulled Setsuna into an embrace. At that moment, he finally understood why private tutor stories were so popular. Evening at the Kira residence. Later that evening, Haruto and Setsuna arrived at the Kira household. Kira, who had spent nearly the entire day resting at home, finally got out of bed in the afternoon. When she emerged from her room, she looked more refreshed than usual, her face carrying an unusual rosy glow as she greeted Haruto. "Are you two making dinner here tonight?" She was slightly surprised when Setsuna informed her that she and Haruto would be preparing dinner together, not at his apartment, but here at her home. "The kitchen here is better equipped," Setsuna replied calmly, glancing at Mai's face for a brief moment before explaining. Mai quickly understood. Haruto had only recently moved into his apartment, so even if he had kitchenware, it wouldn't be as well stocked as her household, which had been lived in for over a decade. If they were planning to cook something special, it made sense to use a more fully equipped kitchen. Since she wouldn't have to cook herself, Mai was more than happy to sit back and relax. She watched as Haruto carried a bag of groceries, her gaze lingering on him for a moment before she casually turned away and walked toward the living room sofa. "Alright, I'll leave dinner to you two. I could use a little break," she said. Without responding, Setsuna tugged lightly at Haruto's sleeve, leading him to the kitchen to begin preparing the meal. Meanwhile, Mai sat down on the sofa, picked up the remote, and turned on the television. As she watched a game show where contestants had to complete proverbs, she found herself glancing toward the kitchen every so often. "Fill in the missing part of the proverb, if there's a hole." Someone on the show answered, "There might be a crab inside." Cringing in embarrassment, "Good medicine. If it sticks in your mouth, cough." Correct answer, "Tastes bitter." Despite the light-hearted nature of the program, Mai found it difficult to concentrate. Her attention kept drifting to the kitchen, where the young boy and girl were working together in harmony. She pressed her lips together and eventually turned her gaze back to the TV, though her mind continued to wander. Flashes of last night's memories surfaced in her thoughts. Slowly, she hugged her knees to her chest, resting her face against them as her mind drifted further away. Setsuna has an amazing talent for cooking. At first, she had seemed somewhat inexperienced in the kitchen. But within just a week, Haruto noticed how quickly she had improved. She could anticipate his instructions before he even spoke, preparing and handling ingredients with remarkable efficiency. The entire cooking process felt effortless and enjoyable, and by the time they finished preparing dinner, he found himself wishing it had lasted a little longer. As he turned to look at Setsuna, who stood beside him with a gentle smile, he momentarily lost himself in thought. "What's wrong, Haruto?" she asked. "No, nothing," he replied with a soft smile, meeting her clear gaze. When Setsuna carried the dishes to the dining table, Haruto exhaled quietly, suppressing the small, inexplicable sigh that escaped him before he followed with the remaining dishes. During dinner, Mai turned off the TV and joined them at the table. She quietly picked up her chopsticks, and after a polite itadakimasu, she took a bite of their cooking. "If Haruto were a girl, I bet he'd be even more popular," she remarked. Haruto had no idea how to respond. "What a shame. None of the girls in your class probably know you can cook, huh? If they did, you'd be even more sought after." "Good thing Setsuna acted fast," Mai added, a teasing glint in her eyes. At the comment, Setsuna glanced up at her mother with a slightly awkward expression before quickly lowering her head again, continuing her meal in silence. "Well, actually, the guys in my class already know," Haruto said. "And I'm not the only one. There are other boys in class who can cook and handle household chores pretty well." "Really? There are other guys like that?" "Yeah. One of them lives alone because his parents work overseas, and his older sister is studying abroad. Since his mother wasn't very good at housework, he learned to do everything himself from a young age." "I see." Mai nodded, her gaze briefly flickering toward Setsuna. Their situation wasn't too different. She, too, had often come home late due to work, leaving Setsuna to prepare dinner for herself. "There's also Takazurigi, who lives nearby," Haruto continued. "We're about the same age, and he's really skilled at household chores. He takes care of all the cooking and cleaning at home. He's a great guy." "Takazu? I think I've heard that name before." Mai frowned slightly, looking at Haruto. "Yeah, his mom, Yasuko-san, is a single mother. She raised him all on her own, even cutting ties with her own parents for his sake. She's an amazing woman." Mai hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but wasn't sure how. Haruto could guess what was on her mind. Given Yasuko's job, it was natural that people would have misconceptions. Mai's reaction didn't surprise him. Still, as Reiji's friend, he felt the need to speak up on his behalf. Raising a child alone and making sure they grow up well, that's no small feat. I think Yasuko-san is an incredible woman. And of course, so are you, Mai-san. Haruto added with a small smile. Mai's mood, which had subtly soured, lightened slightly at the compliment. She glanced at her daughter again. Haruto, you're really thoughtful, aren't you? Haruto didn't respond, he only smiled lightly and continued eating. After dinner, Haruto and Setsuna handled the cleanup, while Mai helped with a few small tasks, like wiping down the table. Even after the meal, none of them immediately dispersed. Haruto didn't rush back to his apartment after all, there was nothing pressing waiting for him there. He figured he might as well spend a little more time at the Kira house. They turned the TV back on, sitting together on the sofa. Mai sat on one end, while Setsuna nestled close to Haruto on the other. Mai's gaze occasionally flickered toward them, watching how closely they sat together. Seeing the subtle, affectionate gestures between the two, she felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest. Pressing her lips together, she shifted her focus back to the TV, hoping it would distract her. Haruto also watched the program, but he couldn't ignore the way Setsuna gradually leaned into him until she was practically sitting on his lap. Glancing at Mai, whose gaze avoided them, Haruto turned his attention to the girl in his arms. Wrapping his arms around her waist, he held her close, resting his face against her soft hair as he breathed in her gentle scent. Mai, catching a glimpse of this, felt like she had just swallowed an entire lemon, sour and suffocating. When it was time for Haruto to leave, Setsuna instinctively wanted to follow him home. But before she could move, Mai spoke up. "I'll walk Haruto out," she said. "There's something I'd like to talk to him about." Setsuna paused. Setsuna glanced at Mai, paused for a moment, then nodded slightly and headed toward the bathroom. She was going to take a shower. As for Mai, she watched her daughter's figure gradually disappear before slowly shifting her gaze to the man in front of her, Haruto. With a subtle glance, she gestured for him to follow, and together, they walked toward the door, leaving the room. "What is it?" As Mai approached, Haruto instinctively took a slight step back, maintaining the distance between them. "What are you afraid of?" "Nothing. It's nothing." His body was still weak from the tutoring session with Setsuna that afternoon. He dared not stand too close to Mai, fearing that if he returned to his apartment and fell asleep, he might not be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Noticing his reaction, Mai felt slightly dissatisfied but let out a soft sigh and kept the distance between them. "This afternoon, I remembered something. Aren't you planning to get published?" "Yes, I am. When I used to work, I had contact with an editor at a publishing house. I happen to keep her contact information. Since you're planning to publish, you might want to reach out to her." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a business card, handing it to Haruto. The card had a slight curve to it. Haruto glanced at Kiramai before extending his left hand to take it. As his fingers brushed against the card, he felt a lingering warmth. Lowering his gaze, he examined the business card. A cherry blossom emblem was printed on it, alongside the name Keiya Publishing and the editor's name, Kazekage. "She has a good reputation in the industry. If you need anything, you can try contacting her. Just tell her I sent you." "Mai-san, are you actually very powerful?" Haruto looked at Mai in surprise. He had never asked about her work before and had no idea she even had connections in the publishing world. In response to his surprise, Mai simply smiled, gently tapping the corner of her lips with a slender finger. "Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you." Haruto glanced at Mai beside him and chuckled softly before slipping the business card into his pocket. "I'll give it a try." "Well then, good night, Mai." Standing by the roadside at the bottom of the stairs, Haruto bid her good night before turning to cross the street. Mai, however, watched his retreating figure with a trace of disappointment. She bit her lip lightly, then glanced back at the apartment, remembering that Setsuna was still in the shower. After a brief hesitation, she quietly gathered her thoughts and slowly made her way up the stairs. It was best to head home and rest early. When Haruto reached the door of his apartment, he happened to look up at the same time Mai arrived at her own doorstep. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Haruto gave her a small wave in farewell before stepping inside. Mai lingered for a moment, reluctant, before finally pushing open her own door and disappearing inside. Chapter 85, An Unexpected Proposal. Boys and girls, form your own teams and start with some warm-up exercises. During class, when it was time to split into groups, Haruto slowly made his way to Nozaki Amitaru's side, looking up at the tall boy in front of him. "Want to team up?" "Yeah." As everyone else paired off and began their exercises, Haruto and Nozaki also started warming up together, assisting each other with their stretches. When Haruto helped Nozaki with his movements, he truly felt what it meant to bear weight. His originally relaxed body tensed the moment he hooked his arms around Nozaki's and attempted to lift him. His muscles instantly tightened, and his balance wavered slightly. Fortunately, he reacted in time and managed to steady himself. Otherwise, he might have ended up taking an unwanted trip to the infirmary. "You okay?" Noticing Haruto's brief instability, Nozaki asked with concern. "You don't have to push yourself too hard. Just going through the motions is enough." "No, I'm fine. I just wasn't paying attention. I didn't expect you to be even sturdier than I imagined, Nozaki. Are you sure you're okay?" Yeah, I'm fine." After that initial stumble, the rest of the warm-up went smoothly. Following the teacher's instructions, the class began jogging laps around the gymnasium. Even though he wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it, Haruto, as a student, didn't want to stand out too much. So, he silently followed the others, lining up in formation and starting a slow jog indoors. After 3 laps, some students grabbed basketballs and continued exercising, while a smaller group sat quietly on the sidelines, watching the more energetic ones play. Haruto was definitely not part of the energetic group. He sat off to the side, leaning against the gym wall, watching the others as he got lost in thought about his future plans. "I need to finish my manuscript first. But will that publisher really accept this kind of story?" Since it was Mai's recommendation, he figured he'd at least reach out. If they were open to his work, he could try publishing with Keiya Publishing as she suggested. If things went well, the royalties would help him figure out his next steps. "So my priority right now is to complete my novel?" "What novel?" A light weight suddenly pressed against his shoulder. Unlike Nozaki Amitaru, this touch was soft and delicate, making Haruto sway slightly before turning to see Akiko beside him. "Aren't you going to play basketball?" "I was thinking about it, but I saw you sitting here all alone and got curious. So I came over to check on you only to hear you mumbling about finishing a novel." "Wait. Are you actually an artist?" Though his profession was somewhat similar, it wasn't quite the same. Haruto had no idea how Akiko even reached that conclusion. "Why would you think that?" He decided to ask directly, wanting to understand her reasoning. "Well, you seem to have some kind of complicated relationship with Sawamura-san, right? And she joined the art club. I heard she was even an award-winning prodigy in the past. So obviously, if you're connected to her, you must be an artist too." There was absolutely no logical foundation to her reasoning, just intuition and wild speculation. Haruto was momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he let out a quiet sigh. "What's wrong? Why are you sighing? You're still young, Haruto. Sighing too much will make you age faster, you know." Akiko lightly poked his cheek with her slender finger. To an outsider, their intimate interaction looked just like that of a couple. Across the gym, Ariri sat with another girl, chatting idly, but her eyes were constantly tracking Haruto. When she saw Akiko being so close to him, she bit her lip in frustration. Beside her, Hinami Aoi noticed Ariri's reaction and blinked in surprise. Following her line of sight, she caught sight of Haruto and Akiko's intimate moment. Then, she turned back to Ariri, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. "Hey, Sawamura-san. Don't tell me you have feelings for Mimizu-kun?" "Huh?" Ariri snapped out of it, reluctantly tearing her gaze away. Her mood was clearly off as she turned to face Hinami. She pursed her lips before quickly denying it. "And no, it's not like that. It's just. He helped me before, so I'm a little concerned. Don't misunderstand. It's not like I like him or anything." Her voice grew quieter as she spoke, almost inaudible by the time she finished. Hinami, however, had already seen right through her. Watching Ariri's reaction, she could practically hear the alarm bells of gossip ringing in her head. "Really? You sure you're not interested in him?" she teased. "Because it sure looks like Nakano-san is. Since the beginning of the semester, they've been getting closer and closer. Honestly, they kind of look like a couple now. He doesn't even like that type of girl." Hinami's ears perked up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Oh? So Mimizu-kun doesn't like girls like Nakano-san? Sawamura-san, you seem to know him pretty well. How'd you figure that out? Wait a second, did you two actually know each other before school started, and you've just been pretending to be strangers?" It sounded absurd, yet oddly plausible. Ariri simply remained silent. She had no intention of explaining anything. Her relationship with Haruto was complicated. She didn't want to discuss it with anyone. Instead, she simply stared across the gym at Haruto and Akiko, watching their close interaction with an unreadable glint in her eyes. Meanwhile, back on Haruto's side, "So, you're not an artist, huh?" After a bit of back and forth, Haruto had at least managed to convince Akiko that he wasn't a painter. He also reiterated that he hadn't known Ariri before school started. Akiko nodded as if she believed him, but the casual way she did it made Haruto doubt she actually did. Oh well. As long as she didn't press further, That was fine. Explaining things was a hassle, anyway. Hey, Haruto, which do you think would suit me better, becoming an idol or an actress? Still leaning against the wall, Akika gazed at the basketball court, watching as the boys tried to show off their skills in front of the girls. Then, she casually threw the question at him. Haruto tilted his head slightly and turned to look at her. Haruto wasn't sure why Akika suddenly brought up the topic, but as he considered what he knew about idols and actors, it seemed like acting might be the better choice. Being an idol must be exhausting. If you became one, you probably wouldn't have much time for school. Plus, there'd be all sorts of restrictions. Acting seems slightly better, but if you land a role, balancing it with high school would still be difficult. His gaze fell on Akika, watching her closely, a bit puzzled. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Are you planning to become an idol? That wouldn't be a bad idea. If you and your 4 sisters formed a group, you'd probably be insanely popular. No, nothing like that. It's just that over the weekend, someone approached me on the street and invited me to join their agency. An agency, huh? Haruto glanced at Akika, who was smiling as she spoke. He then shifted his focus back to the group of boys playing basketball, their sweat glistening under the gym lights. Be careful. A lot of agencies are tricky to deal with. Once you sign a contract, you might lose your freedom. And there are some rather unpleasant aspects of the industry. Not many people make it to the top, but plenty end up wasting their youth struggling in the lower ranks. Though he considered Akika a friend, they weren't particularly close. Haruto didn't feel like he had the right to dictate her decisions. They had only known each other for about a week. It wasn't like he was the protagonist of a light novel who could just tell her what to do. Since Haruto's response was calm and indifferent, with his eyes barely even resting on her, Akika felt a slight pang of disappointment. Her body was already close to his, but seeing his detached attitude, she leaned in even more. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she pressed her face near his ear and exhaled softly. You're so composed, Haruto. Don't you ever dream of becoming an actor or an idol? With your looks and presence, you could easily become famous. We could even be the perfect couple on screen. Not interested. I have no desire to live under constant scrutiny. Haruto calmly removed her hands from his neck and placed a hand against her forehead, gently pushing her away. Even if they were on good terms, he didn't want to be caught in such an intimate situation in front of so many people. Seeing that Haruto wasn't flustered in the slightest, Akika felt an internal wave of emotion. She still wore her usual soft smile, but deep inside, she had already made up her mind. Alright then. If that's the case, I'll become the light that illuminates your future. That makes no sense. Haruto had no idea what she meant. He sighed and slowly stood up. That's enough for now. It's time to regroup. We still have classes after this. He walked toward the crowd, and Akika remained seated, watching his retreating figure. Then, she stood up, lightly patted the dust off her gym shorts, and followed him. Are you sure you won't reconsider? Not interested. The whistle blew, signaling everyone together. As the teacher checked attendance, they were about to head back when the instructor reminded Haruto that it was his turn to clean up the gym. Huh? Only after someone nudged him did Haruto remember. He glanced at Iriri, who was also staying behind. As Haruto's friends, Yashikahiza and Sakamoto Yuji, passed by, they patted his shoulder with knowing expressions. Meanwhile, Akika approached him again. Want me to stay and help? No, it's fine. After hesitating for a moment, Haruto declined. Once the other students and teachers left, he turned toward Iriri, who had also remained behind. I'll put the basketballs away. Iriri responded softly, keeping her head down. Haruto picked up 2 basketballs and walked toward the storage room, while Iriri stood still, her gaze locked on him. Watching his retreating back, she bit her lip before slowly following him. Inside the dimly lit storage room, Haruto placed the basketballs into a metal rack. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed Iriri standing at the entrance. Looking for a broom? She remained silent, lowering her head. Then, without a word, she shut the door behind her, leaning against it and blocking the exit. Even Haruto, usually slow on the uptake, immediately sensed that something was off. He stared at her, slightly baffled. Class is about to start soon. Is there something you need? Instead of answering, Iriri stayed quiet. She pressed her back firmly against the door, making no move to let him pass. Haruto sighed and stepped closer, reaching out to gently move her aside. But before he could, Iriri suddenly wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into an embrace. The unexpected gesture froze Haruto in place. Slowly, he lowered his gaze. Iriri had buried her face against his chest, leaving him at a complete loss for what to do. Sawamura-san? Marry me. What? Haruto thought he heard her whisper something, but it was too faint to catch clearly. Confused and conflicted, he looked down at the girl in his arms, his hands awkwardly raised, unsure where to place them. "Marry me." Ariri lifted her face, her expression a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes as she practically shouted the words, loud enough to make his ears ring. Her sudden proposal left Haruto in stunned silence, his mind going completely blank. For a moment he wondered if he had heard it wrong. Chapter 86, When Did It Happen? On one hand, Haruto's gaze was fixed on Ariri standing before him. On the other hand, his mind was desperately filtering through what he had just heard, trying to make sense of it. Did I mishear something? Kekken. That means marriage. Right? A marriage. With me? No, that can't be right. So then. Marriage? What? With who? And why? Unwilling to accept reality, Haruto stood frozen, staring blankly at the girl in front of him. His hand, which had been about to touch Ariri's, recoiled as if electrocuted. He even took 2 steps back instinctively, putting some distance between them. The blonde-haired girl bit her lip, her sharp canine teeth pressing into the soft flesh. When she saw Haruto backing away, her face darkened slightly, but her gaze remained firmly locked onto him. Did I mishear something? Haruto forced a strained smile, trying to brush things off. Ariri, did you say? Marriage? There was no way Ariri, who had been agonizing over this for so long, would let him dismiss her words so easily. Marriage. I said, let's get married. Right. Marriage. Haruto let out a dry chuckle, his brain working overtime. So I didn't mishear. Marriage. But Ariri, let's not even talk about emotions for now. We've only known each other for a week. Even if you want to get married, you. And he pointed at Ariri, then at himself, and gave a light-hearted smile as he delivered the punchline, we're not even old enough to get married, are we? The law hadn't yet been revised to raise the marriage age for girls to 18, matching the boys. Right now, the legal age for girls to marry was still 16. But even so, Ariri wasn't there yet. If I remember correctly, Ariri, you're 15, right? And I'm 16. Unfortunately, your grand plan for marriage is legally impossible. Haruto almost broke out in a cold sweat at Ariri's sudden declaration, but he had managed to defuse the situation with logic. Surely, she would drop the subject now. Ariri bit her lip harder, staring at him in frustration. She hadn't even considered their ages. She had been so caught up in her own emotions that she acted purely on impulse. But now that the arrow had been knocked, there was no turning back. She fixed her gaze on Haruto, inhaled deeply, and spoke. Do you really not remember? Do you really think we've only known each other for a week? Huh? Didn't we meet at the start of the school year? Haruto's smile stiffened. A strange feeling had been nagging at him for a while now, but Ariri's words made it impossible to ignore any longer. Leaning against the doorframe, the girl slowly straightened up. Then, step by step, she walked toward him. Haruto instinctively backed away. Further and further until his foot unexpectedly caught on something, and he tumbled backward onto a soft gym mat. He scrambled to push himself back, hands pressing against the mat, but just as he was about to retreat again, Ariri abruptly stopped in her tracks. Looking down at him from above, she clenched her fists. The way she stared at him made Haruto feel like a child waiting for punishment, guilty of some unknown crime. Smack. Without warning, Ariri lunged forward, pinning him down beneath her. Haruto's body tensed as he felt her press against him. Her golden twin tails cascaded down, framing his face, and the familiar fragrance of her shampoo surrounded him. For a moment, his thoughts blurred. His mind drifted back to the past, to memories that shouldn't exist. When did it happen? Lying beneath her, Haruto stared up at Ariri. Her eyes gleamed with an intense, almost predatory hunger. Seeing her like this, he gave up struggling and simply lay still. Ariri tightened her grip around his wrists, making sure he wouldn't slip away. The start of the school year. The time you fainted? You figured it out, huh? At first, I thought it was just a hallucination. I kept telling myself I was imagining things. Her voice trembled slightly. But after repeatedly testing things, I finally confirmed it. It wasn't just a dream, it was a memory from the future. The visions of that future resurfaced in her mind. Those nightmarish scenes, filled with despair and tragedy. She couldn't let things unfold that way. She had to change the future. And as long as she married Haruto, everything would be different. The nightmare that ending would never come true. That's why I have to take action. I have to change the future. The future is in my hands, and knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Ariri's words, making them catch in her throat. Lying on the gym mat, Haruto glanced toward the door. Is someone in there? Hello? A familiar voice called from outside. Both Ariri and Haruto recognized it immediately. After leaving the gym earlier, Akiko Nakano had returned to the classroom with her sisters. But on the way back, Nino had casually thrown out a remark that stuck with her. Sawamura and Mimizu stayed behind to clean up, right? You think they might get locked in a room together? That kind of thing only happens in TV dramas. Yotsuba dismissed it outright. No way something like that would actually happen in real life. Akiko, however, wasn't so sure. After a brief moment of hesitation, she told her sisters she would go back and check just in case. When she arrived at the gym, she found it empty. The place was still a mess, but there was no sign of Sawamura or Haruto. So, she made her way to the storage room to investigate. As she got closer, she heard voices inside. She hadn't intended to eavesdrop, but the word future caught her attention. Future? That didn't sound like a normal conversation between classmates. Her curiosity got the better of her, and before she knew it, she was knocking on the door. Inside, the sudden sound sent both Haruto and Ariri into a tense silence. Haruto wasn't even sure why he instinctively held his breath. But something told him that if Akiko opened the door now and saw their situation, it wouldn't look good. And it wasn't like he could just turn to her and say, "Relax, I was just spreading positive energy." No way she'd buy that. Meanwhile, Ariri knew she was in the wrong. If she got caught like this, things could spiral out of control. She glanced down at Haruto, who had given up struggling and was lying still. For some reason, her sharp little canine teeth started to itch. She really wanted to bite him. "If no one answers, I'm coming in." "Wait a second." Haruto finally spoke up. "I'm in here." The door got locked. "I'll open it now." Outside, Akiko glanced at the lock. She decided to trust his explanation for now. She had no interest in seeing anything she wasn't mentally prepared for. Inside, the sound of shuffling and footsteps followed before the door creaked open. Standing there was Haruto, looking perfectly normal, clothes neat, hair in place. That alone was enough to make Akiko relax a little. Peering past him, she saw Ariri, also composed and tidy. Ariri met Akiko's gaze and bit her lip slightly. "Did you need something, Nakano-san?" "No, not really." Akiko replied casually. "I just thought you two might need help cleaning up." "What were you doing in there?" "Nothing much. Just putting the basketballs away." Haruto answered smoothly. "Anyway, since you're here, let's clean up quickly so we can get back." With that, he walked out of the storage room and began tidying up the gym. Ariri lingered for a moment, shooting Akiko a complicated look before silently following after him. Akiko watched them both, her curiosity growing. Something about their behavior felt off. But for now, she joined them in cleaning. By the time the three of them returned to the classroom, it was just in time for the next lesson. However, the atmosphere had shifted. All eyes were on them. Whispers spread. Speculation filled the air. Even the teacher noticed the strange tension but chose to ignore it. This was a private school, after all. As long as it didn't cause problems, no one wanted to get involved in teenage drama. The undercurrent of gossip remained. And even as the school day came to an end, the tension never fully faded. As soon as the final bell rang, Haruto grabbed his bag and made his way out of the classroom. Akiko exchanged a glance with Nino before following after him. Meanwhile, Ariri stayed in her seat, calmly packing her things. She didn't move until Haruto and Akiko had already left. Then, she quietly walked out with Hinami Aoi, choosing a different route home. Just as Haruto was nearing the school gates, a hand suddenly clapped down on his shoulder. "Yo." He didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Without stopping, he kept walking forward. But he still responded. "What, not heading home with your sisters?" "No rush." "So, you free?" Akiko fell into step beside him, leaning in slightly to gauge his reaction. Haruto glanced at her before letting out a small sigh. "I've got some time." "Why?" "Come shopping with me." "Where?" "Shibuya." "To Suzuka." Meanwhile, elsewhere in town, Setsuna was spending time with Sakai and Kotonoa. At Sakai's suggestion, the three of them had decided to grab a bite at her family's restaurant. Not that it was anything fancy, just some juice and fries while they chatted and worked on homework together. Typical girl time. "Ugh, the guys at school are so annoying," Sakai complained, resting her chin in her hand. Even though they know Kotonoa doesn't like guys getting too close, they still keep trying. Kotonoa's cute looks always attracted attention. And since she was uncomfortable around boys, the job of keeping them away usually fell to Sakai and Setsuna. "Well, she is adorable," Setsuna remarked casually, taking a sip of lemon tea. Her gaze flicked toward Kotonoa's figure. "And she has a great body." Kotonoa's face immediately turned red. It's not like that. I'm just a normal girl." Being modest is cute too," Sakai said with an exaggerated sigh. "But if you overdo it, it kinda hurts, you know." She glanced at Setsuna, hoping for some sympathy only to feel even worse. For some reason, it felt like she was the only one in their group who had completely lost the genetic lottery. It was like she was the only loser here. Chapter 87, Do you want hydrangeas or morning glory? Take someone like Kotonoha. Though she doesn't have a boyfriend yet, she's undeniably popular at school. With her adorable looks, wealthy background, and top-tier grades upon entering, she embodies perfection. Her shy personality might be a bit of a flaw, but to most boys, that probably just makes her even more charming. Then there's Setsuna. Compared to Kotonoha and even Sekai herself, she seems a little underdeveloped in certain areas. But what she lacks in physical maturity, she makes up for in academics, consistently ranking among the top students in class. More importantly, she successfully started dating Haruto, the boy she had been interested in. Looking at these contrasts, Sekai couldn't help but feel stuck in an awkward middle ground. She wasn't as outstanding as Kotonoha, nor did she have a sweet boyfriend like Setsuna. The thought exhausted her. With a sigh, she rested her head on the table, silent and unmoving, as if life had drained from her except for the occasional blink of her eyes. Watching her dramatic display, Setsuna calmly put down her glass of lemon tea, picked up her pen, and flipped open her homework. You're not even going to comfort me a little? Sekai slowly lifted her head, blinking at the girl across from her. Without looking up, Setsuna clicked off her pen cap, scanned the questions on her worksheet, and finally closed her eyes for a moment. Then, she glanced at Sekai's expectant expression and spoke in a flat tone. You're cute. We have a quiz tomorrow, so let's finish the homework first and review the material afterward. Ugh. So perfunctory. Sekai sat up straight with a sigh and reluctantly opened her own workbook. Kotonoha, who had been thinking about offering words of comfort, hesitated. She wasn't sure how to chime in, but seeing Sekai bounce back so quickly made her feel a bit awkward. Her gaze shifted towards Setsuna, still uncertain about the dynamic between the two. In the end, she chose to remain silent and quietly resumed working on her own assignment. You don't have to worry too much about Sekai, Setsuna said, turning another page. That's just how she is. Even if she gets a little down, she'll recover in no time. Kotonoha looked up in surprise, glancing at Setsuna, who remained focused on her notes, her pen moving steadily across the page. I can hear you, you know loud and clear. Well, it's true, isn't it? It's not like I'm talking behind your back. Even if I don't mind, I still feel a little hurt. So, as compensation, help me with class duty tomorrow. No. The immediate rejection came without hesitation. Setsuna finally looked up and met Sekai's gaze. Absolutely not happening. Ugh. Sekai pouted, momentarily deflated as she slumped over her workbook. Kotonoha, watching their playful exchange, felt a small pang of envy. Without a word, she lowered her head and continued working through her problems in silence. The three of them suddenly fell into silence, each focusing on the homework in front of them. As they worked, they occasionally asked each other about certain problems, and after nearly an hour, they finally finished their assignments. What should we do next? Weren't we supposed to go over tomorrow's test material? Let's go to Setsuna's house. Sekai interrupted excitedly. We still have time, and I don't know what else to do. Let's just stop by for a bit and then head home afterward. Setsuna's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Sekai. Visiting her house? No, that wasn't the real reason. Sekai was obviously aiming for a chance to go to Haruto's apartment instead. Before Setsuna could refuse, Kotonoha glanced at her and nodded lightly. Sure, I don't mind. Setsuna opened her mouth but, seeing the two of them looking at her expectantly, let out a silent sigh and reluctantly began packing up her things. Sekai and Kotonoha exchanged a quick look before happily gathering their belongings as well. Once they ensured they hadn't left anything behind, the three of them left the cafe together. After bidding farewell to Hueco, Sekai linked arms with both Setsuna and Kotonoha, leading the way toward the Kira household. By the way, has Mimizu-kun made it home yet? Why are you asking about Haruto? Setsuna shot a glance at Sekai, whose arm was wrapped around hers. She could already guess the answer. This had nothing to do with his whereabouts and everything to do with her true intentions. And yet, they weren't even at her house yet, and Sekai was already showing her true colors. I was just wondering what Mimizu-kun is up to. If he's free, wouldn't it be nice if he joined us for our little study group? He has other things to do. Let's just leave him be. What kind of things? Setsuna had no idea what Haruto was doing at the moment, but instead of answering, she simply glanced at Sekai and fell into silence. As the two of them continued their conversation, Kotonoha, who had been walking beside them, found herself at a loss. She didn't know how to join in, so instead, she let her gaze wander elsewhere. The last time she had stayed over at Sekai's house, she had already realized that both Sekai and Setsuna seemed to like the same person. But that person Haruto was now Setsuna's boyfriend. Kotonoha had met him before. He did seem like a kind and gentle guy. But because of her fear of men, she had always kept a careful distance from him, never allowing herself to form any deeper thoughts about him. To her, he was just an acquaintance, nothing more. Now, hearing Sakai suddenly bring up Haruto in conversation with Setsuna, Kotonoha couldn't shake the feeling that this topic was treading dangerous ground. So instead of getting involved, she chose silence and looked away, trying to focus on something else. But the moment she turned her gaze, she spotted a familiar figure in the distance. At first, she simply felt that the person looked familiar, but she couldn't immediately place where she had seen them before. Narrowing her eyes, she focused her attention on that figure. A school uniform she didn't recognize, a vaguely familiar hairstyle and back. When he turned slightly toward the girl beside him, Kotonoha caught a glimpse of his face. Wasn't that the very main character Sakai and Setsuna had just been talking about? With another girl? Kotonoha's eyes widened as she took in the sight before her. The girl standing next to Haruto was unfamiliar, wearing a different school uniform, one that didn't belong to Sakakino. But something about it rang a bell. Wasn't that the uniform for Toyoasaki Academy? And Haruto just so happened to attend Toyoasaki. There was no mistake, she had recognized him correctly. As Kotonoha stared at the two figures, she saw the unknown girl suddenly lean into Haruto, pressing her body against him. Their intimate behavior left her momentarily speechless. What's wrong, Kotonoha? Sakai and Setsuna had continued walking ahead, but when they realized Kotonoha was no longer following, they turned back and noticed her standing still. No, it's nothing. What were you looking at? Sakai furrowed her brows in confusion and followed Kotonoha's line of sight. But all she saw was a wall with some advertisements, a cute cat poster, a few scattered flyers, and the usual pedestrians passing by. Nothing, I just spaced out for a moment. Sorry. Kotonoha wasn't sure what she had just witnessed, and without understanding the full picture, she hesitated to bring it up to Sakai and Setsuna. Her gaze briefly landed on Setsuna's face. The girl seemed to sense something was off and tilted her head in confusion. But before she could ask, Kotonoha quickly lowered her head and walked forward, catching up with them. Kotonoha sure has her weird moments sometimes. Sakai chuckled. Hearing that, Kotonoha could only force an awkward smile. She glanced at Setsuna beside her, only to find that the girl was still staring at her. The moment their eyes met, Kotonoha quickly averted her gaze. Noticing this strange reaction, Setsuna narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing something was off. She turned back toward the direction Kotonoha had been looking at just moments ago. But there was nothing there. After a brief moment of silence, she decided to let it go and continued walking toward her house with the others. Meanwhile, across the street, inside a small flower shop. What's wrong, Haruto? You suddenly dragged me in here. Did you see someone familiar? Akika smirked as she looked down at Haruto, who was still holding her hand. Haruto had pulled her into the shop the moment he spotted those three familiar figures walking nearby. At the time, it had been purely instinctive. But now, looking back on it, he was starting to regret his decision. Letting go of the girl's hand, Haruto looked at the person in front of him, fell silent for a moment, and let out a slow sigh. No, it's nothing. Akika glanced down at her hand, where he had held her just moments ago. When he grabbed her hand earlier, her heart had been pounding, but now that he had let go, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Really? It didn't seem like nothing, you looked pretty weird just now. She teased. Despite the small disappointment in her heart, Akika kept her usual playful smile, even going as far as to tease Haruto. May I help you? A store clerk approached them with a friendly smile, looking at the two students. What flower is this? Ignoring Akika's teasing, Haruto pointed at the flowers in front of him and asked the clerk. These are hydrangeas. Do they have any special meaning? Haruto wasn't very knowledgeable about flowers, so he casually asked about their symbolism. If the meaning was good, he figured he could buy some as a gift for Setsuna. The clerk glanced at Haruto, then at Akika, who was smiling beside him. Hydrangeas symbolize coldness, resilience, aloofness, and also fickleness and betrayal. If you'd like, I can wrap them up for you. Akika chuckled. Hey, Haruto, fickleness. Sounds like a perfect fit, want to buy them. Haruto remained silent for a moment, glancing at the clerk's polite smile and Akika's mischievous grin, then turned to look at another flower. What about this one? This is a morning glory. Its meanings are fleeting love and bond. Haruto thought the flower looked familiar, but he couldn't place where he had seen it before. Only when he heard the clerk's explanation did he suddenly remember. But wasn't that meaning a little strange? First fickleness. And now fleeting love? Fleeting love, huh? You want this one? Akika smirked. Forget it. After asking about two flowers and finding neither had a particularly good meaning, Haruto shook his head and turned to leave the shop. Akika followed after him. It's getting late. Let's call it a day. You should head home soon, or your sisters will start worrying. Haruto said, looking back at her. Well, I had fun going out with you, Haruto. But yeah, it's getting late. Let's wrap it up here for today. See you. Since he had already decided to go home, Akika didn't try to keep him any longer. She waved at him and walked off ahead. Haruto returned the wave, watching her silhouette disappear into the distance before slowly turning to glance back at the flower shop. A while later, Setsuna and her two friends finally arrived at her house. Looking at the closed curtains of the apartment across the street, she smiled at Sekai. What a shame. Looks like Haruto isn't home yet. That means we won't be able to ask him to join the school festival preparations. Sekai also looked toward the apartment. The windows were shut, the curtains drawn. It really didn't seem like anyone was home. After a brief pause, she simply nodded and followed Setsuna into the house. Meanwhile, Kotanoa remained silent. She had already seen Haruto earlier. But for now, she chose not to say anything. Following behind the two girls, she took one last glance at the apartment before stepping inside and quietly shutting the door. Haruto arrived home around 5:30 in the afternoon, carrying a bouquet of flowers. He glanced at the Kira residence across from his apartment, unsure if Setsuna was home yet, then stepped inside. Placing the flowers on the table, he slowly walked over to his desk. He didn't sit down right away. He stood there for a moment, lost in thought, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Picking up a packet of barley tea he had bought earlier, he went to prepare a cup. I don't know if Setsuna's home yet. If she notices I'm back, she'll probably come over. I'll just leave it be for now. As he waited for the water to boil, he pondered what to do next. For now, he would just keep writing. Chapter 88, The Outsider and the Current Girlfriend. Writing can be an interesting process, but more often than not, it becomes tedious. Sitting at his desk, Haruto had only managed to write half a page before putting down his pen. Leaning back in his chair, he slowly lifted his gaze to the ceiling, lost in silence. At first, he had thought the idea was fascinating. When he started writing, he had been filled with excitement. But, as always, after just a few days, the passion faded. Now, it felt like he was just going through the motions sitting at his desk, steadily filling in the story that had once ignited his enthusiasm. Well, at least it only needs to be around 200,000 words. I've already written close to 50,000, so that leaves about 150,000 to go. 1 month. Might be pushing it. But 2 months? That should be doable. Sitting quietly at his desk, Haruto rubbed his temples, reminiscing about the days when he had a computer. The first thing I'll do when I have money is buy a laptop for writing. This is way too much of a hassle. The sound of boiling water reached his ears, prompting him to stand and walk to the kitchen. He poured the hot water into a cup, watching the barley tea steep at first clear, then gradually turning a rich amber hue. Holding the cup carefully by the rim with his thumb and forefinger, he carried it back to his desk. Not in the mood to continue writing, he pulled out his textbooks from his bag, deciding to focus on his studies instead. Just as he was getting into the flow of solving problems, the doorbell rang. Furrowing his brows slightly, he glanced toward the door. Could it be Setsuna? His gaze flicked to the bouquet of flowers he had bought from the shop earlier. If it really was her, he could hand them over now. With that thought, he got up and walked to the door, placing his hand on the doorknob. But when he opened it, the person standing there was someone he hadn't expected at all. A blonde girl stood before him. She wasn't wearing her school uniform but instead a white shirt layered with a green patterned wool cardigan. She paired it with pure black shorts, her slender, snow-white legs wrapped in knee-high black stockings. With a refined yet slightly distant demeanor, she stood quietly at his doorstep. Thick-rimmed black glasses framed her face, and though she was looking directly at him, there was no trace of joy in her expression, only calm indifference. Haruto almost blurted out his confusion, but before the words left his mouth, he caught himself. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door wider, silently inviting her in. A slight smirk played at Terry's lips as she stepped over the threshold. With a smooth motion, she closed the door behind her. "Change your shoes." Haruto placed a pair of spare slippers on the floor in front of her. She nudged off her leather shoes, slipped into the slippers, and wordlessly walked further inside, her eyes scanning the familiar yet subtly changed surroundings. "It's different from before," she noted. "There used to be a bookshelf here. You haven't bought a new one?" "Don't need one for now. Besides, I don't have enough money to waste on books." Sitting on the edge of his bed, Haruto watched as she examined the room, then asked the obvious question. "What are you doing here?" "I just wanted to see the place you live in now," Yuri said, her tone even. "You keep your distance from me, yet you're still living here?" Haruto remained silent. There was no way he could explain the strange, almost supernatural circumstances behind his situation. He simply sat on the bed, watching her without offering an explanation. Ariri's gaze fell on the bouquet sitting on his desk. Her eyes narrowed slightly before she turned her head to look at him. What's with the flowers? They're a gift. For who? Someone you don't know. My current girlfriend. Haruto lifted his head and met her gaze as he answered. Yet, to his surprise, Ariri showed no particular reaction. No shock, no anger, just quiet acceptance. It was as if, with all the weight of the past pressing on her, she had already came to expect this answer. She wasn't the same impulsive, hot-headed girl he had once known. She had already heard about the possibility from her mother. But now that she had confirmed it with her own ears, an unpleasant feeling settled in her chest. Even so, she kept her emotions in check. Walking over to the desk, she glanced at the bouquet one last time before turning back to face Haruto. She crossed her arms over her chest, looking down at him from where she stood. And for the first time, Haruto felt a shift in their dynamic. What do you mean, girlfriend? A girlfriend is just that, a girlfriend. What's there to explain? I'm tired, Ariri. I don't want to keep dwelling on the past anymore. Right now, nothing has happened yet. You and I are just ordinary classmates. So, isn't it normal for me to have a girlfriend? Looking at the girl standing before him, the familiar face, the condescending gaze, Haruto fell silent for a moment. Slowly, he lowered his head, cupping his face with both hands, rubbing his cheek slightly. After letting out a long breath, he looked back at her. His gaze was no longer as calm and clear as it usually was. The exhaustion and bitterness he had buried deep within himself surfaced once again. Ariri, staring at Haruto, felt as if she had been transported back to that dark room, back to the sight of the man curled up in the corner, his sleeping face twisted in pain. Her heart ached slightly, yet she bit her lip in frustration, her eyes glaring at him. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. I have a girlfriend now, and it's not Sayuri. That means I have nothing to do with her anymore. Didn't you hate it when I had any connection with Sayuri? Well, congratulations, Ariri. Your wish has come true. I won't go near her anymore. Lifting his head, Haruto met her gaze and smiled. Looking at the girl in front of him, her face full of confusion, her suppressed anger barely contained, he couldn't help but let his lips curl upward. The burden he had carried in his heart felt significantly lighter now that he had spoken his mind. When Haruto first found himself back in high school, he had been shocked. Then, there was a fleeting sense of joy at getting a second chance at life. But that feeling was faint. More than anything, he felt lost. He had told himself he would set his life back on track, yet, even now, it still didn't feel real. Instead, what weighed on his mind the most was the matter of the Sawamura mother and daughter. He couldn't shake off the feeling that this was all just a dream, one he would wake from, only to find himself back in that dark room. For someone like Haruto, who had already grown accustomed to a life devoid of light, this new reality was blinding. It didn't feel real. It was like watching a movie, or living in a dream that could shatter at any moment. Dazed, he had gone along with everything until Ariri confronted him today. When she demanded an explanation, Haruto, who had been holding back for so long, finally let his suppressed emotions spill out, laying everything bare before her. As he closed his eyes and finished speaking his piece, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over him. He opened his eyes again, smiling at the girl before him. If, back then, Sayuri chose to end her life to escape reality, then now, when none of that has happened yet, when she is still alive and well, there is no reason for me to feel guilty or regretful. I owe you nothing, Ariri. The long years, the painful memories, all those beautiful moments that turned into emotional burdens. Haruto never had the courage to end his own life. He merely clung to existence, barely scraping by in the shadows of the city, waiting for time to take its course. But now, time had rewound, undoing everything that had once happened. He had not yet met Sayuri. He had no idea why Ariri still remembered everything, but as long as no one else did, it was enough. Do you really think that as long as no one else remembers, you can just pretend that nothing ever happened? Ariri bit her lip hard, her pale fingers clenching into fists so tight that her knuckles turned white. Her eyes burned into Haruto. Now that he had said everything, there was no need for him to pretend anymore, no need to act like he didn't know anything or hide the guilt he felt toward her. The weight on his heart was gone, and he felt lighter than he had in a long time. But the truth is, nothing has happened. Aside from you and me, who else remembers? I don't know why we retained our memories while time reset, but one thing is certain: I owe you nothing, Ariri. And yet, I still remember everything. That alone is proof of what you owe me. Haruto, you're not the only one burdened by those memories. Haruto looked at the girl before him and fell silent. He couldn't exactly say she was wrong. Then tell me, why is it that no one else remembers, yet you and I do? After a brief pause, Haruto finally asked the question that had been on his mind. He had always assumed that his return to the past was due to time reversal, a mysterious ability he wasn't even sure he possessed. But Harari should be an ordinary person. She shouldn't have experienced the same thing. Standing in the room, Harari furrowed her brows, trying to recall why she had memories of the future. Why, like Haruto, she had returned to the past. Then a sudden wave of nausea overtook her. Covering her mouth with both hands, she bent over, retching uncontrollably. Haruto, startled, quickly stood up, grabbing her trembling shoulders. Their bodies pressed together as he hastily helped her to the bathroom. He guided her to the sink, where she gripped the edges tightly, her entire body shaking as she let out painful, guttural retches HRRKHKK. Watching her sudden reaction, Haruto's eyes flickered with uncertainty. But he remained silent, stepping out of the bathroom to fetch her a glass of water. The sounds of her retching continued for several minutes before finally subsiding. The water ran for a moment, then stopped. When Ariri emerged, her face was pale, her expression weary. She looked at Haruto, who was waiting in the room. "Here, drink some water." He held out the glass. Ariri hesitated for a moment but eventually reached out and took it. Thank you. Hearing you say thank you is honestly a surprise." Glancing at her, Haruto fell silent for a moment before finally asking, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine now." "What just happened? Are you feeling unwell? Or is this some kind of side effect?" Ariri's hands trembled slightly as she held the glass. She lowered her head, averting her gaze. After a brief silence, she set the glass down. "I just remembered something I need to take care of at home. I should go. I'll see you at school tomorrow." With that, she turned and walked toward the door. Haruto watched her hurried figure, his mind unable to ignore the unease bubbling within him. Just as Ariri reached the door, ding-dong, the sudden chime of the doorbell made her freeze. She turned back to look at Haruto in confusion. Haruto glanced toward the door. With slow steps, he approached Ariri, standing beside her as he reached for the doorknob. Without hesitation, he pulled the door open. Standing outside was someone he fully expected: Setsuna. After seeing off Kotonoha and Sekai, Setsuna had assumed Haruto was home since the curtains were drawn. She had planned to visit him, but when the door opened, she was met not only with Haruto but also with a beautiful blonde girl standing beside him. Ariri's pale face, red eyes clearly, she had been crying. Setsuna's heart skipped a beat as she turned her gaze to Haruto. Chapter 89, Memories stirred by a photo album. Standing at the doorway, Setsuna's gaze briefly lingered on Ariri before shifting to Haruto. Haruto, who had already anticipated this scene before opening the door, remained calm. Without a hint of panic, he even greeted Setsuna with a slight smile. "You're here, Setsuna. Who is she?" Setsuna's eyes studied the unfamiliar blonde girl in Haruto's apartment, her expression unreadable. Ariri, who had been about to leave, narrowed her eyes slightly when she saw the girl. She turned back to Haruto, a smirk playing on her lips, and introduced herself with a deliberate air. "Sawamura Ariri, Haruto's classmate. And you must be the girlfriend he mentioned?" Caught off guard, Setsuna turned to Haruto, only to find that he had no intention of explaining. She then shifted her attention back to Ariri. "Yes, I'm Kira Setsuna. So, this is the type of girl you're dating now?" Ariri studied Setsuna for a moment, then turned her gaze back to Haruto. Letting out a soft chuckle, she casually slipped on her shoes, brushed past Setsuna, and left the apartment without another word. Watching her disappear around the corner of the hallway, Setsuna's gaze lingered for a few moments before she turned to face Haruto. "The girl you're dating now? What does she mean by that?" Haruto, who had been looking at the retreating figure of Ariri, lowered his eyes to meet Setsuna's, then silently stepped aside, opening the door wider to let her in. Without answering her question, he turned and walked back into the apartment. Seeing his reluctance to explain, a flicker of unease flashed through Setsuna's heart. She bit her lip, slipped off her shoes, and quietly followed him inside. The moment she entered the living room, her eyes landed on a bouquet of flowers sitting on the table. "Did she give you these?" "The flowers? No, I picked them up while I was out earlier. I passed by a flower shop on my way home from school, thought of you, and decided to buy a bouquet. I wasn't sure if you'd already gone home, so I brought them back here first. I planned to give them to you when you arrived. Then, that girl just now. She's someone I used to know. But she's not my girlfriend. Don't take her words too seriously, she was just trying to make you doubt me." Setsuna frowned, glancing from the flowers to Haruto. "Did you two had conflicts before?" "Something like that. We used to get along well, but one day, she suddenly started hating me. And now, whenever we meet, she just wants to give me a hard time." Explaining his history with Ariri to Setsuna was too complicated. Even if he tried, he doubted she'd fully understand. She might even think he was joking or making excuses. So, Haruto decided to leave it at that. Reaching into his pocket, He pulled out the receipt for the flowers and casually placed it on the table. Seeing the slip of paper, Setsuna finally felt reassured. She walked up to the table, gently picked up the bouquet, and, upon seeing the vibrant flowers, her face bloomed into a bright, genuine smile. "Thank you, Haruto. As long as you like them, that's all that matters." Since Mai hadn't returned home yet, Setsuna, touched by the gift, set the bouquet down and wrapped her arms around Haruto. Meanwhile, outside the apartment, Ariri walked down the street alone, covering her lips with one hand. She didn't understand. Every time she recalled the end point of her memories of the future, she felt a wave of intense nausea, an uncontrollable unease and fear that left her confused and lost. "Miss, you don't look too well. Why don't you come have some fun with us? It'll cheer you up." On her way home, she encountered a troublesome group of guys. Ignoring them completely, she walked straight ahead, leaving one of them looking awkwardly rejected. His expression twisted with irritation before he muttered under his breath and turned to leave in the opposite direction. When Ariri finally arrived home, she didn't even acknowledge her mother's greeting. Instead, she headed straight for her room, shut the door behind her, and walked to her bed. She stopped at the edge, then collapsed onto it. She buried her face into her pillow, her breathing growing shallow. Her golden hair spilled across her neck, tickling her skin. Feeling the itch, she reached up, loosened her twin tails, and continued pressing her face into the pillow. She lay there like that, suffocating herself until the lack of air made her chest tighten and her body instinctively resist. Only then did she lift her head, gasping for fresh air as she stared at the fading sunlight outside her window. It's already this late. Flipping onto her back, she stared blankly at the canopy above her bed, replaying the events of the day. Had she gone too far? Maybe. But she didn't regret it. Not even a little. Even if Haruto had a girlfriend now, she knew him too well. At most, they'd been together for about a month. No matter how fast their relationship progressed, it couldn't possibly compare to the nearly 10 years she had spent by his side. She didn't take his earlier words to heart either. As far as she was concerned, they were just angry remarks, nothing more. Once he calmed down, she'd get her chance. Just then knock, knock. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. Ariri turned her head toward the door. Creak, the door opened slightly, and a familiar face peeked in. It was her mother, Sayuri. "Ariri, are you okay? Did something happen? You don't look very happy." Hearing her mother's concern, Ariri felt an inexplicable wave of frustration. She bit her lip, curled up, and pulled the blanket over her head, her muffled voice escaping from beneath. "It's nothing. I'm just in a bad mood." "Well, about dinner. Whatever. All right. But if anything's bothering you, remember, you can always talk to me." "I know. I'm not a kid anymore." Sayuri sighed as she watched her daughter lying on the bed. Shaking her head, she withdrew her gaze, gently closed the door, and went to prepare dinner. Left alone, Ariri remained buried under the covers. Once she heard the door click shut, she slowly peeked her head out, staring at the closed door with a mixture of guilt and sadness swelling in her heart. With a heavy sigh, she pressed her face back into the pillow. This time, however, she only covered her eyes. A dull ache filled her chest, and for some reason, her nose stung slightly, as if she were about to cry. Somewhere along the way, it had become an unspoken rule that whenever Haruto was home, he would have dinner with the Kira family. After spending some time in the apartment with Setsuna, Haruto followed her back to the Kira household, where Mai had already prepared dinner. Even young people should be a little more careful. Mai remarked casually as she glanced at her daughter. "You're not at the age where you should be thinking about having kids just yet." At those words, Setsuna instinctively turned to look at Haruto. Haruto had no idea what that look from Setsuna meant. He simply sat quietly at the dining table, lowered his head, and focused on his meal, pretending not to notice her gaze. The atmosphere at the table remained silent as they ate. After dinner, cleaning up was left to the two younger ones, Haruto and Setsuna, while Mai, as usual, relaxed on the sofa. Setsuna took charge of carrying the dishes, while Haruto handled washing them. With a clear division of labor, they quickly cleaned up the table and utensils. As Mai sat in the living room, Setsuna suddenly grabbed Haruto's hand and pulled him into her room, leaving Mai alone on the sofa. Watching her daughter drag Haruto away, Mai's expression turned complicated, a mix of hesitation and unease. After a moment, her gaze wavered, and she put down a remote control. Slowly, she got up and began to inch toward her daughter's room. "What is it?" Inside the room, Haruto looked at Setsuna in confusion. After pulling him inside and closing the door, she simply stood by the door in silence, not making a move. Haruto frowned slightly, puzzled by her actions. Setsuna raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to stay quiet. Haruto raised an eyebrow but said nothing, opting to sit on the edge of her bed instead. He watched as Setsuna leaned against the door, waiting for something. Then, all of a sudden, she reached out and swiftly yanked the door open. Creek standing right outside, my froze, caught red-handed before she could even start eavesdropping. Her eyes widened as she stared at her daughter, who now stood before her. Did you need something? And no. I just wanted to ask if you wanted some fruit. No thanks. Oh. Okay then. A slightly embarrassed smile appeared on Mai's face. After a brief pause, she cleared her throat awkwardly and turned back toward the living room. Setsuna watched her mother sit back down before closing the door again. Seeing how cautious Setsuna was even toward her own mother, Haruto couldn't help but feel surprised. But what shocked him even more was the fact that Mai had actually tried to eavesdrop in the first place. After shutting the door, Setsuna began rummaging through her things until she pulled out a thick photo album and placed it in front of Haruto. What's this? Photos. From when I was little, and some old memories. Haruto glanced at her in surprise. He hadn't expected her to show him something so personal. Can I look? Most people were hesitant to share their past with others, even those they were close to. Many feared being laughed at over childhood photos. Personal keepsakes like a photo album were rarely shared. For Setsuna to bring it out so naturally, it meant she saw Haruto as family. Feeling a complex mix of emotions, Haruto slowly reached out and took the album from her hands. Setsuna sat beside him, flipping through the pages as she explained the memories behind each picture. This one was taken when I was 7, at Aizen Beach. And this one is in front of the entrance to Ai's Grand Shrine. This is from the summer when I was 8, at Aoyama Green Space in Nagoya. And this one is in front of Nagoya Castle. Almost every summer, Mai would take Setsuna on trips, capturing their memories in photos at famous landmarks or festival sites: Tokyo's Kanda Festival, Kyoto's Giant Festival, Osaka's Tenjin Festival. In contrast, Haruto's childhood had been much quieter, mostly spent at home, either under an electric fan or by the nearby stream with Mitsuo to soak their feet and have a picnic. He had rarely left Itomori, except for one trip to Nagoya. As Setsuna recounted her travels, Haruto listened with a soft smile, immersing himself in her stories. Before they knew it, they were only halfway through the album, yet time had already slipped by. A knock on the door brought them back to reality. Mai was reminding them that it was time to rest. Haruto turned to Setsuna and stood up. It's getting late. We can finish looking at it tomorrow. You should get some rest, and I should head back to wash up and sleep. Setsuna hesitated, wanting to ask him to stay, but seeing him already walking toward the door, she couldn't bring herself to say it. She got up and walked him to the entrance. See you tomorrow. Standing at the doorway, Haruto looked back at her. Yeah. See you tomorrow. He headed toward the stairs, his figure slowly disappearing from her sight. But Setsuna didn't close the door right away. She stood there, watching as he entered his apartment across the way, waiting until he was safely inside before finally shutting her own door. Back in his own room, Haruto took a moment to consider how much electricity he had wasted by leaving the lights on for so long. He sighed, then made his way to the bathroom, undressed, and stepped into the shower. After drying his hair, he turned off the lights and lay down on his bed. Staring into the darkness of his quiet room, his thoughts drifted. Better get some sleep. Muttering to himself, Haruto closed his eyes and let himself relax. The warm summer wind blew against his skin. Even doing nothing, sweat trickled down his body. A much younger Haruto sat under the eaves of a house, gazing at the large tree in the garden. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed behind him. Here, watermelon. Oh, thanks. Is it chilled? Of course it's chilled. A tall girl with long blue hair sat beside him, setting down a plate of watermelon slices. She looked at the young boy beside her. Where's Mitsuo? At home, taking care of Yatsuo. No, actually, she's probably just bullying her. And instead of helping your little sister, you snuck out here to slack off? You're such an unreliable big brother. Haruto bit into a watermelon slice, then glanced at the woman beside him, her curvy figure, her youthful, adorable face, her lively personality. He wondered why she didn't have a boyfriend. Mitsuo and Yatsuo are both my little sisters. No matter which one I help, it wouldn't be fair to the other, right? What an excuse. Chapter 90. I want to disappear in life. Most people, during their childhood, will come across a woman who is a little different from the rest. She's a bit older than you, warm and lively, always looking after you. While keeping a certain distance, she sparks in you a curiosity about adulthood. Her presence is unlike that of your peers. She stands out in your life and memories, special in a way no other woman is. Growing up in Itomori, there weren't many playmates around for Haruto. Kids his age lived far apart. The nearest one was at least a 30-minute bike ride away, making it an hour-long round trip. For a boy like Haruto, time was precious. Unlike children who longed for companionship and didn't mind the effort, he wasn't the type to spend an hour just to visit a friend. As a result, he rarely ventured far from home. His only playmates were his two younger sisters, and his days revolved around taking care of them, occasionally teasing Mitsuo for fun. If there was anything unusual about his daily life, it would be his neighbor. A girl a few years older than him, though he couldn't recall her exact age anymore, he only remembered that she was older. Her name was Fujika Nano, and during school vacations, they would sometimes visit each other's homes. Unlike boys and girls his age, who still felt somewhat immature, Fujika was on the verge of graduating high school. She and Haruto shared more common topics, and even when they simply sat together in silence, it never felt lonely. Time seemed to slow down in her presence. One late summer afternoon, with the season's end approaching, Mitsuo and Yatsuo were still napping at home. Sleepy himself, Haruto sat under the eaves, gazing at the bright sun. The sharp glare made him squint, instantly driving away his drowsiness. Turning back inside, he glanced at his younger sisters. Mitsuo was mumbling in her sleep, while Yatsuo, despite being fast asleep, was still sensitive enough to instinctively swat Mitsuo's hand away whenever she reached out to touch her. Haruto sighed softly, stood up, and walked to the kitchen. Pouring himself a glass of cold water, he then stepped out of the house. The sun's heat was suffocating, and a chorus of cicadas rang in his ears. Wearing nothing but a light t-shirt and shorts, Haruto trudged towards his neighbor's house in his flip-flops. Even after a short walk, he could already feel himself being baked by the summer heat. He reached out to press the doorbell, only to find it burning hot under his fingertip. No response came from inside. Frowning slightly, Haruto slid the door open. "I'm coming in." Still, no reply. He stepped inside, kicked off his flip-flops, and walked barefoot across the wooden floor. Entering the living room, he saw the television on, an electric fan oscillating back and forth, and Fujika lying lazily on a tatami mat, half asleep. Even after hearing him enter, she didn't bother to look up. Instead, she turned over, burying her face into a pillow. So sleepy. When will this summer ever end? It's still the height of summer. It'll cool down a little next month, but by September or October, it should feel much better. Muffled in her pillow, Fujika lifted her head slightly and blinked at him. "When did you get here?" "Just now." "Didn't hear you at all." "That's breaking and entering. Now you owe me an ice pop, or I'll have to arrest you." "Then that would be illegal confinement, which means you'd be committing a crime, too." Sitting down beside her, Haruto reached out and poked her soft cheek with his fingertip. Fujika turned her head slightly, giving him a sidelong glance before suddenly rolling over and pressing him down onto the floor. Like an octopus wrapping around its prey, she wrapped her arms around him tightly, rubbing her cheek against his, catching him completely off guard. Letting out a long sigh, Haruto gave a token struggle before turning his face to the side, only to meet Fujika's gaze. "It's summer, you know. Don't you feel hot?" "It is hot, and you're all sweaty, but I don't mind," she teased. A radiant, mischievous smile spread across her face, one that he had never quite seen before. Haruto suddenly felt a little unsettled. Because of how close they were, he could pick up the faint fragrance on her mixed with a trace of sweat, making his mind go blank for a moment. It was summer, after all. Neither of them was wearing much. With their bodies pressed together, he could feel the softness of her smooth skin, the warmth of her slender arms, the slight tickle of her breath against his ear, and the gentle pressure of her toned, porcelain thighs. Even though he wasn't exactly a kid anymore, Haruto felt his throat go dry. Fujika Nano gazed at the boy before her, her eyes drifting downward without realizing it. After a moment, she let out a soft chuckle. "Haruto, you're not a kid anymore, are you?" "No, I'm just a kid," he replied instinctively, feeling her eyes on him. But Fujika simply smiled, leaning in close until her lips were at his ear. In a low, teasing whisper, she asked, "Then, do you want to become an adult?" Memories from the past, tinged with complex emotions, surfaced in his mind. Haruto's eyes snapped open. He pressed a hand to his chest, sitting up abruptly, drawing in deep breaths. A faint sadness crossed his face. A memory from the past. It wasn't unusual for him to dream of that summer, but it had been a long time, nearly 10 years, in fact. So why had this memory suddenly come back to him now? It had been so long since that summer ended. After that, he had barely seen Fujika again. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just complicated. He wasn't sure what he would say to her if they met again. Besides, she had gone off to university, leaving Itamori behind. She rarely returned home. If he remembered correctly, she was in Tokyo now. But despite living in Tokyo himself for almost a decade, he had never once run into her. The city was just too big, the people too many. Searching for someone he hadn't seen in years amidst the sea of faces was nearly impossible. Even after all this time. "I'm still dreaming about those days?" Sighing, he ran a hand through his hair before pulling back the covers. Slowly, he got up and made his way to the bathroom. After a quick wash, he checked the fridge for ingredients, put together a simple breakfast, and ate alone. Once he finished cleaning up, he got dressed, slipped on his shoes, and stepped out of his apartment. Locking the door behind him, he thought back to the day he lost his clothes. Ever since then, he had made a habit of drying his laundry indoors. Guess I should be grateful the thief wasn't a burglar. Letting out another sigh, he made his way downstairs. At the side of the road, he spotted Sakai Saying. He gave her a small nod of acknowledgement but didn't approach. Instead, he simply continued walking towards school. Sakai had made a habit of waiting outside the Kira family's house each morning, just to have a few extra moments to chat with him. But today, Haruto didn't stop to talk, he just walked past her without a word. She watched him go, her lips pressing together slightly. Seeing him act so distant caught her off guard. As his figure disappeared down the road, she lowered her gaze, feeling a hint of disappointment settle in her heart. When Haruto arrived at school, he walked to the lockers and pulled out his indoor shoes. Just as he was about to change into them, he caught sight of a shadow approaching him from the corner of his eye. Haruto glanced to his side and saw Yoshida Saki approaching hesitantly. She clutched her school bag in one hand while the fingers of her other hand nervously fidgeted in front of her. Her expression was uncertain, as if she were gathering her courage. Yoshida-san? Good morning. He greeted her. Good morning, Memizu-kun. Hello. Seeing her mix of surprise and excitement, Haruto gave her a small smile. He slipped on his indoor shoes, placed his outdoor ones into his locker, and turned to leave. I'm heading to class. See you later. Why yeah, see you, Memizu-kun. As she watched him walk away, Saki beamed. He hadn't shown any sign of annoyance, on the contrary, he had greeted her kindly. That small kindness filled her with happiness. As she changed into her own indoor shoes, she followed his path to class, her steps feeling lighter as if the whole world had brightened. Unaware of how much his small gesture had meant to her, Haruto entered the classroom. Noticing that Eri and Akiko hadn't arrived yet, he took his seat, set his bag down, and pulled out the book he had been reading. Flipping it open, he quietly immersed himself in the pages. At lunchtime, he declined Akiko's invitation and left the classroom alone. As always, he found a quiet spot in the school courtyard where no one else was around. Sitting on a bench, he unwrapped a rice ball and punctured the foil seal of his juice box with a straw. He took a bite, looking up at the sky, enjoying the peace of eating alone until his gaze inadvertently landed on a girl sitting not far away. Unlike the other students, she wore a white lab coat over her uniform. She sat quietly on a bench across from him, holding a carton of milk in her hands. Something about her posture and expression made her seem lonely. Perhaps he had been staring too long, because the girl furrowed her brows slightly and turned to face him. Excuse me, but is there a reason you're staring at me? No, I was just surprised to see someone else sitting here alone. Haruto admitted. You're alone too, aren't you? Her voice was calm, void of emotion, and her response made him pause. Fair enough. He conceded with a small nod. Still, isn't lunchtime usually spent in the cafeteria or classroom? There are always exceptions. Or are you saying you're not normal? Are you on a diet? He asked absent-mindedly, glancing at her carton of milk. The moment the words left his mouth, silence stretched between them. Then gurgle a loud stomach growl broke the quiet. The girl's cheeks instantly flushed red. She lowered her head in embarrassment, clearly wishing she could disappear. Haruto blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected her hunger to be so audible. Was he hearing things? He kept looking at her, but she abruptly turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. He glanced down at the extra rice ball beside him. Would one be enough to fill her up? Her stomach had already given away her hunger. After a brief hesitation, he stood up and walked toward the girl in the lab coat. Futaba sighed in frustration. She had forgotten to pack a bento that morning, so she had gone to the school shop, hoping to grab some bread for lunch. But when she arrived, the place was overflowing with students, mostly boys, with a handful of girls struggling to squeeze through the chaos. Seeing the frantic expressions on their faces, she had hesitated. She could have gone to the cafeteria, but sitting there alone felt unbearable. She wasn't exactly popular in class and didn't have anyone to eat with. So instead, she had bought a carton of milk from a vending machine and retreated to the courtyard. And now, to make things worse, someone had seen her like this. Her stomach, betraying her completely, had growled in front of him. Humiliation and frustration churned inside her as she clenched her pale hands into fists. I want to disappear. Chapter 91, Is This Gathering? Legit? Here. As footsteps approached, Ryo Futaba kept her head down, sulking in silence. But when the presence beside her drew closer, she heard his voice. A rice ball was handed to her, the offering placed gently on her lap before she could even react. I'm not sure if it's to your taste, but this is all I have right now. If you don't mind, you can use it to fill your stomach." The gray-haired girl slowly lifted her head, her brown eyes reflecting the figure of the boy in front of her. She opened her mouth slightly, unsure of what to say. She had expected ridicule, not kindness. Her gaze drifted to the rice ball resting on her lap, and for a moment, she was lost in thought. "Well, since you don't seem to mind, I'll be heading back to class." With a small wave, the boy turned away. He popped the last bite of his own rice ball into his mouth, washed it down with juice, then tossed the empty packaging into the trash before making his way back to the classroom. Rio cupped the rice ball in both hands, watching as his figure disappeared into the distance. After a brief hesitation, she lowered her head, pressing her lips together. "He's really kind, isn't he?" On his way back to the classroom, in the stairwell window, Ariri leaned against the railing, gazing toward the courtyard. Without even turning around, she spoke as he ascended the steps. "You really are kind, aren't you, Mimizu-kun? Are you sure you got the right person? Or did you just wait here for a while, keeping an eye on the stairs until I showed up, then quickly leaned against the railing to make it look casual?" Ariri fell silent for a moment. Whether she was annoyed or embarrassed by how accurately he had read her, it was hard to tell. She stole a glance at him as he arrived at her side, then shifted her gaze back toward the courtyard. There, sitting alone on the bench, was the same girl from earlier delicately nibbling at the rice ball he had given her. Ariri smirked. "You have a pretty unique hobby, don't you, Mimizu-kun? Watching girls eat like that." Mimizu let out a small sigh. Ariri is still Ariri no matter how much time rewinds, her troublesome personality never changes. "Think what you want." Not bothering to entertain her any further, he continued walking toward the classroom. Watching his back as he left, Ariri bit her lip in frustration. Huffing softly, she turned on her heel and followed him inside. By the time they both returned to class, the rumors had already begun to spread. "So, does Mimizu-kun like Nakano-san, or is he into Sawamura-san?" Whispers circulated among the girls, especially those who weren't particularly close to Haruto. Some even took the opportunity to ask Akika, who had a friendly relationship with him. Despite being one of the subjects of the gossip, Akika simply responded with a casual smile. "We're just friends." Meanwhile, Ariri's deskmate, Aoi Hinami, leaned in curiously. "You and Mimizu-kun seem pretty close, huh?" Ariri, resting her chin in her hand, scoffed. "Close? No way. Our relationship is terrible." Aoi blinked in surprise. The way Ariri had said it was so casual, so natural it completely threw her off. Realizing what she had just blurted out, Ariri quickly forced a smile and added, "We just have a bit of a misunderstanding between us. It's really not as good as it looks." Aoi studied her for a moment. "So, she's the type who hides her true personality too, huh?" She wasn't sure what kind of person Ariri really was, but the tone of her earlier remark had given her a glimpse of something different from the sweet, refined image she usually presented. "Well then," Aoi said with a teasing smile, "shouldn't you clear up that misunderstanding? Want me to set something up for you?" Ariri hesitated. Normally, she would have refused immediately. This was between her and Haruto, no one else should interfere. But memories of their conversation yesterday resurfaced in her mind, making her furrow her brows slightly. "What do you mean?" she asked. Aoi gestured for her to lean in, whispering playfully into her ear. "Well, here's the plan. When school ends." As the two girls murmured conspiratorially, many classmates watched on with curiosity. However, Haruto himself was not one of them. After returning to his seat, he simply took out a book from his desk and began reading, waiting for the afternoon classes to start. Since it was still spring, the afternoon warmth wasn't overwhelming, but by the time school was over, exhaustion had started to creep in. Packing up his things, Haruto stood up, intending to head straight home. He had things to take care of and wanted to get an early night's rest. Is my body still adjusting? Maybe I should restrain myself a bit. Just as he was about to leave, a gentle voice called out from behind. Hey, Mimizu-kun, are you heading home now? He paused, turning to find Aoi Hinami standing there. Though slightly surprised, he nodded. Yeah, I was about to head back. Something up, Hinami-san? Well, I just happened to be free today, so I thought I'd organize a little gathering after school with some people I know. Just something small outside of school. Would you be interested? A gathering? Haruto fell into thought, his eyes shifting subtly toward Ariri. She was sitting at her desk, unmoving, as if waiting for something. His sharp instincts told him something was off. Chapter 92, Should I work part-time in a gigolo club? The new semester had been underway for a while now, and the social circles within the class had more or less solidified. Just as the 5 Nakano sisters were inseparable, it was well known among their classmates that Aoi Hinami and Ariri had a close relationship. Now, out of the blue, Aoi had approached him, inviting him to a small gathering that included other attendees as well. Given their friendship, Haruto was certain that Ariri would be among them. If it were just a casual school-related social event, he wouldn't have minded going. But knowing that Ariri would be there made him lose interest almost instantly. He had no desire to attend a gathering like that. "Thanks, but I've got other things to do today. Maybe another time when I'm free." With a polite smile, Haruto decisively turned down the invitation. Without waiting for a response, he turned and headed for the door. Aoi opened her mouth as if to call him back, but seeing that he had already left the classroom, she could only sigh and turn to look at her friend, who was still seated at her desk. "He's gone. Well, I kind of figured it'd turn out this way. Since he's already left, I should probably head back too. Want to go home together?" A part of Ariri was tempted to go after Haruto on her own, but when she recalled what had happened between them the day before, she hesitated. After a moment's thought, she abandoned the idea. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Aoi, who was smiling at her expectantly. Seeing her friend's hopeful expression, Ariri felt that going straight home might be a bit too abrupt. Since she had always tried to maintain a normal persona in class, there was no real reason to rush back. "Yeah. Let's walk around a bit before heading home." After leaving school, Haruto didn't go straight home. To be honest, even if he did, there wasn't much to do. He'd either sit at his desk reading, or force himself to continue writing that book he had long lost interest in, one he had to keep working on for the sake of his livelihood. Other than that, he had no plans. If he went home, he'd just be lying around in his apartment, waiting for Setsuna to return. They'd spend a bit of time together, and then it would be dinner time. Thinking about his routine, Haruto felt a vague sense of stagnation creeping in. Am I getting a little too complacent with my life? Come to think of it, I still haven't decided on a title for the book, have I? Walking down the street with his backpack slung over his shoulder, Haruto started contemplating the title of his novel. Although he had only written the opening, he figured it was about time to settle on a name. No matter how the story developed, it wasn't going to suddenly shift from a rule setting to a fantasy world, was it? Since the story revolved around the village, there was no need to overcomplicate things. I'll call it Honey Village. The name had a nice ring to it. Pair it with a crimson-hued cover, and it would practically have all the elements of an erotic novel. As for whether there were already books with the same title? Well, if it came to that, he could just tweak it a little, maybe Honey in the Village or Dreams of a Honeyed Land, whatever the publisher preferred. Titles weren't all that important anyway. Something passable would do. Lost in thought, Haruto wandered through the city, refining his ideas. At some point, his mind had drifted from Honey Village to crime fiction, and before he knew it, he was sketching out an erotic mystery novel in his head. A secluded village that maintained ancient and mysterious rituals. A protagonist who grew up in the village, only to leave upon reaching adulthood. Years later, he returns following his father's death, only to find his wife missing. His childhood friend, now an enigmatic woman, speaks in riddles. Then, there's the stepmother he has only ever seen in old photographs. Shibuya Station, Shibuya. The announcement over the subway speakers pulled him back to reality. Lifting his head, he saw that he had arrived at his stop. Letting go of his musings, he stepped off the train with the flow of passengers. Since he had nothing to do at home, he figured he might as well wander around outside for a while. As soon as he stepped out, Haruto realized there wasn't really anywhere particularly interesting to go. He wandered the streets in silence, taking in the storefronts and designs that, despite the passage of time, had hardly changed at all. Well, I'll just take a look around for now. His wallet wasn't exactly overflowing, so he was only here to browse. If something caught his eye and he could afford it, he might buy it. Otherwise, he'd just wait until his finances allowed for it. This is last year's Sony Xperia Z1. The price is. Glancing at the price tag, he saw that it was well over 100,000 yen. Considering that was about all the money he had at the moment, he quickly abandoned the thought. For a brief moment, temptation flickered in his mind. Should I work part-time in a gigolo club? I wonder if Mamakatsu is still a thing these days. No, I can't go down that road. Shaking off the thought, he turned back to the display case. By today's standards, the phone was decent enough, but to someone like Haruto, a man from the future, its price-to-performance ratio was absurd. Better to wait until next year, 2015. By the second half of this year, the iPhone 6 will be out. Instead of wasting money on the Xperia Z1 or the iPhone 5, I might as well save up and reconsider in September. Still, 5 more months to go. I need to finish Honey Village and get it published. That'll take time too. The weight of his financial burdens hit him all at once, draining any motivation he had for strolling around. With a sigh, he headed straight for the subway and took the train home. Back in his apartment, Haruto sat at his desk, pulled out the manuscript drafts from his drawer, and got back to writing. By the time Setsuna arrived at Haruto's place, she noticed the door wasn't even shut properly. With a light push, she stepped inside and immediately spotted Haruto at his desk, furiously scribbling away. She wasn't sure why he was suddenly so diligent, but instead of interrupting him, she quietly approached and took a casual glance at his writing. Then she froze. Ah. NGH. Oh, Oniai-sama. I'm coming. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. Is this a battle scene? The protagonist's little sister? Is she fighting an enemy? Is the situation dire? She slowly turned her gaze toward Haruto, who was so focused on his work that he hadn't even noticed her presence. Worse yet, as he wrote, he was unconsciously whispering the lines under his breath. Ah. See, can't hold it in any longer. MMH. Let's come together. MMM. Setsuna's expression became increasingly complex. Haruto. What exactly are you writing? Chapter 93, A Pink Envelope. Haruto only noticed Setsuna's presence when a cup of tea suddenly appeared on his desk. Glancing back into the room, he saw Setsuna sitting there, calmly watching him. When did you get here? Half an hour ago. It wasn't that Haruto was completely unaware of her presence, he had simply been too caught up in his thoughts. His mind had been deep in the flow of his writing, unconsciously filtering out everything else around him. Now that he had finally noticed her, he realized he had no idea exactly when she had come in. Glancing at the clock on his desk, he muttered, half an hour ago. So, around 5 o'clock? The room was dimly lit. Feeling a slight strain in his eyes, Haruto stood up, walked to the wall, and switched on the light. Stretching his arm slightly, he turned back to Setsuna, who remained seated in his room. I saw you were working hard, so I didn't disturb you, she said. Working hard? Haruto wasn't sure if Setsuna had seen what he was writing. He returned to his desk, quickly tidied up his drafts, and placed them back into the drawer before looking at her again. Has my san come back yet? No. I see. Without another word, Haruto headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. He took stock of what little was left in the fridge, quickly put together some curry, and made a few side dishes. As the food simmered, he walked over to the window and glanced across the street at the Kira residence. The lights were still off. She's not home yet. He turned to Setsuna, his brows slightly furrowed. My san usually gets home around this time, doesn't she? I don't know, Setsuna said, shaking her head. She didn't tell me anything before she left today. Haruto pulled out his phone and searched for Mai's contact. He dialed her number. Hello? Haruto? Mai, are you still at work? Work? No, I'm already off. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you and Setsuna. I'm having dinner with a friend tonight, so don't wait for me. I'll be back later. Dinner with a friend? Haruto glanced at Setsuna, mildly surprised. Before he could ask who this friend was, a woman's voice came through the phone. Mai, is that your daughter on the phone? No. It's my daughter's boyfriend. Oh, you mean the one you always talk about? All right, Yoko. That's enough. Mai suddenly cut her off, her voice flustered. Ah, the call's still connected. Haruto, just go ahead and eat with Setsuna. I'll be back soon. Talk later. The call ended abruptly. Haruto put down his phone and looked at Setsuna. The call hadn't been on speaker, but in the quiet room, the voices had been loud enough for her to hear clearly. Setsuna simply nodded, showing no hint of disappointment or frustration. She calmly sat at the dining table. No need to wait for her. Yeah. Without Mai, the dinner felt unusually quiet. Haruto and Setsuna ate in silence, their only interaction being the occasional passing of side dishes. After the meal, Haruto cleared the table while Setsuna remained seated, watching him finish cleaning up. Once he was done, she silently moved closer to him. Haruto. What is it, Setsuna? She got down on her hands and knees, slowly crawling over to him. Then, she pressed herself against his legs, resting her head on his lap. Her eyes carried a faint trace of unease. It's nothing, she murmured. I just wanted to call your name. She remained there, quietly listening to his heartbeat. Haruto didn't say anything. He simply let her be, holding her in silence. Later that night, around 7, Setsuna went back to her house to grab her pajamas and some overnight essentials before returning to Haruto's apartment. After taking a bath together, they changed into their sleepwear and climbed into bed. Good night, Setsuna. Good night, Haruto. Leaving behind a simple note at home, Setsuna wasn't worried about her mother wondering where she was. She gazed at the boy in front of her, then slowly closed her eyes, feeling completely at ease in his arms. Meanwhile, Mai had returned home slightly tipsy from drinking with Yuko. Setsu. Huh? She was about to call out to her daughter when she hesitated. If Setsuna was already asleep, she didn't want to wake her. Quietly, she stepped into the house and turned on the lights. The room was empty. Weird. If Setsuna were home, at least the living room lights would be on, right? Mai took a few steps back, turned toward the window, and looked across the street at Haruto's apartment. Dark. The lights were off. With a small sigh, she closed the door and entered the living room. That's when she noticed a small note stuck to the table. She picked it up. Staying at Haruto's place overnight. Don't worry. Mai pressed her lips together, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment. She stood there for a moment, staring at Setsuna's room, before finally walking toward her own. She didn't feel like taking a bath anymore. She wasn't in the mood. Lying down in bed, she suddenly sat up again, hesitated, then got out of bed. With a soft click, she turned off the lights in the living room before heading back to her room. Ah. This feels lonely. The next morning, Haruto woke up early and gently nudged Setsuna awake. She rubbed her eyes sleepily, then got out of bed and changed into her school uniform. Haruto, still groggy from sleep, sat on the edge of the bed. But the moment Setsuna began changing right in front of him, he suddenly felt fully awake. He stared at her for a while, then, after a brief pause, silently turned his head away and started getting dressed himself. As they left the apartment together, they ran into Sakai standing outside Mai's house. She blinked in surprise, watching the two of them walk out together. Oh no. Sakai's face turned pale as she stood frozen in place. She barely reacted when Haruto casually waved at her in greeting. It wasn't until Setsuna walked up to her and playfully pinched her nose that she finally snapped out of it. Trembling, she clenched her fists. When will a girl like me, who has no boyfriend, ever be able to win? That's too much. Setsuna tilted her head. What is? You two. Flaunting your relationship right in front of me. Isn't that a little mean? Isn't this normal for a couple? Setsuna replied, looking puzzled. Maybe if we were in the same school, you'd get used to it faster. Sakai felt utterly defeated. After a brief silence, Sakai, who always lamented, too bad you two don't go to the same school, was left momentarily speechless by Setsuna's words. She pouted slightly, puffing out her cheeks, then turned and started walking toward school. Setsuna simply followed behind her, and the two of them walked together. Meanwhile, Haruto was heading to school alone when he unexpectedly ran into Nakano Itsuki, the youngest of the Nakano sisters. Ah! Eye contact. The moment she turned the corner and spotted Haruto, Itsuki also noticed his presence. Without thinking, she mumbled out loud, making the situation slightly awkward for him. Good morning, Nakano Itsuki-san. Just call me Nakano, or Itsuki. No need to say my full name, it sounds weird, don't you think? A little bit. Haruto didn't deny it and simply nodded. Maintaining a slight distance, the two of them continued walking to school together. Itsuki held a steamed bun in her hands. Whether she was conscious of Haruto's presence or just trying to eat more comfortably, she gradually slowed her pace. Before she realized it, she had fallen behind him. Haruto, who hadn't been paying much attention, suddenly noticed that Itsuki had disappeared from his peripheral vision. He turned back only to see her standing there, mid-bite into her meat bun. Their gazes met once again, one filled with contentment and satisfaction, the other laced with mild confusion. Itsuki's cheeks instantly turned red. Embarrassed, she quickly averted her eyes and turned away. Haruto, on the other hand, merely slowed his pace slightly. Is Akika still asleep? He asked. Yeah, she's still at home. But she should be leaving soon. Itsuki replied. The fact that Haruto didn't bring up the meat bun allowed Itsuki to relax a little. She carefully glanced at him from the side, only to find that his expression remained calm and neutral, without a hint of ridicule. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. I'm a little surprised. I thought you five always went to school together. We usually do, but there are days when things are a bit different, or when something special comes up. I see. Haruto nodded, not pressing further. Maintaining a comfortable distance, the two continued their walk to school. Upon reaching the school gates, Itsuki spotted some of her friends and immediately joined them in conversation. Haruto didn't mind. He walked alone to the school building, switched out his shoes at the locker, and a pink envelope was sitting inside his shoe locker. It had only been about half a month since the school year started, yet he was already receiving a love letter? The thought made Haruto pause in mild surprise. He picked up the envelope, giving it a light squeeze. The texture felt odd. Instead of soft paper, there was something hard, almost plastic inside. After a moment of silence, Haruto quietly placed the envelope into his bag without opening it. Then, after switching into his indoor shoes, he headed toward the classroom. A short distance away, Itsuki had witnessed Haruto pulling out the pink envelope from his locker. She found herself a little curious about it, but in the end, she said nothing, simply changing her shoes before following him into the classroom. By the time Haruto arrived in the classroom, there weren't too many people around, but a fair number of students had already taken their seats. He walked over to his desk, sat down, and took out the pink envelope from his bag, placing it inside the desk's storage compartment. After arranging his textbooks on the desk and hanging his bag on the side, he reached back into the compartment and pulled out the envelope again. A pink envelope. On the front, it was addressed to Mimizu-kun. There was nothing else, no decorations, no embellishments. Not even a red heart sticker sealing the flap. That lack of detail made Haruto feel that the sender could have put in a little more effort. He mentally deducted a few points. The texture inside doesn't feel like letter paper. So it's probably not a love confession? No. I can't be sure. After studying the envelope in his hands for a moment, Haruto carefully opened it. Inside was a thin stack of photographs. He glanced around the room. A few people seemed to be stealing glances his way. Pausing for a brief moment, he slid out the last photo from the stack with his fingers. It was a picture of him sitting alone on a bench in the schoolyard. When was this taken? His brows knitted slightly. He scanned through the photos and looked at the second to last one. A picture of him walking home. An unsettling feeling crept over him. Something wasn't right. The more he flipped through the stack, the stronger the feeling grew. He pulled out the rest of the photos. There were 5 in total. All of them were solo shots of him. All taken when he was alone. All taken without his knowledge. Silently, Haruto flipped the stack over and placed it face down on his desk. A deep silence settled over him. He pressed his fingers lightly against his forehead, lost in thought. If he was right. This was stalking. Or even surveillance. Who? Why? What was the purpose of doing something like this? His frown deepened. But after a few moments, he calmly slipped both the photos and the pink envelope back into his bag. Despite the occasional curious glances from his classmates, Haruto remained perfectly composed, acting as if nothing had happened at all. Chapter 94, A Surprising Pen Name. I heard that a girl gave you a love letter? Just as Haruto was tidying up his desk, preparing to spend a leisurely lunch break under the lush trees in the courtyard, he was intercepted by Akiko before he could step out of the classroom. She approached with a mischievous smile, her expression carrying a hint of mischief. Feeling slightly cornered, Haruto instinctively glanced in the direction of Itsuki. Predicting that she might be suspected after telling Akiko, the girl had wisely left the classroom early, disappearing to an unknown destination. Most likely, she had gone to the cafeteria with her other sisters. Turning his gaze back to Akiko, Haruto shook his head. No, it wasn't a love letter. His response caught Akiko off guard. She had expected him to deny receiving anything at all, but his answer was unexpectedly straightforward, differing somewhat from Itsuki's account. Meeting Akiko's curious and puzzled gaze, Haruto didn't bother explaining what was actually in the letter. Instead, he quietly left the classroom. Even though many people had seen him take the pink envelope from his shoe locker, Haruto wasn't worried about anyone stealing it from his bag. No one would be foolish enough to do something like that under the watchful eyes of an entire classroom. Akiko considered following him, but sensing that Haruto wasn't in the best mood, she decided against it. When Haruto arrived at the courtyard, he settled onto his usual bench, lifting his head to scan the surrounding school buildings. He looked toward the approximate location where the photos had been taken, but all he saw was an empty classroom. No one uses that room? He glanced around again, searching for anything suspicious, but he found nothing. With a quiet sigh, he unwrapped his rice ball. Though he could have packed his own bento or eaten in the cafeteria, making a lunchbox every day was a hassle. At the start of the semester, he had prepared his own meals for the first couple of days, but the effort quickly wore him down. As for the cafeteria, until his finances improved, he figured it was better to stick with rice balls. His naturally lazy personality had improved slightly when he returned to his teenage years, but over time, his true nature had started to resurface. He was inherently slothful. Besides, there was a convenience store along his route to school that sold all kinds of rice balls, tasty and affordable. He saw no reason to switch. Just as he took a bite of his fried chicken rice ball, now slightly cold from the morning, a voice spoke beside him. Eating alone again? Turning his head, Haruto saw a familiar girl standing next to him. That white lab coat, wasn't she the same girl from yesterday? Oh, it's you. His gaze lingered on her for a second before briefly dropping to her chest for 2 more seconds. Then, as if nothing had happened, he calmly looked away. Ryo Futaba noticed his gaze and, remembering a past encounter, felt a flicker of irritation. At the same time, however, she couldn't shake a strange nervousness. Without a word, she sat down beside him. Haruto chewed his rice ball, took a sip of his juice, and glanced at her. Didn't manage to buy lunch again? No, I brought my own today. Yesterday was just an accident. With that, she pulled out a bento box from somewhere behind her. A little surprised, Haruto leaned slightly to the side, glancing at her back flat as expected before looking down at the lunchbox on her lap. You actually make your own bento? I thought MMPH. Before he could finish, he stuffed the last bit of his rice ball into his mouth, dismissing his previous assumption. After all, he didn't even know if she had made the bento herself. As he unwrapped another rice ball, Ryo hesitated for a moment before pushing her bento slightly toward him. If you don't mind, you can have some. Haruto looked at her, then at the neatly arranged food inside. Seeing her calm expression yet slightly averted gaze, he took another sip of his juice. That's your lunch, isn't it? I have my rice balls. But yesterday, those rice balls were also your lunch, weren't they? Haruto fell silent. After a brief pause, he reached out, picked up a toothpick, and stabbed a tiny octopus-shaped sausage before popping it into his mouth. There. That's enough. It's good. He flashed her a small smile before standing up. I have something to do. I'll see you later. Before Ryo could respond, he had already left the courtyard. Watching his retreating figure, she opened her mouth as if to call out, but hesitated. In the end, she lowered her head and quietly continued eating alone. From a distance, Haruto glanced back at the lonely figure on the bench before heading toward a vending machine. As Ryo sat there, staring at her lunch, a hand suddenly extended in front of her, holding a can of juice. She looked up in surprise. You'll get thirsty just eating a bento, right? Thank you. I remember you from the opening ceremony. You were the one who gave the speech. Ryo Fuhaba. Memazi Haruto. Nice to meet you. And nice to meet you too. A faint blush crept onto Ryo's face as she shyly accepted the drink. For a while, Haruto had been fascinated by school-life romance stories, the kind where the protagonist dated a class beauty, hypnotized student council members, or blackmailed strict but secretly submissive teachers. Ahem. After a lunch break, he returned to the classroom. As the teacher droned on at the front, Haruto absent-mindedly scribbled in his notebook. Sometimes, he felt as if he was missing something compared to other reincarnators. Despite having an ideal start in life, one where his fate had been predetermined before birth, he couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty. Maybe he was just greedy. Even if he tried to define exactly what he wanted, he couldn't quite put it into words. My soul is rotten to the core. Spacing out for a moment, he quickly refocused and jotted down the notes from the blackboard, repeating this cycle until the bell rang. Closing his notebook, Haruto leaned back and let out a deep sigh. Hey, Amitaru. Do you have anything you really want to do? Sleep. Haruto slowly turned to look at the boy sitting behind him, Nozaki Amitaru, who had an expressionless face but an earnest gaze. Other than sleeping? Sleep more. There's never enough time to sleep. Even when I do, I wake up in the middle of the night because of deadlines, drag myself out of bed, and work alone at my desk until dawn. Haruto stared at him for a moment, then chuckled. What kind of work? Manga. Figures. Haruto had assumed that his relationship with Nozaki Amitaru wasn't that deep yet. He figured that, at the very least, it would take half a semester before the guy would open up about his work. Yet, surprisingly, it had only been a short time, and Amitaru had already taken the initiative to tell him. You draw manga. Amitaru, are you a mangaka? Yeah. A while ago, I submitted a manuscript to a manga magazine, and it got accepted. They invited me to start a serialization. It's a great opportunity, but the workload suddenly became overwhelming. Amitaru's gaze slowly settled on Haruto. Then, he crossed his arms, placed his right hand gently on his notebook, and tapped it lightly. Haruto, are you interested in becoming a manga assistant? Hi, would you like to be my manga assistant? Loik, I'm drowning in work. I need an extra pair of hands. I used to have some experience, I guess. Haruto had initially planned to say he had no experience at all, but then he suddenly remembered that he had once helped Ariri with a few things. That memory made him pause. He sighed as he looked at Amitaru and a notebook under his hand. Weren't we just talking about things we really wanted to do? How did that turn into you recruiting me as your assistant? Well, right now, finding an assistant to help me keep up with the serialization is what I really want to do. So, what do you say? Interested? Haruto studied Amitaru's face for a moment before letting out a small chuckle. I mean, I could, but I have a lot on my plate too. Don't expect too much from me. Yeah, I wasn't counting on you in the first place. It's just that I can't find a suitable assistant right now, so I figured I'd give you a try. If it works out, great. If I find someone better later, you won't have to help anymore. Haruto glanced at the notebook, feeling a bit helpless. Well, he supposed it was more of a transaction than anything. Besides, he was actually pretty curious about the workflow of a professional mangaka like Amitaru. You really don't sugarcoat things, huh? But that's fine. At least you're not putting all your hopes on me. That makes things easier. Come over to my place tonight. Let's see if you're a good fit. You don't have any plans, do you? Haruto thought for a moment. Even if he went back to his apartment, it would just be another ordinary night. Nothing special. Alright. Let's head home together after school. Hearing Haruto agree, Amitaru let out a rare smile. He silently loosened his grip, allowing Haruto to slide the notebook out from under his hand. Oh yeah, what's your pen name again? Haruto asked as he flipped through the notebook and turned back toward Amitaru. Yumino Sakiko. That's a pretty feminine name. It's because I draw shoujo manga. Haruto glanced at Amitaru, who looked completely serious. Realizing he wasn't joking, Haruto studied his expression for a moment. After repeating the word really to himself, he chuckled before returning to his notes.